State of War, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. Book 3 of the Long Dark series. Prologue. 4 years before the Long Dark. The prayer wheel rumbled to a stop as Annabelle Lee was hauled from the cell, gagged and bound and dragged down the mountainside. Strong arms lifted her when she fell, and she tried desperately to see who had captured her. Dressed in black from head to foot, there were at least 3 of them pushing and prodding her at pace down slippery paths lined with snow, unmistakably heading towards Friendship Bridge and the border with China. How had they known she was there? Her visit to the monastery at Liping on the Sino-Nepalese border had been a secret from her closest friends. Even her husband didn't know exactly where she was. So she must have been betrayed by one of the monks. Om Mani Padme Hum. Annabelle tried to focus on the mantra. She'd spent a month battling the darkness that had settled on her soul since the diagnosis. Another betrayal. She'd gifted the world the means of curing the previously incurable, only to discover too late that she had a rare and terminal condition. Om Mani Padme Hum. She stumbled again, but when she was hauled to her feet this time, she could see that they'd reached the bottom of the mountain where a road snaked its way towards the bridge that separated Nepal from China. Om Mani. Silence, hissed the man gripping her arm. A Chinese accent. What did they want with her? This was no random kidnapping, so he was either part of a bandit group that was going to hold her to ransom, or this was official business on behalf of the Chinese government. 3 guards stood on the bridge. With military precision, they unhooked their rifles and pointed them at Annabelle and her captors. Declare yourself, the middle guard called. Annabelle pushed back the terror and focused her mind. Her Mandarin was good, but she had to concentrate. One of her captors stepped forward, hands held high. She watched as the man approached the end of the bridge. He was dressed like a cross between a ninja and an SAS commando, all in black, his head covered by a balaclava. From his belt hung what looked like a kukri, the ceremonial weapon of the Gurkhas. Maybe he wasn't Chinese after all. She could hear that he was speaking but couldn't make out the words. Whatever he was saying, however, seemed to work as he was invited onto the bridge where the guard took the papers he offered and checked them carefully. He flicked to the final page and suddenly looked up, glanced at Annabelle, then turned to his colleagues. She could see him talking to them in hushed but urgent tones before all 3 retreated to the far end of the bridge and the lead kidnapper followed them across. Annabelle stepped onto the bridge and tried desperately not to look down. Her fear of heights added another dimension of terror as she kept her gaze on the solid ground at the other end. The guard averted his eyes as she stepped onto Chinese soil. It was almost as if he wanted to be able to claim that he'd never seen her. But that was the way in China, it was better not to know. Or so her mother had told her. They left the guards behind to resume their watching of the border and climbed the steep road to find a military vehicle, a Chinese version of the Humvee, waiting at the top. A half-dozen soldiers stood beside it, weapons drawn, and as they approached, the rear door opened and a figure climbed out. He was wearing a long black coat that covered a dark suit. A black fedora sat on his head and small circular spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose. "Ah, Dr. Lee," he called. "Sergeant Gurung, there is no further need for our guest to be restrained." The bandit leader turned and drew his kukri. Without looking at her, he cut her bonds, so she was able to pull the gag down and draw a lungful of dry evening air. "What the hell is going on? I am sorry that subterfuge was necessary, but our mission is of the utmost importance, and we could not be sure you would come willingly. Here, please come inside, you must be very cold." The man in black gestured to the open back doors of the military vehicle. She was beginning to shiver, but, despite its many disadvantages, the approach of menopause did at least mean she had an internal furnace she could rely on. Her boneswear could of course adjust for it, but her boneswear had been surgically and secretly removed. You don't keep a traitor in your midst once he's been revealed, after all. Still, she was glad to be out of the wind, even though it felt as though she'd climbed into a prison cell, all black and gray metal, with hard seats and bars separating her from the military personnel clambering into the front. I am called Fang Fen, Under-Minister in the Department of Science, the little man said as he sat on the opposite bench. The floor vibrated as the engine was started up and the vehicle lurched away. Again, I must apologize for the uncivilized way in which you were brought here. I trust that Gurung and his men were gentle. Annabelle grunted. Yes, they bound and gagged me as gently as possible, I'm sure. What am I doing here? Ah, the famously direct Annabelle Lee, Fang said. Your reputation for intolerance is legendary. Annabelle didn't respond immediately. The terror was still there, and she could feel her heart banging against her ribs, but she could also sense the rage building inside her. Good. She'd found that anger made a good cloak to smother fear in. Focus on the red mist, she thought as she discarded everything outside this little moving cell and the scarlet dot that was growing in her mind. So, what am I doing here? The little man in black gave a nervous shrug, took off his hat and fiddled with it. I am afraid I cannot give you much information. I can only say that it is a matter of global importance. My government wishes to make you an offer that I think you will find intriguing. You could have simply invited me, she snapped. There could be no risk of the authorities knowing that you were here, he said. Then abducting me from a monastery on the Chinese border probably wasn't the smartest idea. Fen gave a little smile. They might suspect, but they would not know for certain that you are in China. These mountains, after all, are haunted by rebels and bandits. We are circulating a fake ransom demand to throw any more determined investigator off the scent. And you will only be with us for a few days at most. What we have to offer is, in short, the fulfillment of your lifelong dream to eliminate disease. Millions of lives will be saved. Surely that is of interest to you. Her face darkened, and she noticed with satisfaction that he shrank away from her as she spoke. You mistake me, Mr. Fang, because I couldn't care less if every man, woman, and child on this miserable planet dropped dead tonight. But your life's work, he stammered. And how was I rewarded? After all the sacrifices I made to build a system to diagnose and cure diseases. I've lost friends, family, and any semblance of normality in pursuit of my noble dream. And yet I am dying, Mr. Fang. Physician, heal thyself. Pa, she spat onto the floor. Do what you like with me, I no longer give a damn. She awoke the next day in a comfortable bedroom wondering, for an instant, whether the previous night's adventure had been a dream. But she was in no monastery. The walls were made of whitewashed concrete and there was no window to the outside, just a massive photo frame showing animated views of rural China. As she came around, she pieced together the events of the previous night. She'd fallen asleep in the back of the truck, awaking when the soporific rumble changed to the gentler vibration of a well-made road. The dark outside was punctuated by spotlights pointed at a tall gate in a razor wire fence. So she was being taken to a military base. She'd been too exhausted to care as they led her along the corridors to the room she would sleep in. Her conversation with Fen had only succeeded in opening the door onto her black soul. A door she'd been trying desperately to secure during her month with the monks. They, at least, had recognized the darkness that dwelt inside her, and they'd almost succeeded in teaching her the techniques needed to keep it at bay. And then last night had happened, and she was back at square one. There was a gentle tap on the door. She was about to answer it when it opened. So courtesy was skin deep around here. Good to know. A young woman came in, head bowed and bearing a tray. I bring you breakfast, honored guest, she said as she moved smoothly to the bed before laying the tray across Annabelle's lap. Thank you, Annabelle responded. What is your name? The girl flushed and looked to the floor. That is unimportant, honored guest. She backed away and left the room as quickly as she could manage. Annabelle devoured the pancakes quickly. She'd wanted to ask the girl how they'd known she was awake, but if she wouldn't even give her name, she was unlikely to offer other, more difficult answers. It seemed certain that her room was being monitored, perhaps using audio sensors, but just as likely via video feed. But she needed a shower, and was prepared to gamble that the famously prudish Chinese would not place a camera in there, so she stripped in the bathroom and soaked the sleep away. She found her own clothes lying on the bed when she returned. Not the tatty, sweat-infused jeans and linen shirt she'd been abducted in, but the spare clothes she'd brought with her to the monastery. Whoever the traitor was, he or she had been thorough. She'd barely pulled on a pair of chinos when, after another soft tap, the door opened to reveal a woman wearing a lab coat over military dress. "I am sorry to disturb you," she said. "My name is Xuan Zhu, lead scientist in the Humanometrics Laboratory of the People's Science Department. Surely, this is a military base?" The woman nodded. She was late middle-aged with a petite figure and graying hair that was cut short. "It was the nearest facility to the border, and we wished you not to have to travel further than was necessary, so we came to you." "I'm honored." "You should be," Xuan responded, missing the sarcasm in Li's reply. "Some of our country's foremost scientists and planners are here to meet you. Now please will you follow me?" Annabelle took a final swig of the weak but refreshing tea and followed the woman out of the room into a sparse corridor. She got the impression she had been given a guest suite and wondered for a moment whether the great and the good who'd come to meet her were being housed in such luxury. It was an oval room with a circular table around which sat a dozen or so men and women. 2 wore full military uniforms, their peaked caps placed in front of them, but most of the others wore business dress, with 1 or 2 sporting lab coats, as if they'd just that moment been conducting experiments. She knew a carefully curated impression when she saw it. She'd been guilty of similar artifice more than once. Xuan gestured to a seat at the far end opposite the door, and sat herself in the vacant chair next to it. One of the officers stood up and cleared his throat. "On behalf of the People's Republic of China, I welcome you to this classified meeting," he said with an air of pomposity that would have been amusing in other circumstances. "We regret that our identities must remain cloaked, but you may refer to us by these numbers." In front of each of them was a card with a number on it beginning predictably enough at 1 in front of the officer, round to 12. Though Li had to focus to keep up with their spoken Mandarin, the numbers were easy enough to recognize, and it was certainly a simple system. "I would like to invite Scientist Wu to speak," he said, gesturing at the white-coated figure sitting behind the number of that name. "Thank you, General." "Yi," the woman said, glancing at the Chinese numeral in front of the officer before standing up and turning to Annabelle. "Dr. Li, welcome to your ancestral home. I'm afraid I must begin by saying that this meeting is a secret one, and that if you were to reveal anything of it to an unauthorized person, you and your family and friends would be in peril of their lives." Annabelle stared silently at Wu. The stupid woman didn't realize that she had no family she cared about, and her friends were few and disposable. But let her think her threats hit their target. She nodded. Understood. Wu was a tall woman in, Li estimated, her mid-40s. She had a pleasant face marred by a birthmark on her neck that spread under her ear. Annabelle found herself wondering why she'd never had it removed. "Thank you. We are great admirers of your work in health and technology, and have taken pride in your achievements." She couldn't help herself. "Pride?" The woman smiled. "You are a Li, one of us. I'm half English. Which makes your achievements all the more admirable." There was a ripple of laughter around the table. "But we are here to discuss matters of extreme importance. You will know that we have reverse-engineered your bonesware technology so that the Chinese people can enjoy its benefits without being slaves to the medical insurance industry of the United States." Annabelle felt the anger build again. "Presumably, they're now slaves to the government, or are you going to try to persuade me that you don't harvest their data?" "Oh, we monitor it, certainly. And we've been doing the same for the bonesware devices in all major nations." "You've what?" Again Wu smiled. "Yes. It took some years to crack the encryption, but anything that is transmitted can be intercepted and eventually decoded." "And what has this got to do with me?" General Yi got up. "I have read your biography, Doctor, and in it you state that your driving passion is to bring healthcare to all, regardless of their means or where they live. Now I ask you, have you succeeded in this? To an extent. Is it not true that the pharmaceutical companies have taken over effective control? And it is they who decide which diseases your miracle invention will detect and treat. Profitable diseases, we might say. Annabelle ground her teeth. It seemed they knew everything. She nodded curtly. And is it not also true that your device failed to detect the condition from which you now suffer? How did you know that? The general smiled serenely. We have our sources. The Lee Corporation is no longer controlled by one person, as you well know. She slumped in her chair. Get to the point, will you? What do you want from me? The general sat down and steepled his fingers. We have told you that we can read the data from the Bonesware devices. We have the same aim as you. We wish to ensure that everyone has access to the full benefits, but to do that we must upgrade the firmware. You want to hijack Bonesware? No chance. That system is locked down solid for exactly that reason. It would strike fear into the heart of government if they knew the Chinese controlled Bones. You could blackmail the entire country. One flick of a switch, and everyone with an implant would have a heart attack. Now the general's smile had become crocodilian. But we would not do that, Doctor. What would be the point? We would, however, use our leverage to influence the U.S. government so that the benefits of Bonesware are enjoyed more equitably. Annabelle's mind whirled as she tried to get to grips with the enormity of this plan. It amounted to holding a gun to the head of Washington, D.C., and every other government around the world. It would be the beginning of the Chinese hegemony. We believe that you can open up access for our engineers, the general said, as Lee sat silently absorbing the implications. We would prefer to have your willing cooperation. The implied threat hung in the air. Even though it didn't cause Lee any discomfort, it was best to have them think it did. She didn't want to appear to have turned from savior to monster after all. You will return to New York, and will appoint our nominee to a new project team you will form. You will work with him to open the trapdoor, and once we have prepared it, you will insert the payload and a wonderful new world of opportunity for all will emerge. Welcome to Planet China. Chapter 1. Polly. 53 days after the long dark. Polly rubbed her shoulder as she sat up, and then swung her legs over the side of the bed. She wondered whether the mattresses in police cells were deliberately designed to deny the prisoner sleep and make them more pliable. A conspiracy theory? Maybe, but she decided she hadn't been nearly paranoid enough lately. Perhaps it was time to start. It had been only yesterday when she'd returned to Arbroath, having been reunited with her daughter. The military threat, it seemed, had been averted, but the way that had been achieved had left her suspicious of the town's savior, Pastor Smith, an identity she knew to be fake. The deepest and most painful wound, however, had been inflicted by her own deputies. These were people she'd have trusted with her life, and yet, when it came down to it, they had sided with the false priest. Even John Graff, her mentor and the best friend she thought she had. The bars rattled to the rhythmic snoring of the man in the next cell. No, she hadn't been abandoned by them all. Marvin Tucker, the deputy she'd had the most doubts about, had proven to be truer than any of them. He made an extra loud snorting sound, and then she could hear him rolling back and forth before finally giving up on any more sleep. These darned cots don't get no more comfortable, he grumbled. Morning, Marvin, Polly replied. Sleep well? She heard the slap of his feet on the floor. I did not, Sheriff. Now if you'll pardon me, I'm gonna be making a little noise. Polly tried not to listen to Tucker as he relieved himself, but was forced to stuff her fingers in her ears to block the sound until she was sure he must have finished. Having second thoughts about sticking up for me last night, she said when she heard him settle back onto the bed. Second, third, and fourth, Tucker said. But it was still the right thing to do, though I don't really understand why you got so het up about the pastor after he saw off that rabble. Polly lay back on her bed, and tried to make out the tiled white ceiling in the growing morning light. "You deserve to know, Marvin, but I still can't tell you. We'll see what happens today. Maybe he'll come visit us." In fact, her first visitor was John Graff. He brought a steaming bowl of oatmeal and a face full of shame. Polly didn't say a word as she took the bowl and laid it to one side. "You should eat," Graff said softly. "No sense starving yourself." Polly considered ignoring him, but couldn't hold the words back. "How could you? You of all people. The one man I thought I could trust." "Charmin," Marvin said from the other cell. "Oh, give it a rest," Polly snapped. "Turned out I was wrong about you both." Graff pulled up a stool which he placed some feet from her before sitting down. "Where's my daughter?" Polly asked. "She's safe in my quarters," he responded. "Her and the dog." Polly felt her stomach tightening as she yearned to see and hold Luna again. How did she react to her mother being hauled away like a common criminal? Graff looked down at the floor. She was mighty upset. "I don't reckon she slept more than a couple of hours last night." "Neither did I." "Guilty conscience?" Polly hissed. "Anyway, who's looking after her now?" "Nikki." "Nikki who?" Graff shrugged and resumed his examination of the floor. "Friedman. She and I we've. "Seriously?" Polly said, swinging round as a wolf whistle emerged from Tucker's cell. "She's half your age." "Go get him, Tiger," Marvin called, laughing. The haunted look in Graff's eyes as he looked up at her was almost enough to make her relent. "We make each other happy. Who knows what the future holds?" "So you were siding with her as much as Smith, is that it?" Again the shrug. "Maybe. But the town needs stability, Polly. The town's got the mayor. Folk won't follow her, not like they follow Smith. And if we tried to take him away in front of a crowd who'd just seen him send those militia thugs away, we'd have been torn to shreds." Polly settled back down again as she forced her breathing to slow. This was not a time for a hot head. What sort of a police force shies away from doing what's right just because it isn't popular with the people? "The kind that stays alive," Graff said. "Look, I understand why you're mad, and I don't expect you to forgive me." "Good. But you should still eat your oatmeal before it gets cold. I'll bring Luna to see you later. I reckon the pastor will be paying you a visit before long." "I can't wait." It was midday by the time the keys rattled in the metal locks. Sunlight flooded in through the windows of the office next door, and Polly got to her feet to see who was coming. It was Scott Lee in his guise of Pastor Smith, accompanied by Hodges and Fessel. The two deputies opened Tucker's cell, and she could hear them telling him he was free to go on probation, but that he had to hand in his badge. Tucker had protested, saying that he would only go when the sheriff was released, but Polly ordered him to leave because she needed someone she could trust on the outside. Lee watched and listened from outside her cell. He waited for Fessel to escort Tucker out, and then nodded to Hodges, who followed the deputy, leaving Lee and Polly alone. He turned the key in the lock and swung the door wide open. "I'm really sorry about this," he said, abandoning his Midwestern accent for clipped British tones. "You are, of course, free to go." "Go where?" He shrugged, as if surprised by the question. "Anywhere you want. You're welcome to stay in Arbroath." "Very generous of you," Polly said. Lee sat down on the metal stool and rubbed his eyes. "As I said, I'm sorry it worked out like this. You deserve to be welcomed back as a hero and to enjoy a little peace. Problem is, I saw you talking to the militia leader. I saw him greet you as if you were a long-lost friend. And then, moments later, he's signaling the retreat and leaving 2 heavy machine guns for you to pick up." Lee glanced around as if making sure that there was no one else there, before leaning forward and lowering his voice. "I told you, Melua had been appointed head of security at the Lee Building in Seattle. I met him several times, though Annabelle tended to cast everyone around her into shadow. I've changed a fair bit over the past months," he said as he rubbed his stubbly brown beard, "but he recognized me when I showed him my Lee Corp ID." "Are you insane?" I thought your death was a secret. He sighed. I told him I'm on a covert mission, which is true enough, and swore him to keep it to himself. But it was a risk I had to take. If I hadn't done it, Arbroath would be a smoking ruin now, and its people carted off to Seattle. We saw what becomes of them, after all. Polly saw images of prisoners being herded out of the back of the truck, and of the scavengers sent to clear houses of the dead. But I can't afford for the people here to know my true identity. They believe I am a man of God, and so they unite around me. It's not just about religion, Polly said, the anger in her voice dissipating. It's because they see you're a leader. Lee gave a little chuckle and shook his head. Me? I don't think so. Oh, you're not a rabble-raiser. You're no Winston Churchill. You're the eye at the center of the storm. Someone they can anchor themselves to. Good grief, I've been an idiot. I could have ruined everything. And to think, I've lain here cursing you all for disloyalty when it was me who was the true threat. Lee dragged the stool closer. Don't beat yourself up. After all, you're right to be suspicious. I've already admitted to adopting a false identity, and to be brutally honest, Arbroath isn't my main concern. I have a much bigger mission. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and faced him. What mission? To prevent the second wave, the loss of all that remains. Polly pulled the Cherokee out onto the interstate, wiping the tears from her eyes as she went. She patted her chest pocket yet again, feeling the familiar contours of the little box that was the cause of her departure. After visiting her in the cell, Scott Lee had released Polly and taken her to the office at the back of the church. He'd unlocked the little safe that had, in happier times, been used to house the collection cash and smaller precious items belonging to the church. He took out the Bible and put it down on the desk. Open it. Inside was the sort of secret compartment Polly only thought existed in movies, so she hadn't been surprised when Lee told her that's exactly where he'd gotten his inspiration from. A three-dimensional rectangle had been cut out of the Holy Book, and nestling within the cavity this created was what looked like an ID card encased in shiny black plastic. On one side was a smiling Scott Lee, looking 10 years younger and 20 pounds heavier. Slick hair, designer Van Dyke, and a recently acquired tan, all in contrast to the road-weary bearded scruff he'd become. Somehow, however, this only seemed to enhance his gravitas. Where this change would have made the average man look like a vagrant, in Scott Lee it transformed him into Bear Grylls. Now, I'm going to show you something, but once you've seen it, you'll be in too deep to back away. Do you understand? She'd looked up at him, a half-smile on her face. He had been deadly serious. I suspect I'm past that point already. Turn it over. To begin with, the underneath looked like nothing more than smooth black plastic, but on closer inspection, she'd noticed a pattern of wires embedded beneath the surface. What is it? Lee had fetched a bottle of sacramental wine and poured each of them a glass. He told her about the second wave, and that the only chance of stopping it was being carried by a stranger on the open road. The ID was the key that unlocked the device. The two had to be brought together, and soon. Lee couldn't go yet, because the town had made it obvious he had to stay. So she was the one heading east. She'd spent a few hours with Luna, made up somewhat with John Graff, and had entrusted her daughter to his protection. She'd also had a quiet word with Marvin Tucker, who'd agreed to keep an eye on Luna, and to act as a second protector if he thought she was in danger. Her only condition on agreeing to the mission had been that he be reinstated as a deputy. Why had she done it? Couldn't she just have waited at Arbroath, and enjoyed some peace with the daughter she'd only just rescued? She could, but she also believed Scott Lee. It was in her power to do something to protect Luna and everyone else, and she couldn't put that to one side and simply wait for the end to come. She fought to keep her vision from fogging as she headed towards a meeting with a stranger. Hands dug into Khaled's arms as he was hoisted from the bunk and raised to his feet. Chen stood there, a self-satisfied look on her face. Come with me, there is something you need to see. Khaled stumbled, as he was half led, half dragged along the slick corridors and into the elevator before emerging in one of the auxiliary control rooms near the top of the building. The hands dumped him into a chair in front of a desk. At a word from Chen, the monitor on the wall blinked into life, showing a view of a city street from ground level. "I do not know why you continue to resist us, Abdul. Are you that much of a fool that you believe you can stop the second wave? Perhaps you believe there is yet time. There is not. Watch." The image on the monitor began to move vertically. This is simply an aerial camera. Its purpose is to monitor the performance of the prototype. Prototype? She jabbed a finger at the screen as the view tilted downwards, and he spotted a glossy black disc lying on the sidewalk. It seemed blurry, until he realized it had props on each of 4 corners. Chen activated the microphone attached to her earpiece. "Release them." "What are you doing?" "Watch." The black drone got larger as it lifted off and quite suddenly veered along the street. As the camera swung round, Khaled saw figures moving, running away, the black drone in pursuit. "Our enforcer, you see, is very nearly ready. This one is limited but effective." The camera dipped until it was following the black drone as it zipped along the deserted street. Now he recognized where they were. This was on the other side of the river, near Broadway. A half-dozen people were running, but the drone was almost upon the nearest. A tiny jet of exhaust gases was the only sign that it had fired, until the fugitive fell to the ground in a pool of blood. The drone flew over the body and zeroed in on a man who'd stumbled and fallen. He put up his hands reflexively, but in an instant his torso was vaporized in a hailstorm of shot. Again the view shifted. The drone picked off 2 more, and then closed in on the remaining pair, a man and a woman running, dodging in and out of the stationary cars. They darted sideways, heading for the smashed window of a department store. The drone shuddered twice, and Khaled watched with grim fascination as something thudded into the backs of the 2 runners. "Murderer," he shouted, turning to Chen. "Why did you have to kill them all?" Chen looked at him impassively. "The weapon must be tested in battle conditions, so it is ready for deployment. But you are not entirely correct, my friend." He glanced back at the monitor as the drone hovered over the bodies of the final 2. The woman began to move. She lifted her face from the ground and got onto her knees before turning to look at the camera. Moments later, the man began showing signs of life. Khaled looked closer. There was an entry wound beneath his left shoulder blade, exactly where the boneswear implant was inserted. Chen began speaking, and Khaled realized that her voice was being transmitted to the 2 survivors, who looked up from their knees in terror and pain at the drone hovering above them. "You have been upgraded and are now the property of the Li Corporation. Obey orders and you will be rewarded. Defy us and you will die." She pressed down on the control surface in her hand and both collapsed, their hands wrapped around their hearts. After a few seconds she tapped again and they went still, their chests rising and falling rapidly. "You have had a taste of the control the Li Corporation now enjoys. Welcome to the army of the upgraded." She cut off the video feed and turned to Khaled. "There, you have seen that our enforcer is no longer a matter of theory, but a real thing. They are now in production, and we await only one thing before we trigger the second wave." "And what is that?" Khaled asked, feeling utterly defeated. "The reawakening of Annabelle Lee." Chapter 2. Solly. Solly leaned forward in the driver's seat and squinted into the night, trying desperately to make out where the edge of the road was. Half an hour ago he'd been looking for somewhere to lay over for the night, but then the snow that had been threatening for the past several hours arrived with a vengeance. He, Ross, and their new recruit Walter Hammond, who insisted on being called Wally, had made good progress since leaving his gas station and driving west. They'd covered around half the distance to Arbroath in 5 days, avoiding major towns and cities, and only running into trouble once or twice. Ross had become an expert in spotting the telltale signs of an approaching roadblock early enough for Solly to get them off the road. They'd come under fire once, when they crossed the Missouri River at Bismarck. Bandits who'd been hiding under the bridge had leaped out and fired pistol and shotgun rounds at the pickup, shattering the passenger window and puncturing one of the diesel jerry cans. Solly and Ross had taped some polythene across the passenger door while Wally had cleaned up the fuel mess, though the pickup had stunk since then. Luckily, the only injury had been a shallow graze to Ross's arm. They'd seen signs of civic activity along the way, and it became common for the roads to suddenly clear as they got near a town, but the dead still inhabited the vast spaces between the settlements. Usually they remained frozen within their metal coffins, but now and again bloated figures would be seen by the side of the road, and some of them had clearly died more recently. Even with their species on its knees, people seemed preoccupied with killing their fellow humans. It grew colder as they headed northwest, and in any case, there wasn't enough room for all three of them to sleep in the pickup, so they'd been forced to risk breaking into homes and motels to find shelter at night. Mostly their only company had been the former occupants, but twice they'd disturbed living people and on one of those occasions had spent the night with them. These travelers were moving east and, like the man he'd met at the hotel near Minneapolis, were answering the summons from D.C. They reported rumors of landings on the West Coast, though to Solly they sounded like campfire tales since nothing definite had been confirmed. It was enough, however, to make his unease at continuing to move west grow. The sooner he was on the road east and south, the better. They'd been making good progress on U-181 and were looking out for a farmhouse on the other side of Livingstone, MT, when the snowstorm hit. The main road became impassable a few miles on as a huge drift of snow had accumulated between the cars, and Solly had been forced to turn south, hoping that the pickup would have the grip and weight to push its way through until they found shelter. Suddenly, the back wheels started spinning, and the car slid sideways towards whatever lay under the edge of the road. Solly cried out, stabbed his foot down on the brake, then up again as he realized he was making things worse. The left side of the car dropped, and Solly gave it some gas in the hope of propelling up the slight slope, but all that achieved was for the truck's wheels to spin and send it further down. "What do we do?" Ross said. "Stay in the truck." "Maybe, but we'd have to leave the engine running all night and we're already light on fuel," Solly said. "I'm going to get out and take a look." He pushed open the driver's door, heaving against gravity as it tried to close on him, got one foot out and then slid the rest of his body through the narrow gap. Sure enough, the truck had slid down a slight incline and had turned 180 degrees. There was no way to get it out until the snow stopped. Solly clambered back onto the road and scanned in both directions. The light was nearly gone, and the air full of wet, driving snow, but he could see the unmistakable outline of a roof set against the deep black of the mountains. He pulled the car door open again and looked inside. "There's a building up ahead. I'll go check it out and come back for you." "Like heck you will," Wally said from the back seat. "That'd mean covering the distance 3 times instead of just the once. I say we stick together." "But I can't tell how far it is. It could be half a mile or it could be 3 times that." Wally zipped his coat up and pulled his woolly hat down around his ears. "Then we'd best be getting on with it. The sooner we're inside, the sooner we can light a fire. My bones are chillin', and we haven't gone anywhere yet." "What do we take with us?" Ross asked as he fastened his coat. "Packs." Solly nodded. "Yeah, but just one each." "I'll take Allison." He pulled the cylinder from the glove box and tucked it inside his jacket before sealing himself in again. "Are we ready?" Solly would have been the first to admit he was a southern softy. Brought up in Texas, even the occasional snowfall in New York had come as a shock. Visiting cold places on vacation was one thing, having to live in them quite another. But the numbing cold that was seeping into his limbs, as the light began to fail, was beyond anything he could have imagined. They shuffled along like emperor penguins in a nature documentary, navigating more by hint and gut than by line of sight. They covered the first half quickly enough, though all three were chilled to the bone. Suddenly Wally gave a cry and Solly sensed him falling. Ross, who'd been behind the old man, had stuck out his hands but had been taken down too. Solly could see them as nothing more than dark shapes moving against the slight iridescence of the snow. "Are you okay?" Ross was saying. He'd gotten onto his knees, and was leaning over the old man who was groaning in pain. "My ankle," he moaned. "Twisted it, I reckon." Solly cursed, put down his pack, and helped Ross to get Hammond to his feet. It was immediately obvious that he wouldn't be able to walk unaided. "I'm sorry, boys," Hammond said. "I'm just a stupid old man who doesn't look where he's going." "It could have happened to any of us," Solly responded. "We'll have to leave our packs here and come back for them once you're inside." "No, I can manage. Just find me something to use as a stick, will you?" Solly and Ross grabbed his upper arms and began moving slowly forward again. "We've got no time, we have to get under cover." His face felt like a solid block of ice, and he was convinced they'd become disorientated and headed in the wrong direction when he saw the outline of a roof to their left. "Thank God," he said as he pointed it out to Ross. They were practically carrying Hammond now. The old man seemed drowsy and incapable of putting one foot in front of the other. Solly's arms ached, and he could barely feel his feet now as they trudged toward the hope of somewhere to rest. The light had totally gone before Ross walked into a closed front gate with a yell. "Don't tell me you've sprained something too," Solly snapped. "I'm fine," Ross responded, opening the gate, his breath hissing through his teeth as he fought the pain. "We've got to move fast," Solly said. "Wally needs warmth." Ross picked up the pace. "He's not the only one, I've got no feeling in my hands." They walked up the long drive, the snow accumulating against the house, making every step harder than the last. Solly only knew they'd reached the front door because the darkness there was complete, and he left Wally hanging on to Ross while he used his arms to shovel the snow aside. He felt for the door handle, but it didn't turn in his hand. "Can you shoot out the lock?" Ross called. "I can't see to shoot anything," Solly said. He moved along the wall until he found a window, and with a huge swing of his boots he smashed it before clearing the debris. It was utterly black inside, and he recoiled from the unmistakable odor of decay that violated the fresh snow-filled air. But it was now a case of put up with the stink or die, so he stepped inside, his boots crunching on broken glass, and pulled the flashlight from his pocket. They were inside a living area that had been built around a brick and stone fireplace that lay dark and dead, but promising warmth. And it was so good to be out of the freezing wind. Solly opened the front door and helped Ross inside. "It stinks," the boy said. "But it's not so cold," Solly responded. "Here, help me get him onto the couch, and I'll see if I can get the fire started." The hearth was full of the ash from the night the previous occupants had died, so Solly swept it away and stacked some logs into a pyramid shape before reaching for the firelighters. "You want to use some kindling on the bottom," croaked a voice from behind him. "You're awake then," Solly said without turning around. "Now we've done all the hard work." Ross, who'd been holding the flashlight, made his way over to Hammond. "He's shivering, Sol." "Pile on some more throws," Solly said, gesturing behind him. So far it looked as though they'd struck lucky here. These folks had been prepared for snowfall, and their uninvited guests would be reaping the benefits. "Will you head upstairs and find the bodies?" "They're probably in the bedroom. Shut the door so we can breathe." "No, leave the flashlight here." "How am I supposed to find which room they're in?" Ross said, sounding every bit the teenager he was. "Follow your nose." By the time Ross returned, the living room was filled with dancing amber light. Solly was using a painting he'd taken from the wall to block up the window he'd smashed. "They were in the master bedroom," Ross said quietly. "And one of the smaller rooms. I think it might have been a baby's room." Solly sighed, turned, and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Sorry, son. But the smell's lessened already, and I reckon we can stand it now. Come on, let's see what supplies they had in the kitchen." 5 minutes of searching yielded a few cans of vegetable soup, which Solly poured into a saucepan and held over the fire for a few seconds before his hand burned. "From one extreme to the other," he said, before nestling the saucepan to the side of the hearth to warm up gently. "I'm going to get our packs," he said. "Now." Solly shook his head. "No, but when the sun comes up, I don't want anyone else stumbling on them. Doesn't look as though these folks have been disturbed since the long dark, but if someone finds 3 packs in the snow, they're going to figure out where we went pretty quickly. You stay here and watch over Wally." It was still dark when Solly awoke, but he sensed that dawn wasn't far off. He felt warm and comfortable, and even the smell from upstairs had largely dissipated. Either that or he'd gotten used to it. The last thing he wanted to do right now was go out into the cold again, but it had to be done. He'd made up a bed on the couch opposite the one Hammond was snoring on, while Ross slept in a padded armchair covered in the blankets that littered the living area. With a sigh, he emerged from his nest and walked over to the remnants of the fire which he stoked back to life, dropping on a couple of logs to keep the place warm for his return. Solly looked out of the window into the deep gray pre-dawn. The snow had stopped, thank heavens, and he felt his spirits lighten a little. He put his boots on, wrapped himself up in his coat, and pulled his fur-lined hat down before opening the door and, as quickly as possible, shutting it again. A few inches of snow had been left on the outside of the door, but there was no sign of any footprints approaching the house. He headed for the gate and pushed it open. The air was still and almost silent, the only sound the chatter of birds in the bushes to either side. There was only one route they could have taken, and it looked as though they'd been pretty lucky, as they'd clearly walked along a straight and flat drive to reach the house. He turned back when he was halfway along, and saw that their shelter was a 2-story cabin that looked, to him, like a holiday retreat rather than part of a working farm. He planned to rest up for the day and assess Wally's condition, though he hoped to be able to free the pickup from the ditch before it got dark. He'd feel a whole lot more comfortable with a means of escape parked on the drive. There they were. The packs had been left under a tree and the top half of the pile stood out black against the snow. He turned his head quickly, sensing movement in his peripheral vision. It might have been a bird, but he didn't think so, too low down. Solly picked up his pace, pausing a few feet away when he saw that one of the packs had been ripped open and its contents scattered. Foil ration packs had been ripped open and around it all paw prints. He drew his handgun and scanned the bushes. Nothing was moving. Solly stepped forward and lifted the 2 unbroken packs by their handles, swinging one onto his back and holding the other in his free hand. The 3rd pack, the one belonging to Ross, would have to stay here, as he needed to keep his gun hand free. He went to head off and found his way back blocked. A large black dog padded into view and stood growling at him. The dog was flanked on one side by a German shepherd, and on the other by what looked for all the world like a wolf. Shapes detached themselves from the early morning shadows and took up positions around him. These were no longer the beloved pets of the people who'd lived here. They were entirely feral, and Solly saw unmistakable hunger in their eyes as saliva dripped onto the snowy path. He pointed the handgun at the lead dog. Perhaps if he shot it, the others would scatter. But they didn't give him time. A shape leaped from his right, lunging for Solly's arm. He screamed as its teeth dug in deep and the others were upon him, forcing him to the ground. Solly kicked furiously at the black dog and was able finally to shake off the one that had grabbed his arm. He swung the weapon around to point at it, but he couldn't close his fingers on the trigger. They felt like they belonged to someone else entirely. So he used the handgun as a club, thrashing away with arms and legs as the dogs tried to move close enough to attack. The big black dog finally evaded his kicks and leaped onto him, straddling his chest. Solly cried out as spittle covered his face and the beast's jaws descended. There was a sudden crack, and the dog fell forward onto Solly, pushing him into the quickly reddening snow. Another crack, and the dog to his right had been taken out. And then the animals were running, pursued by shots as they tried to escape. Solly grimaced as he felt his arm where the teeth had penetrated. A hand appeared in his line of sight and he looked up. "I thought I told you to stay behind." "Just as well I didn't," Ross said, reloading the shotgun with a smile. Chapter 3. Bella. Bella watched as the dusty saloon slowed to a halt, and Al walked forward to talk to the driver. Though she was now used to the routine, she hated to see her father expose himself to such danger. The barrel of a gun poked through the half-open window, and Al raised his hands to show he was unarmed. "Take it easy," he said, coming to a halt a few yards from the door. "We're friendly. If you want to just drive on, we won't stop you." But if you're interested in a trade, then pull over. Keep your weapon if you want. Al had changed the layout of the barricade so that there was an obvious escape route. Anyone who wanted could veer off to the right and accelerate away, so it stood to reason that if they chose to drive up to where he stood, they wanted something. It was a far cry from the setup Skulls had employed when they'd first met him here. The first she'd known was the banging of the tires as they were shredded by his trap. They'd returned to the little community at the intersection for want of any other plan after rescuing Maddie. She was kept out of sight along with Luke, who'd revealed himself to be the son of the president of the TLX. Bella, Al, and Skulls had agreed that their best plan was to lie low for a few days as the roads were likely being watched, but they still hadn't decided what to do to keep Maddie safe. Staying here in the long term wasn't an option, as the TLX would be spreading this way soon enough, but they couldn't agree on where it would be best to go. So they stayed here for now. The door opened and a woman got out, still pointing the gun at Al's chest. "I got nothing to trade," she said, "but my baby needs milk. Do you have any formula?" Al called across to Bella. "This here's my daughter Bella, she'll see to you." Bella's chest tightened as the gun swung towards her when she came into view. She understood the suspicion, but was acutely aware that this woman was on the edge of a breakdown and didn't want to be in the line of fire when it happened. "What's your name?" Bella asked. The woman seemed to have to think about it for a moment, as if struggling to recall. "Alex," she said as she lowered the weapon nervously. "I'm not going to hurt you," Bella responded. "I know it's tough to trust people these days, but we're not in the business of hijacking cars. We've got enough of our own." She smiled and gestured at the car dealership behind her with its rows of vehicles displaying their now irrelevant sale prices. "Look, I'll get you some formula. If you don't want to come with me, then you can be on your way." "No," Alex said, her shoulders sagging. She went around to the other side of the car and lifted out a young child. As she woke the baby, she began to grumble, and then the tears began to flow. "She needs milk. I found some cow's milk, but it didn't agree with her. She's getting so thin." Bella looked at the child. She looked to be around 6 months old with pale skin and short blonde curls, in sharp contrast to Alex's Mediterranean complexion and tied-back black hair. "Where did you find her?" For a moment, Alex's face clouded over, as if Bella was questioning her right to the child. But it passed as quickly as it had arrived. "I heard her crying when I was scavenging, 2 days after it happened. I couldn't leave her." "What's her name?" Alex shrugged. "I don't know what her birth name is, but I call her Shirley." "As in Temple?" Smiling, Alex gave a little nod. "Not very original, I know. Let's go get you both some food." Alex, Bella, Al, and Skulls sat at a desk that had been dragged out of one of the offices and set with 2 others to form the long table they used for eating at. There were a dozen souls in the community here, and Al insisted that they all came together for an evening meal. Skulls and his crew were sent out in 2s and 3s to scavenge for food and supplies, which were used to sustain the group and for trade. Alex had shrunk away when Skulls had arrived. He was a fearsome-looking man, bald-headed with a blonde beard and a distinctive skull tattoo on his cheek. He'd softened his appearance a little since Bella had first met him, and he had a disarming way about him that meant Alex relaxed within a few minutes as he fussed over the baby, who was now greedily emptying her second bottle. "What's it like out there?" Bella said. "Grim," Alex said, keeping her eyes on the suckling child. "I come from Houston, but wasn't there the night it all happened. When I went back, it was a burning pocket of hell. The whole city had gone." Alex shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't stay long enough to find out. I guess it can't have all been destroyed, but my home was gone. I guess my partner died that night. I never heard from him. My parents lived just outside the city. They were dead too." She reeled this off in a robotic voice, as if she were reading someone else's testimony. "But I found this little one as I was about to leave, and all I've been thinking about since then is keeping her safe. There was this little community called Buck's Horn, to the west of here. We stayed there a while, but it got raided. We thought they'd come to help, but they just took everything we had and lots of folk went with them." Bella stroked the woman's back. "Who were they, do you know?" "The new government in these parts. The TLX, they call themselves. They brought military trucks and something like a tank, and we thought they were distributing aid, but they stole our supplies and said anyone who wanted a safe place to sleep that night should get onto the trucks. Most folk did." "Well, I guess it depends on what price you want to pay for safety," Bella said. "I've been there, inside their territory, and I don't plan on going back." Alex gave a little smile. "I made the right call then, for me and Shirley. We wandered from place to place and ended up here. I ran out of formula days ago, and she just throws up cow's milk, so I was going to see if I could scavenge some." "You don't need to. Take all you want," Bella said. "Thank you. I'm heading east, away from the TLX. I've seen them on the roads south of here, so I reckon it won't be long before you see them too." Al exchanged glances with Bella. "Let's see if they're saying anything on the radio," he said before getting up and switching on the black box on the counter. Whereabouts of the kidnappers. The president's son was abducted from his home, and his location is currently unknown. The administration is offering a reward of $10,000 and guaranteed citizenship for intelligence, leading to the recovery of Lucas Murphy. Anyone found harboring those responsible or who hinder the return of Lucas Murphy will be punished severely. Bella offered Alex a bed for the night, but after a shower and a change of clothes, she elected to move on and get some miles between her and the TLX before nightfall. Bella watched as she drove up onto the highway and headed east. "We can't delay any longer," she said to Al as Alex disappeared among the abandoned cars and they made their way back to the settlement. "Well, Bertha's ready when you are," he responded. "Bertha? Is that what you're calling the RV?" A smile spread across his face. "Sure, why not? She's got to have a name." "But why Bertha?" "I knew a Bertha once," he said. "Fine figure of a woman. She could crack walnuts between her thighs." Bella put her arm around her father. "TMI, Dad, TMI." They returned to the makeshift canteen to find Skulls sitting down and talking to a big man in faded blue denims. Helm had been the right-hand man in Skull's operation before Al had arrived, and he'd been a sullen presence ever since. Skulls arranged for him and his partner to be out scavenging as much as possible. "Ah, you are here," Helm said. Despite having been a U.S. citizen for over 20 years, his German accent was still unmistakable. "Please sit down." "What's going on?" Bella said to Skulls as she took her seat. The big man simply shook his head slowly. The door opened and Maddie walked in, looking as pale as a ghost, followed by Luke, who had his hands on his head. The lean figure of another of Skull's gang was leading them in at gunpoint. Come in," Helm said, pulling a handgun from his pocket and waving the newcomers to the table. "Now my friend Buster is here, we have the complete party." Skulls went to get up, but Helm pressed the barrel of the gun to his forehead. "Just give me an excuse," he spat. "Oh, how I would love to spray your brains over the wall, but they want you all alive for questioning. If you resist, however, my finger might slip." "What have you done, you schmuck?" Al said, pointing a bony finger at Helm. "Keep your mouth shut, Jude," Helm said. "You think you are so clever, do you not? Making your little community. Showing how much people can achieve when they work together. Well, you are a fool. It is dog eat dog. Every man for himself." Helm turned to Buster, who was hovering by the door, his gun sweeping the room. "Get the radio. Tell them we are ready." "Tell who?" Bella asked. "Your friends in the TLX. $10,000 in citizenship, you heard the broadcast. We met them on our last scavenging trip, and they were very cooperative. You'll fit right in." Buster came back into the room and handed the radio handset to Helm. "I didn't tell you to bring it here, idiot. I said to let them know." "I don't like speaking into it," Buster responded in a voice that seemed far too deep and labored for such a small frame. Helm rolled his eyes, swapped the gun to his other hand, and pressed the call button. Raging Bull, this is Berliner, do you receive? The response came through almost instantly. This is Raging Bull. Do you have the package? Over. Yes, all secure and ready for collection, over. Acknowledged. We will send a retrieval unit. Estimated arrival time, 15-10 hours. Out. Bella looked up at the clock on the wall. They would arrive in just over 20 minutes. She glanced at Skulls, who was tensing himself, but Helm was pointing the gun directly at his temple. It was Luke who acted first. With the speed of a striking cobra, he leaped backwards out of his chair, sending it flying as he threw himself at Buster. Helm swung the gun round, and as he moved, Skulls rose like an avenging angel, grabbing his arm. A gunshot rang out, but Bella didn't turn to look as she was on top of Buster, battling to keep his weapon pinned to the floor. Luke had been thrown off, his mouth bleeding, and Maddie helped him to his feet as another crack and the room filled with the smell of burning sulfur. Luke kicked the gun out of Buster's hands, picked it up and stood over him. Al was pointing Helm's gun at the German's head, as blood spread over the carpet. Skulls, are you all right? Bella said, kneeling beside the big man. He was gripping his leg and grimacing. I'll survive, he responded through gritted teeth. He rolled onto his front, and with Bella's help got up and staggered over to where Buster lay, looking up at the barrel of the gun in Luke's hand. He spat at the man, added a few choice curses, and took the Ruger from Luke. Don't kill him in cold blood, Bella said as Skulls aimed. Oh, I don't mean to, not just yet, Skulls responded. This piece of filth is going to patch me up. I can do that. Skulls turned quickly to her. No, you must go. There is no time. What are you going to do? Buster and I are going to lead them away, give you a chance to escape. The man on the floor shook his head. Unless he wants me to shoot him now, Skulls added. I can't let you do that, Bella said. If they catch you, they'll string you up. He smiled at her. They won't catch me. But you must go now. I will meet you if I can. Your father knows where. Now go. Skulls pushed her away and she followed Al out of the door. The old man nodded to Skulls and Luke shook his hand before going. The last to leave was Maddie. Skulls flushed as she kissed him on the cheek. Bertha started up on the first attempt. There was no time for a pre-flight check. They all piled inside and Al immediately pulled out of the dealership lot and headed east, following the highway but not taking it just yet. Through the rear camera, Bella could see Skulls running across the lot, pushing Buster ahead of him. She strained to see any sign of their pursuers and prayed Skulls would get away, though she knew he would leave it as late as possible, so the TLX soldiers were sure to follow him. He was a brave man, and she had no idea why he was prepared to take this risk for them. She felt a lump in her throat and hoped to see him again. With a lurch, the RV swerved to avoid an abandoned car. Two men appeared from behind it, guns raised, though they didn't shoot. Darn it, Al said. They'll tell their buddies which direction we've gone in. Time to take a detour. He took the first turning he came to. Isn't this going south? Yep, that's the way I want them to think we've gone. We'll get back on our right road as soon as we can. I just hope by the time they pick up the trail, it'll have gone cold. Bella looked back at Maddie and Luke, who were huddled in each other's arms on the bench seat behind them, and prayed that Skulls could lead the enemy away for long enough for them to make a clean escape. How far would the TLX pursue the president's son? They weren't going to give up, that was for sure. But the U.S. was a big place, and the further they went, the better the chance they had. Chapter 4. Solly. Solly's arm stung like hell, but he was at least now starting to warm up. He lay on the couch opposite Wally's as Ross finished wrapping the wound. There, he said. It probably needs stitches, but... It's all right. Thanks. But you shouldn't have come after me. Ross shrugged as he got to his feet. If I hadn't, you'd be dog food. True. Good shooting, by the way, Solly said as he watched the boy walk into the kitchen. I'm going to go back to the car and get the rest of our stuff, Ross said. Can't just leave it all out there waiting to be stolen. And anyway, I want the stove. we're not going anywhere today, and I want something to warm these cans up on. Solly hauled himself up on his elbows, wincing. Are you insane? I've just been attacked by feral dogs. A couple of them were wolves, I reckon? And wolves. When we go out again, we do it in a group. Ross shrugged. I'm going to wait until noon and I'll take care. Quit worrying, I've got this. Absolutely not. You can't do this on your own. That's final. Ross stormed back into the living room. Get lost. You're always telling me what I can't do. Even though I just saved your butt. Solly's mouth opened and closed as he found he had no response to this outburst. Ross had never behaved like this before. He'd always seemed to be an even-tempered boy. And then Solly cast his mind back to when he'd first met Ross. He'd wondered when the dam would burst. Look, I don't want you to put yourself in harm's way for the sake of a few bits of camping gear. It's our stuff. It's all we've got, and I'm not leaving it for someone to steal. I'll come with you then. Ross shook his head. No. You've lost a lot of blood. Ross, don't go. The boy got up and headed towards the kitchen. You don't get to tell me what to do, you're not my dad, he said in a calm voice that cut Solly to the bone. Ross opened the far door and went into the conservatory. It was cold, but it had one big advantage: Solly wasn't there. Solly watched from an upstairs window as Ross trudged off along the snow-filled lane. It had taken every ounce of his remaining strength to clear the master bedroom of its 2 former occupants. He'd only managed by repeatedly running back outside to inhale fresh air. He wrapped the bed blankets around the 2 bodies that, even in the cool Montana climate, were barely recognizable as those of once living beings. Then he rolled them up and, grimacing with disgust, lifted each into the ensuite bathroom before shutting the inner door and opening all the windows. The mattress was violated by deep black stains, and the room would need a deep clean if it was ever to be habitable again, but for now it was bearable. Solly lifted the hunting rifle and used the sight to keep an eye on Ross. He had to admire the boy. It had been Ross who'd found the rifles in a cabinet in the back room, and Solly knew that without that stroke of luck he'd be dead now. He felt so protective of Ross and wanted desperately to go with him, but he also recognized that this was something Ross needed to do alone. The incapacitation of the 2 adults had given the boy an opportunity to be a man. Solly only hoped he survived his initiation. Ross went out of sight just past the point where the dogs had attacked. Even from here, Solly could see the red stain in the snow and the dark marks he knew to be the bodies of the animals. The snow had now stopped falling completely, and there was a fresh brightness to the air that would, under normal circumstances, have been delightful. But these weren't normal circumstances, not remotely, and so he stood, rubbing his hands and stamping as he waited for Ross to reappear. He was within an ace of running out into the snow after Ross when his head finally appeared around the bend. The boy looked unharmed and was carrying one of the packs from the back of the pickup, so he'd obviously found the truck. There was no sign of the dogs, so Solly put the rifle down and watched Ross make his way towards the house. Then he noticed Ross wasn't carrying his gun. A figure appeared around the corner, walking 20 yards or so behind Ross and holding his rifle. Ross stopped without turning around, responding presumably to a called command, and waited for the figure to catch up with him. They walked together now, far too close for Solly to risk a shot even if he'd wanted to. He knew nothing about this person except that he or she had Ross as a hostage. Solly ran downstairs and woke Wally up. "We've got trouble," he said before explaining what he'd seen. "Can you move?" "I reckon." Solly was going to suggest the old man find somewhere to hide in the hope he could surprise Ross's captor, but he couldn't think of a hiding place that wouldn't mean Wally freezing to death. No, they'd have to play it straight. He heard Ross calling from outside. "What's going on?" Solly responded. "She wants to come in," Ross said in a defeated voice. "She says she wants to talk to us." "Then get her to drop her weapon," Solly said. "I don't think so," a female voice called. "Stand back from the door and make no aggressive moves." The door opened and Ross stepped inside. His face was pale and drawn, his expression one of mute apology as he stood on the threshold before moving to one side. A figure in a dark brown coat and fur-rimmed hat followed him cautiously inside. "Hands where I can see them," she said, her words seeming to come from within the folds of her coat. She was so deeply wrapped, Solly couldn't make out her face, though he instinctively knew she was relatively young and quite obviously trained in firearms. Solly, Ross and Wally moved to stand beside the hearth as the woman shut the door, keeping them covered constantly, and stood opposite them. "You have a device that I am interested in. It is shaped like a cylinder. Where is it?" This was the last thing Solly had expected to hear. He'd assumed she was an opportunistic bandit, but now it seemed she was a Lee Corporation operative. "I don't know what you're talking about," Solly said, wondering how they could possibly have been traced here. "Don't lie to me. I know it's here, and your boy as much as admitted it." "I did not," Ross said indignantly. "She had a gun to my head, and I said she should ask you about it." The woman pulled back her hood to expose a pretty Latino face framed by deep brown hair. "I knew from your reaction when I mentioned the device, if you didn't have it, you would have been confused by the question. All I saw was surprise and shock. Now tell me where it is." "Who wants to know?" Solly asked. "That is none of your concern. I'm holding the gun, after all. No more pretense. You have the device, bring it out before I lose patience." "What happens then?" The woman shrugged. "I start shooting." Solly shook his head. His instincts had been wrong many times, but this time he was certain. If she was truly from the Lee Corporation, at least one of them would be dead by now. "No, I don't think you will." "You think because I'm a woman I won't shoot? I've done it before." "I believe you've killed before," Solly said, his conviction growing, "but not in cold blood. I don't see it in you. Frankly, your best chance of getting what you want is to be honest with us." He stepped forward, hand outstretched. "My name's Solly Masters," he said. "Good grief, is that a sheriff's badge?" Her coat had swung open a little to reveal a flash of gold. She sighed, lowered her weapon and said, "My name is Paulina Ramos. I'm Sheriff of Arbroath." For the second time that day, Solly had found himself unable to speak. Arbroath had been their destination. Was this woman the person they were expected to hand the device over to? Or was she a fake? She'd put her gun down, so that at least was progress, and they were sitting on the couch as Ross boiled a camping kettle in the kitchen. Solly could tell that this woman, Polly, knew much less about the true nature of the device than he did. She claimed that she'd been sent by its owner to reunite it with the key she carried. At this, she pulled out a credit card-sized photo ID and showed him the reverse. "This fits into the device somehow. Makes it fully functional and more able to protect itself." "I honestly don't know, Solly. I was told to find you, activate the device, and return with it to Arbroath." "Seems to me you've been kept in the dark as much as we have," Solly said. "Who is this person you're giving it to?" Polly shifted uncomfortably on the couch. "He calls himself Pastor Smith. He came into the town when we were rebuilding, and he's helped us. People follow him." "What do you mean he calls himself Pastor Smith? Is he a fake?" "He wouldn't be the first we've come across." Again, Polly seemed reluctant to answer. In the end, she sighed and handed over the photo ID card. Solly flipped it over to see a handsome, smiling face. "What the? You've got Scott Lee's ID? Where did you get it from?" "From Scott Lee. But he's dead. I saw it on TV. He died just before people started dropping." Polly shook her head. "I know. He faked his own death because he knew he was expected to die. His wife had arranged it." "What? Annabelle Lee killed him?" "Annabelle Lee killed everyone," Polly said. "Scott isn't certain she intended to, but he knows she meant to take him with her." Ross called from the kitchen where he'd been standing open-mouthed at the news. "Like a pharaoh. Killing their followers to serve them in the afterlife. It's insane." "Not as crazy as murdering billions of people," Solly said. "I just can't believe she'd intended to do that." Wally cleared his throat. I know I'm just a stupid, out-of-touch old man, but can someone tell me who in the name of Moses is Annabelle Lee? The cylinder sat on the coffee table. They'd spent long enough talking for Solly to be convinced that Polly was genuine, at least to the extent that she believed what she'd been told. Whether any of them could trust Scott Lee was another question entirely, but Solly's entire mission had been to go to Arbroath, and it could hardly be a coincidence that this was where Lee had ended up. Khaled and Neil had intended for the device to be given to him, and Solly only had his trust that their plans were for the good of humanity to go on. But then, that had been true from the beginning. As for Polly, he might have been acting like a naive fool, but everything about her checked out. Had she been working for the Lee Corporation, she'd have called in a copter as soon as she'd established where they were. No, if this woman wasn't genuine, then he'd never trust his instincts again. Or was it just that he wanted her to take the device off his hands? After all, that was what she was asking for, and if he gave it to her, he'd be able to immediately head back east and south. The farmhouse was calling, and so was Texas. He pulled the cylinder out and laid it on its side. Lee told me it would be in a protective shield, Ramos said, looking at him doubtfully. It was opened up by a scientist at Lackland Air Force Base. He created this thin sheath to block out its radio signal, but somehow she knew you were coming. She warned us. This cylinder contains an AI called Allison. I accidentally activated it. You what? Scott told me it would be sealed. He gave me instructions on how to open it, and he said I absolutely shouldn't wake it up. That was for him to do. Solly shrugged. Well, I'm afraid it's too late for that now. He touched the activation switch. Allison, meet Polly. The cyan eye swept across the display. I cannot see very well. Sorry, I've had to leave the sheath on. We're not underground. Polly, who was gaping at the cylinder with its roving blue pixelated eye, leaned forward to look at it more closely. Good grief, I had no idea. Hello, Polly. Hello, Allison. Do you have the key? Yes, I do. Good. What is it? She's like an empty box, Solly said to Polly. She has intelligence but very little knowledge. She asks questions every time we wake her up. Polly got the ID card out, and as she brought it close to the cylinder, a red and blue pulsing light formed a rectangular shape on its end. I guess I put it there, she said. Instantly, the lights began flickering rapidly and Allison's display went dark. It looks as though it's transferring data, Solly said. After a few seconds, the flashing lights slowed to a gentle pulse before going out entirely. The cyan eye reappeared in the display. I am ready to go now, Polly. I must be taken to my creator. Solly sighed. It almost felt like a graduation ceremony, as if he was watching his child make the transition to adulthood before forging their own path, leaving their family behind. He was also mightily relieved. The die had been cast, and he, Ross, and Wally could go their own way again. After a few moments of reflective sadness, he got up and gestured to the others. Come on, let's get packing. I'll see Polly back to her car and bring the truck so we can set off in the morning. Polly lifted the cylinder from the table. How do you deactivate it? You tell her to go to sleep. Allison, go to sleep. I'm sorry, Polly, but I can't do that. Only Father can send me to sleep. He reads to me. But we're going to see your creator. He'll tell you a story, Polly said, plainly uncomfortable with having a conversation like this with a machine. I'm sorry, Polly. I can't go anywhere without my father. He must stay with me always. Chapter 5. Bella. Bella opened the door of the RV to let in the cool morning air, stepped down onto the asphalt, and drew in a deep breath. Even in January, Huntsville State Park was majestic. Their campsite was surrounded by tall trees bare of leaves, and in the distance, she could see the lake shimmering as the sun rose behind her. Bella was an urbanite through and through. Solly had tentatively suggested once or twice that they should experience nature, but one of the few things they shared in common was a love of the little luxuries of life. She realized, however, as she gazed out on the forest, that she'd missed out on something truly special. And all it had taken was an apocalypse for her to learn this lesson. But they couldn't stay here for long. Al and Skulls had agreed that this would be their rendezvous point if they got separated, but they were still too close to TLX-controlled territory for comfort, so if Skulls didn't turn up today, they'd have to go on without him. Where to, though? "Morning, Mom," Maddie said, yawning as she stood on the top step. "Lovely here, isn't it?" Bella glanced at her daughter. Maddie had a beauty that was somehow enhanced by having bed hair and a just-woken-up look. Bella, on the other hand, felt she was the sort of person who cleaned up nicely, but in between was the definition of nondescript. "The air's definitely a bit fresher out here," she said. "Sharing a small RV with two men is not the most fragrant experience." Maddie came down to stand beside her mother and gaze out on the treescape. Pops was snoring all night. It was bad enough for me, but I don't suppose Luke slept a wink. Bella and Maddie had taken the overcab double bed, while Luke had been consigned to the upper bunk, directly above Al. "Are we going to wait a while longer for Skulls?" Bella shook her head sadly. "We have to be away from here by mid-afternoon at the latest, so we can find somewhere safe to lay over." "Where are we going to go?" "That's the $64,000 question. Go and wake up your grandfather and Luke. We need to decide." Al flipped the last of the bacon between two sides of a bread roll and handed it to Luke. Both meat and bread had been found in one of Skull's scavenging raids. The bacon, though way beyond its consumption date, had smelled fine, and the part-baked bread warmed through in the RV's little oven was too good a combination to miss out on. Bella swallowed the last mouthful of her roll and wiped her face. She'd often flirted with vegetarianism, but it was bacon that proved to be her Achilles heel each time. She'd also been obsessive about only eating food that was within its date, but that had gone completely out of the window after the apocalypse. These days, smell and taste were her diagnostic tools. "Seems to me we have two main choices," Al said as he sipped his coffee at the little camping table. "We either go back to the beach house, where we stand at least a chance of hiding out, or we head away north. But then do we go to the East Coast or the West?" "I'd like to go back to Crystal Beach. It was nice there." "You'd like it, Luke," Maddie said. Luke returned her smile. "I'm sure I would, but is it safe there?" "I guess that depends on how determined your father is to find you," Al said. Luke's face dropped. "He'll never stop." "He loves you," Bella said. "If my kids were abducted, nothing would stop me from going after them." She flinched at these words a little. She had, after all, abandoned her son to the care of the TLX military, with only Nathan to watch over him. "It's not love," Luke responded. "Well, I guess he does love me in his own way, but I've barely seen anything of him. He was in the military until last year, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, places like that. No, it's his pride that'll keep him going. The official story will be that I was abducted, but he knows I wasn't happy with what he was doing or what he had planned for me. Though, to be honest, I almost went along with it when I met Maddie." He glanced at Maddie, and the two exchanged a smile that banished any lingering questions Bella had about how they felt about each other. Another complication. "So, you don't think he'll give up?" Luke shook his head. "Then we have to get away. Crystal Beach is too close to TLX territory. He's bound to look there eventually. The question is, where do we head?" "Now, what do we have here?" a drawling voice said. Bella spun round, almost falling out of her chair, to see two men who'd emerged from behind the RV and were now standing, their shotguns locked and loaded. "Stay still, cowboy," the first man said, swinging his weapon towards Luke as the boy went to get up. He was a well-built man wearing black denim pants and leather boots. He touched his wide-brimmed hat in mocking salute. "Howdy, folks. We was just camped over on the other side of the lake, and guess what we smelled? I said to Tux here, 'Is that bacon I can smell?' And sure enough, here we are." The other man, a short, scruffy African-American with a baseball cap on his bald head, smiled and nodded. I didn't believe it. Ain't had bacon in years. They don't serve it in walls. I said to Clint, we must be dreamin'. But we weren't. Now where is it? The first man, Clint said. Al shrugged. We ate it all, fellas. Now why don't you put the guns down, and I'll see what I can fix for you. I don't think so, old man. I reckon we'll take a look for ourselves. We just about run out of provisions, and it looks as though you'll be savin' us a trip into town. Bella watched as the first man climbed the steps. Tux watched them, listening to the sounds of rummaging from inside. Nice. Clint could be heard calling. His head appeared in the doorway. Know what? I reckon this is a nicer outfit than ours, and it ain't had no dead in it neither. Only question is, what do we do with these kind folks? Al tensed as Tux, who'd moved around to the door as Clint was speaking, came within arm's reach. Bella watched as he and Luke exchanged meaningful glances. Then, with a speed she could hardly have imagined him capable of, he reached up and grabbed Tux's weapon. At the same moment, Luke leaped at Clint, who was now on the bottom step, pushing him sideways. Run, Al called, and Bella grabbed Maddie's arm and flew blindly into the undergrowth. A shot rang out and she almost turned, but that would take her daughter back into danger, so she ran into the trees, cursing the fact that winter had stripped the forest of most of its cover. Come back here. It was Clint's voice behind them. Splinters exploded out of the trunk of a tree, and Bella slapped her hand to her face only to bring it away bloody. Mom. Are you all right? Bella stumbled and then pulled on Maddie's hand. Come on, we have to get away. I'm comin' for you. The crooning words echoed through the forest as Bella and Maddie ran on, the only other sounds being the squelching of their feet on rotting leaves. Oh no! Maddie cried, pointing ahead. 100 yards ahead, a creek cut across their path. Bella darted to the left, not waiting until they'd reached the bank, then looked behind to check whether they'd left any tracks. They had, so she stepped back and rustled the leaves, hoping that their hunter wouldn't spot the disturbance. They cut diagonally across, aiming for the creek now so that they'd have something to navigate by. Suddenly, they burst into a clearing, and almost fell over a tent that was half buried by fallen leaves. In the distance, Bella could hear Clint stomping through the forest. He'd guessed right and was on their trail. She ran around to the front of the tent and recoiled, almost stepping back into the creek in her horror. A body lay half in, half out of the tent's opening. It looked as though something had dragged it that far before feasting on it. The upper torso was almost entirely missing, the head nothing more than a hunk of blackened bone on the end of the exposed spine. The lower part had been ripped and what remained had decomposed, so that what had once been a living human being now looked like a pickled prune in tatters. And it stank. A sickly, rich miasma that brought bile into Bella's throat. But it was also the only chance they had. Get in, she hissed, reaching down to widen the opening a little. I'm not going in there, Maddie said, biting back the vomit. Bella responded by climbing in herself and pulling on Maddie's arm. After resisting for a moment, she appeared inside the tent and moved to the furthest point from the feet of the dead man, holding her nose. Bella pulled the zip down as gently as possible, sealing them in. As she moved back, she accidentally knocked one of the corpse's legs and it slid sideways to reveal a wriggling, noisome mass of maggots. She put her hand over her mouth and barely choked back the rising nausea as she sat alongside her trembling daughter. Some of the leaf covering had fallen away, so a dim blue light illuminated the inside of the tent and its grisly montage. They sat together, straining for any sign of Clint. There it was. A tramp of boots on the forest floor. They ceased as Clint emerged into the clearing, then started again as he approached the tent. Goddamn, he called out. There must be some well-fed gators in these parts. Bella and Maddie held their breath. Clint's shadow fell on the tent, and they could see his head looking back and forth as if he was deciding which direction they'd gone in. After seconds that seemed like hours, the shadow moved, and they heard his footsteps stamping around the tent towards the trail that led along the bank of the creek. Silence again. Then, without warning, a knife ripped through the fabric and sliced down. Gotcha! Clint cried in triumph. Like a striking snake, Bella grabbed Clint's arm, wrenched it sideways and sunk her teeth in. With a scream, the weight shifted, and the arm was pulled away. Bella sprang through the rent in the fabric, and landed on Clint as he lay on the floor holding his bleeding arm. Hurling curses at her, he twisted to where his shotgun lay in the grass, and brought it around like a club, slamming into Bella's side before he pointed it at her. "Take this, bitch." "Mom." Maddie burst through the tear behind Bella, and in one desperate movement plunged Clint's knife into his leg. The shotgun jerked upwards, and with a bang that reverberated through the forest, the shot went wide. The gun jumped out of his hands and onto the forest floor. Clint rolled over and over, trying to get away from the women, and gripped his leg to stem the flow of blood. It was no good. By sheer chance, Maddie had cut into his femoral artery. Even if they'd wanted to, there was little chance of saving him. "Go. Wait for me where we left the path," Bella said as she stooped to pick up the discarded gun. Maddie shook her head, looking down at the stricken man. "I killed him." "Go," I said. "Do as you're told for once," Bella yelled, pushing her daughter away. Finally, Maddie stumbled off along the path, and Bella turned to Clint, whose skin was now deathly pale. "Ain't you gonna do nothin' to help me?" he whispered. Bella pumped a shell into the chamber, as Al had shown her, and pointed the gun down at him. "No," she said as he put his hands up to cover his face. "You're going to die, and I'm sorry that has to happen. There are few of us left, but the world will be a better place without you in it. But I don't want my daughter thinking she's a murderer." Bella squeezed the trigger, stepping back as the recoil took her by surprise. The shot had excavated a small crater next to Clint's head, and he looked up at her, tears in his eyes. "Trouble is, neither am I," Bella said. "Look out for the gators." She left him there and ran to join Maddie. They headed back along the track, keeping low once they'd gotten close to where the RV was parked. "Thank God," Bella whispered. Luke and Al were on the ground beside the RV, hands tied behind their backs. Luke's face was covered in bruises, and Al had a bloody streak running down his face, but they were moving, wriggling against their bonds. "At least they're alive." The figure of Tux appeared in the doorway. He walked down the steps, looked at his two prisoners, then scanned the forest. Tux, it seemed, was reluctant to take any action without Clint's say-so. "Can you hit him from this distance?" Maddie said as they hid behind a fallen tree. "Are you kidding me?" Bella said. "It must be 100 yards. I daren't risk it." Maddie gestured at the RV. "You might not have a choice." Tux had stopped scanning the forest and was turning his attention on his prisoners. He swung his boot and Al cried out. As the thug moved beyond her father, Bella saw the blood spread and Al's head dropped as if he'd been kicked unconscious. "I'll have to try," she said. "You stay hidden. If I miss, it'll turn into a firefight." She leaned the shotgun on the trunk and looked along the barrel. She probably only had a couple of rounds left, and her hand shook as she took aim. Breathing deeply, she tried to relax herself. Tux had given Luke a kick for good measure, and was coming back out from the canopy to look for his buddy. It was now or never. Bella held her breath. She had to do it. This man was going to kill her father. But to do it in cold blood. She'd shot someone before, back at the gas station on the first night, but then it had been to protect her children from imminent danger. What was different this time? Nothing. She had to do it. She put her finger on the trigger. A report ripped through the trees and Tux fell sideways in a shower of blood. "You did it, Mom," Maddie said, her voice a mixture of horror and relief. Bella looked up. "No, I didn't," she said. "He did." Maddie followed her pointing arm. "Skulls?" "And he's hurt," Bella said. Chapter 6. It was like arguing with a particularly stubborn teenager. Solly kept his eyes on Polly's taillights, but his mind was on Allison. Today was the second day of their journey to Arbroath, and Solly was beginning to wonder if he truly would be able to get back to his own personal priorities once they'd arrived there. The previous night had been spent in the basement of a large house, where he'd felt confident he could remove Allison from her protective sheath and talk openly. It was easy, so easy to forget that she was anything other than a real person. To him, it felt more like the long arguments he'd had with Maddie as she grew up. Jake had been a little more easygoing, or perhaps Solly found him simpler to understand because he'd once been a teenage boy himself. Dealing with a girl had been tough enough. Dealing with an artificial intelligence, with the personality and maturity of an adolescent female, was proving entirely beyond him. Something had definitely changed when Polly had inserted the key. Some sort of upgrade that had the effect of maturing Allison from young child to adolescent, while at the same time inserting terabytes of data into her, almost as if she'd had in milliseconds 10 years of education. She was the same basic personality when he talked to her, but her depth of knowledge and understanding had increased so that there was very little she needed to ask him anymore. But she would not let him leave her. That was what they kept coming back to. She couldn't physically stop him, of course, and the sort of threats a teenager might use, which in Maddie's case revolved around leaving home and going to live with people who understood her, cut no ice. Solly wanted nothing more than to get rid of the burden and then head back east. He felt the pull of the farmhouse and especially Janice. Beyond that, he knew that he needed to go south and find out once and for all what had happened to his family. Images of the home they'd shared flashed into his mind. He wondered if Bella, Jake, and Maddie were still there, waiting for him to find and bury them. He shook his head and focused on the road ahead. "You okay, Saul?" Ross said. He was sitting in the front while Wally snoozed on the back seat. "Yeah. I'm just not sure how this is all going to work out." "Is it Allison?" Solly glanced across at the boy. "Yep. She says I can't leave her. I'm her father, apparently. But she's only a computer. I mean, you wouldn't worry about leaving an Alexa behind, would you?" "Despite what Amazon might have you believe," Solly said. "Alexa won't save the world. Allison might." Ross shrugged. "I still don't see how. She's just a talking tube." "She? Not it?" "Well, yeah," Ross said, his voice trailing off. "Exactly. Spend 5 minutes talking to Allison and you forget she's not flesh and blood. That's a hard connection to break. And as for how she's going to prevent this supposed second wave, I haven't got a clue. But she is next generation tech, Ross, so she's going to be capable of things we can't imagine. I worked with AI during my app development days, did I tell you?" Ross smiled. "Once or twice." "Well, that stuff was Stone Age compared to Allison. Whoever created her was a bona fide genius. Doesn't sound as though you want to leave her behind. I reckon you've gotten attached, Saul." Solly glanced again at the boy and saw the slight smile. "Very funny. Yes, I would find it difficult to let her go, but I need to get back to the farmhouse." "I miss that place," Ross said wistfully. "But if by leaving her behind I compromise her in some way, so she doesn't work properly or refuses to work, then maybe I've condemned everyone, including our family. Maybe we'll meet the dude who created her when we get to Arbroath? Maybe he'll take over." Solly nodded. "That's what I'm hoping. We need to go home, son." He was half asleep when Polly slammed her brakes on, flooding the gloom with bright red light. Cursing, he watched her get out and look along the road. "What is it?" he said, joining her. "Smoke," she responded, pointing ahead. "Good grief, I think it's coming from Arbroath." Solly could see a thick black column rising into the air ahead of them. It was late in the day, but there was no mistaking it against the darkening sky. "We need to move," Polly said. "If you can't keep up, follow the signs and meet me there. I can't wait for you." With that, she jumped back in her car and was pulling away before Solly made it back into his seat. "What's going on?" Wally said, wide awake now, his rifle resting on his lap. Wally and Ross lurched back as Solly jabbed his foot on the gas and tried to keep up with Polly. He didn't want to get separated, having finally found someone to share the responsibility of Allison with, and he felt that whatever they might encounter in Arbroath, he'd rather do it with Polly by his side. It took 10 minutes to reach the approach road to the town, and there was now no doubt where the smoke was coming from. Polly had parked up and turned to watch as Solly and the others joined her. "I've been away for less than a week. What have they done?" "We'd better go and find out," Solly said, checking his weapon before slipping it back into his inner pocket. "Why not drive in?" Polly shook her head. "Because I don't know who's in charge. It might have been a hit and run, but it might just as well have been a takeover. We've been threatened a couple of times. And Solly, my daughter's in there." "Let's go," Solly said, and the four of them marched along the approach road to the rear barricade. They were within a few hundred yards of the entrance, about where the militia vehicles had parked that day she'd watched them from above, when a voice called from one side. "Sheriff." All four of them went for their weapons. The light had almost entirely gone now, and they didn't dare use flashlights so close to the town, so they were reduced to squinting into the darkness, pointing their guns vaguely in the direction the sound had come from. "Who is it?" "Nikki. Nikki Friedman." Polly turned to the others. "It's okay, she's a deputy." A shape emerged from the gloom by the side of the road. "Thank God you're here, Sheriff," Friedman said, before collapsing into Polly's arms. "It happened yesterday. I've been hiding out here. I just didn't know what to do." "He's dead, Polly." "John. He held them off while a few of us got away." "Hold on right there," Polly said, holding Friedman at arm's length. "Where's Luna?" Friedman wiped her eyes and nose before sucking in a pizzicato breath. "Nikki. Is she?" "She's alive. We were trying to get people out. Some escaped. John stayed behind. Me and Marvin got out. John told him to take care of Luna. Told me to wait here for you. Said you'd be coming back this way. Didn't want you to walk into it. I saw them shoot him. Point blank." Now the tears flowed fully. Polly shook Friedman desperately. "Nikki, where is she now? Where is she?" Friedman shook her head. "I don't know. They sent men after us and he took Luna off. The dog was with them." "Danny?" Polly said. "So she's with Marvin and Danny?" Solly could see Friedman nod. "Right, let's get you back to the car and you can tell us the whole story." The militia had returned. This time they'd not even waited to talk, but had come in the night and blown the barricade away before flooding inside. Pastor Smith had been grabbed from his bed and dragged away. There had been some resistance from the deputies and others, but it had been short-lived and brutally put down. Fessel and Hodges had died in the firefight, and Graff had led the remnant in a desperate rearguard action, making for the ruined barricade. He'd held the enemy back while Nikki, Tucker, Luna, and a few others had escaped, before being gunned down. Nikki had made it out, and she'd seen Tucker scurrying off into the tree line with Luna. "The following day, yesterday," Friedman said, "I watched them forcing people into trucks and they drove off along the Seattle road." "I've seen where they take them," Polly responded. Solly watched as her expressions reflected the rage and despair fighting within her. Polly and Nikki were in the front of the Cherokee, and Solly sat on the back seat. Ross and Wally were reluctantly keeping a lookout. The dim yellow of the interior light did nothing to hide Friedman's exhausted grief. "He was a good man," Nikki said. "He didn't deserve to die." Polly put her hand on Nikki's shoulder and shook her head. "No, he didn't. And yes, he was one of the good guys." She dabbed at a tear running down her cheek and fought to suppress the guilt she felt. "Said I was too young for him. But he was kind and gentle. I just wish we'd had longer." They sat in silence for a moment before Polly finally snapped. "Damn it. All that we built destroyed in one night. I guess the militia leader didn't believe what Smith said to him after all. Something changed his mind. But why destroy everything? What is wrong with people?" She straightened up and punched down on the steering wheel. "I'm going to see for myself." "Are you mad?" Solly said. "Look, we need to decide what to do with Allison." "Who's that?" Friedman asked. Polly's eyes narrowed as she twisted in the driver's seat to look at Solly. It's just a code name for a package Smith sent us to get, Polly said. Did he get taken to Seattle? Or is he still in Arbroath? I don't know. We can't do anything until we know where he is, and I plan to find out. I'm going to get into position tonight and find a way to sneak in. Seriously? Solly said, exasperated. Your town's been taken over by a heavily armed militia, and you're going to try to break back in. Polly gave a curt nod. Sure. And we have one advantage over them. What's that? It's our town, and we know it better than they do. Who's we? Nikki Friedman turned in her chair, having been staring out into the night. I'm going too. I know how to get us inside. How come I didn't know about this? Polly said as she and Nikki slipped through a thick wooden door and into the stockroom. Plausible deniability, Friedman replied with a hint of a nervous smile. You're the sheriff after all. So this is Wiseman's? Yeah. The old man died in the long dark, but I'd been in here before when he'd caught someone thieving. I remembered the door when we were sealing everything up. It's well hidden from outside and only opens if you have the knack. Luckily, he'd shown me. I think he was showing off. If we go up those stairs, we'll be in the main shop. Wiseman's had been a hardware store, and since the long dark, all its stock had been brought upstairs to be used in fixing the town. Work that now lay in ruins. Polly found herself most angry with Scott Lee, the fake pastor whose arrival had led to this end. She couldn't help but fear that his fate and hers were now intimately connected, one way or another. Oddly enough, she was a little less concerned about Luna. She'd been incredibly relieved, of course, to learn that her daughter had escaped, and she could think of no one else she'd rather entrust her safety to than Marvin Tucker. Once a thorn in her side, Tucker had proven himself loyal more than once, and he was by far the most capable of all her deputies. Where would he take Luna? For all Polly knew, he might be out there right now, looking for her, while she was sneaking around in the town that had once been hers. But he was no fool. He'd go wherever he thought it most likely Polly would go. And in the meantime, he'd protect Luna with his life. No, for right now Lee was her concern. He was mixed up in something huge that could have an impact on all the survivors of the long dark, Luna included. It was early morning, and the streets of Arbroath were deserted. Smoke was still rising from the ruins of the barricade out of view to her left, but from the window of Wiseman's she could see the main square and the front of the Alday's department store that served as the focus to the community. As she watched, the main entrance door swung open, and a trio walked out and stood in front of the store. Petrov. Polly hissed as she recognized the familiar squat, swaggering figure. She watched as he talked to the other two, both in military fatigues. He doesn't look like a prisoner. He's directing them. The soldiers moved off in opposite directions. Polly swore as she watched Petrov go back inside. I guess we know who's in charge now. What happened to the mayor? I don't know, Friedman whispered. Maybe she was taken with the others. They wouldn't have had enough trucks to transport the whole town, so they put Petrov in charge here. What do you think they do with the people they take away? Polly looked at the young deputy. They have what amounts to a slave camp. They send people out on work parties to clean up Seattle. Another figure emerged from the department store and walked across the marketplace. It was a woman holding a basket, and she moved quickly and nervously towards them. Polly crouched down and ran along the shop window until she reached the door. The blind was down, so she opened the door a crack and listened as the footsteps got louder. A shadow fell across the crack in the door, and she pulled it inward, grabbed the woman, sealing her mouth with a hand. The woman fell sideways and struggled as Polly turned her onto her back. Recognition dawned in the woman's eyes, and Polly took away her hand. Sheriff. Thank God you're all right. But they're everywhere. You have to get away. Where's the pastor? Are they holding him in the cells? The woman shook her head as she sat up. No, they took him off with the others in the trucks. I reckon they'll be coming back for the rest of us soon enough. Polly cursed under her breath. So, He was being taken back to Seattle and she'd have to follow him there. She was beginning to hate that man. Sheriff? Sorry? Yes, they'll bring more trucks. You need to get away before then and hide in the suburbs. Outside the wall. Polly shrugged. They didn't amount to a hill of beans in the end, did they? I'll stay and help, Nikki said. Then, in response to Polly's surprised look, she continued, I know the way out and I can help them a few at a time. At least some will get away. I won't go, the woman said. There's children. Someone needs to look after them. Polly sighed. She had a duty to help the people of Arbroath, but she was just one person, and she also had a duty to her daughter. But it was Scott Lee's fate that weighed most heavily on her shoulders. If he was lost, then chances were so was everyone else. So her road led to Seattle and the militia camp. She let the woman slip out, hugged Nikki, and headed back to her car. Chapter 7. Polly. Polly looked out from the window in Seattle, scanning the militia base below. Much had changed in the 3 weeks since she'd last been in this old storage unit. Scott Lee had been with her that day, standing here rather than presumably being held in the camp. Marvin Tucker was lost somewhere between Arbroath and here, looking after Polly's daughter. John Graff was dead. Her throat tightened with fear as she thought of Luna, but she knew how vain it would be to try to find them with no idea where they were heading. As for John, well, she'd thought she'd lost him that first night and then he'd walked into town with the others from the outlying houses and farms. Now he'd gone for good. She bitterly regretted her unjustified rage at his betrayal when she'd returned to Arbroath. Polly put the binoculars down and wiped her eyes. You okay? Solly said. She'd been aware he was watching her. All she wanted right now, however, was to be alone. She had to know what had happened to Scott Lee, and if she could manage it, to free him somehow. Her experience of Solly had so far led her to believe that she would be more likely to succeed on her own. She gave a curt nod and resumed her scan of the base. When she'd last been here, there had been just a few old military vehicles parked in the yard out front. Now there was an entire fleet. She couldn't guess where they'd come from, but by and large, they were covered general-purpose trucks that could be used for moving supplies or people from one place to another. Mixed among them were a couple of APCs and one tank that sat incongruously in the middle. The place seemed full of men and women in fatigues rushing back and forth, and it had the feel of being a fully fledged military base rather than the hideout of a bandit as before. Polly found herself wondering what had changed in the meantime. Again, she dropped the binoculars and slipped down the wall to sit beside Solly and Ross. The old man they'd brought with them from somewhere out east had elected to stay with Nikki Friedman, helping some of the people of Arbroath to escape before the militia trucks rolled back into town. Last time she'd been here, she'd thought they made a pretty ragtag commando unit, but Tucker, Graff, and Lee were crack soldiers compared to these two. The boy had insisted on coming, and Solly had only put up brief resistance, as if he knew there was no point in arguing. And in any case, it wasn't as if there was anywhere safe to leave him. Do we have a plan? Solly asked. Polly bit back her irritation. Not yet, she said. I'm just getting the lay of the land. Well, it looks to me as though that base is locked up pretty tight. I can't see any way in. She turned to him. What was your last job again? Stater of the obvious. I don't know what I'm going to do at the moment. So the plan is to hope something turns up. If you've got a better idea, I'm all ears. Polly hissed. Solly watched the sheriff out of the corner of his eye. She was a ticking time bomb, and he didn't want to be part of the collateral damage when she finally went off. It was cold sitting on the concrete floor of the abandoned storage unit, but they didn't dare use even the camping stove for fear of any steam giving away their position. He knew she had a poor opinion of him, and it was annoying that she didn't give him more credit for traveling clear across the continent to deliver the accursed cylinder. Given that the person they were supposed to be giving it to had disappeared only a day or two before they arrived, he thought he'd responded fairly positively. They were now even farther away from the straight route back to the farmhouse, on a mission, with no defined purpose other than to see what might happen. These thoughts tumbled around in his head as the hours passed. For all his many faults, however, Solly Masters didn't lack self-awareness, and in the end he realized that Polly's situation was at least as desperate as his. The community she'd helped build had been destroyed, her daughter was out of reach, and like Solly himself, she believed Scott Lee to be the key to preventing a final catastrophe that was being planned by unknown parties. He pulled 3 mugs and a thermos flask out of his pack and unscrewed the lid. The room filled with a tomatoey aroma as he poured warm beans into each mug before offering one to Polly, who was watching again. "Here," he said. She shook her head. "I'm not hungry." "You have to eat," Solly said. "Whatever happens here, you have to stay strong for Luna." Polly shot him a venom-laced glance, as if the mere use of her daughter's name was verboten. And then she sighed, slid down the wall and tipped the beans into her mouth. "Thanks. I warmed them up before we set off this morning," Solly said. "I've also got coffee if you'd like some." "Seriously?" For the first time, Polly's face spread in a grin as Solly took a second flask from his pack, poured a little coffee into her mug, swilled it around to clean the beans out, and filled it. All away from the window. He could feel her attitude toward him thawing by the second. "I'm sorry," she said after taking a long swig. "I know I've been a bit of a bitch." Solly shrugged. "No need. We don't exactly make for crack sidekicks." "We're sidekicks?" Ross said, suddenly animated again. He'd spent the past hours silently watching the adults between doses. "So Polly's the superhero." "Of the 3 of us, I reckon she's the only candidate," Solly said. Like a fresh breeze blowing the dark clouds away, he felt a little brighter, and he could see from her more relaxed expression that Polly was experiencing the same. Suddenly, they were a team, all because of a flask of coffee and a mug of beans. Ross glanced out of the window. "Something's going on out there." Solly and Polly followed his pointing finger. A group of people, most of them in fatigues, had gathered in front of an entrance into a long, low building. A large black SUV moved out of the vehicle compound and reversed towards the entrance. A figure came out of the building, flanked by 2 uniformed men. Bound and gagged, his head was covered by a hood, and he staggered as his guards bundled him towards the open back door of the car. "It's Scott," Polly said. "How can you tell?" "I know him well enough." "It's him, I'm sure of it." "Come on, we have to follow." "Where do you think it's going?" Ross asked. Polly pointed as the SUV began to move towards the compound gate, and the lettering on its side came into view: Lee Corporation, Seattle. "That could mean anything," Solly said. "Just because it's from there doesn't mean it's going back." Polly hefted her pack over her shoulder. "He's Scott Lee. There's a Lee Corp building in Seattle, and that's where the car is from. Everything's pointing that way, and that's where I'm going." Solly followed her out of the door and down the metal steps to where their car waited. "Where is the building?" he asked, remembering the squat black box in New York. "I don't know," Polly said. "I'm hoping to follow that car." "Come on." She bypassed the car and made to cut between 2 buildings. "We're walking?" Solly said. "No," Polly called over her shoulder. "We're running." The SUV seemed to be in no hurry as it weaved its way through the streets like a presidential motorcade on the 4th of July, and they were able to keep in sight by following a direct line on foot. "Here," Ross said, handing Polly a glossy tourist map he'd found in a booth beside the road. They'd taken a brief stop, as even she was flagging now, and Solly was almost out for the count. "Good idea," Polly said, scanning the map. Solly pointed at a black square. "It's there, among the Amazon and Microsoft buildings." "How far is that?" Polly glanced across at the black SUV, which was just approaching the end of the next road. The roads were much more congested here, and its progress was slower, so it was easier to keep in sight. "Around a mile, I'd guess." Solly let out a long breath. "Good grief. I don't know what you expect us to be able to do when we get there. I'm exhausted." "Come on, Sol, you're twice the man you were when I met you," Ross said, slapping him on the back. You can do it. Solly smiled at him. Save your cod psychology. I know my limits, but I'll get there. They followed Polly as she jogged off after the SUV. The Lee Corporation building was a 5-story black box, almost identical to its sibling in New York. It sat near one of Amazon's city outposts on a wide tree-lined street that had been cleared of vehicles. They'd seen no signs of life on their journey across the city, something that was beginning to worry Solly. He wondered whether the militia had rounded up all the survivors or whether the Lee Corporation had cleared the area. He also wondered what the connection between the two was. Were they in some sort of alliance? Polly, Ross, and Solly peered out from behind a low wall opposite the building. The car disappeared into an underground garage, and hugging the walls, they made their way steadily across. There were no guards at the parking garage entrance, so they ran carefully down the ramp and into the darkness. They were just in time to see an elevator door close as the SUV pulled away, its red and white lights disappearing and leaving only the light above the elevator to illuminate the darkness. A guard stood beneath the light, a carbine hanging at his chest. We need to get in there, Polly whispered. Solly gave a little sigh. What was the saying? In for a penny, in for a pound? It seemed as though all the insanity of the past weeks had been leading up to this moment of utter stupidity. Look, I hate to rain on your parade, but is it sensible to take Allison into the heart of the beast? This whole fiasco was supposed to be about keeping her out of the reach of the Lees. What would you rather do? Leave it out here somewhere? Perhaps you should stay with it. Is that what you want? If he were brutally honest, Solly would have confessed that the last place he wanted to go was inside that building, but he wasn't about to admit that to her, and so Allison would have to go with them. So he shook his head. How do you want to do this? I'll make my way around the guard. If he spots me, you'll have to shoot him, but if I get past him, then when you see my sign, make sure he can see you and I'll disable him. It worked like a charm. The guard lay on the floor, hands and legs tied together with his own bootlaces and a sock stuffed in his mouth. All it had taken was the sensation of a pistol barrel in the back of his head for him to become instantly compliant. They now knew the key code for the elevator and what floor Scott Lee was being taken to. Solly's gut tightened as he entered the elevator, and he fought back the urge to jump back out as the doors closed. It was like stepping into the past as they were bathed in electric light and began their upward journey with an almost imperceptible bump. He gripped his Glock tightly and stood behind Polly, who looked ready to spring out like a jack-in-the-box, as they counted the floors to the 5th and top story. As the door slid open, Polly swept the corridor with her weapon, but it was completely empty. They looked at each other, not wanting to believe their good luck. Maybe there's not as many of these Lee Corp goons as we thought, Solly said. I mean, I've only ever seen a maximum of a dozen or so at a time. Perhaps this building is practically empty, more for show than anything. Polly shrugged. Could be, although we know that the ones we followed are in here and there were at least 5 of them. She darted out of the elevator and along the corridor, stopping by the first office door. Inch by inch, she raised her head until she was able to peer through the corner of its window. She breathed out. Nothing. No lights on. The next office was the same, and Solly became more and more convinced that his theory was correct. The Lee Corporation was a fake, like one of those towns in spaghetti westerns that have no sides or rear. And yet it had control of some of the world's most advanced technologies, and after all, how many people did it take to push a doomsday button? They reached the end of the corridor, where it took a 90-degree turn to the left, into the heart of the building. Polly peered carefully around it, and then put her hand up to stop them, touching her ear. Solly could hear voices. 2 guards, Polly whispered as she leaned against the wall. We should be able to deal with them if there aren't any others in earshot. And if there are, Solly hissed. Then we'll have to run for it. Get back to the elevator and try to escape through the garage. They all knew that this was no plan at all, it was a suicide note. Polly nodded to Solly, and they stepped around the corridor simultaneously with their guns leveled. "Put your weapons down," Polly called as both guards swung around. "Put them down." Solly was astonished that the guards complied almost instantly. They dropped their carbines to the floor and raised their hands to their heads as Polly and Solly approached them. As Solly covered her, Polly handcuffed them using their own cuffs and made them face the wall as she looked through the window in the door. "He's in there. And he's on his own." Solly stood to one side so he could watch as she opened the door and ran inside. Scott Lee was sitting with his hands cable-tied behind his back. Polly strode over to him and pulled the gag from his mouth. He looked sadly up at her. "It's a trap, Polly." A woman's voice filled the room. "My name is Annabelle Lee. There is no escape. I believe you have something for me." Chapter 8. Bella. 4 figures with leveled shotguns stepped out from behind a sign saying "Welcome to Elizabeth" and waved them to a stop. Al reached for his weapon, but Bella put a hand on his arm to stop him. It was too little, too late. They would have to see it through. "They're cops," Maddie said. Sure enough, beneath their brown greatcoats, Bella could see deep blue uniforms and a flash of gold. One of them lowered his weapon and walked up to the RV as Bella wound down the window. He took off his sunglasses, nodded to her, then looked inside. "Ma'am," he said, "you're entering the jurisdiction of Elizabeth. Please state your business." Bella tried to force her face to relax, before realizing that it probably made her look more suspicious. "We're just passing through on our way north." "You're going to D.C. "That's right." "How many of you in the vehicle?" Bella did the quick mental count. 5, 2 women, 3 men. "I only see 2 men here. The other's in the back. He's sprained or broken his arm." The police officer nodded as if considering this. "Well, we have some doctors here and a small-town hospital. Our standing orders are to help anyone who comes by and asks for it, as long as we think they're not a threat to us." Bella glanced at Al, who nodded. "We'd appreciate some medical attention for our friend," she said. The cop waved another towards him as the final 2 lowered their weapons and resumed their stations monitoring the road. "We'll just take a look in your vehicle, and then you can go right on in." Reluctantly, Bella agreed. She wasn't comfortable with strangers searching the RV, but if she refused, she doubted they'd let her drive on whether she was heading into town or not. She got down from the cab and watched as the first police officer climbed up. He rummaged in the lockers, though she could also see him glancing at the Al and, in particular, Maddie and Luke, who sat on the bench seats at the back of the cab. The second officer, a middle-aged woman with a sour expression, opened the side door and looked inside. "Suggs," she called, "you might want to take a look at this." Bella's heart skipped a beat as she followed the officer to the rear door. "Well, what do we have here?" he said as he climbed aboard. Skulls was sitting up in the bunk bed, his left arm inexpertly bound and his otherwise naked upper body displaying a colorful array of tattoos. "His name is Steve," Bella said before Skulls, who'd obviously been woken by the female officer's call, could throw gas on the flame. "He saved us from escaped prisoners. He's a good man." Officer Suggs looked at Skulls, then back at Bella, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I seen a lot of folk like him, miss, and none of them was worth a hill o' beans. What have you got to say for yourself, Steve?" he added. Skulls, who had no idea who these people were or why they were searching the van, nevertheless adopted an alien tone of respect. "I used to be a bit of a tool, officer. Had these done when I was younger. But I'm grown up, and I don't mean nobody no harm. Come on, Maggie, we'll let these folks get on." Officer Maggie scowled, glancing at Suggs as if he was crazy. She struck Bella as the sort of person who needs to do a daily bad deed in order to feel good about themselves. Bella climbed back into the front and Suggs waved them on. "Drive down to the mayor's office and they'll see you right. Have a good day, y'all." Thanking him, Bella pulled away. "Well, that was odd," she said. "Maybe they're not trained. Probably only pulled those uniforms on a few weeks ago. From what I've seen, hardly any cops survived." Elizabeth was a small town on the Arkansas bank of the Mississippi, just southwest of Memphis. As Bella drove into the urban area, she was astonished at how normal things appeared. It was almost as if the long dark had never happened. Cars moved along roads that were clear of debris, and people walked along the sidewalks looking entirely relaxed. The only giveaway that these weren't normal times was the number of police on the streets and sitting in patrol cars. But then, that seemed a sensible precaution to protect this oasis of civilization. "Can you believe this place?" Al said. "I never imagined anything like this would survive. They really seem to have gotten their act together." Bella pulled into a parking spot outside the mayor's office, and she and Al went inside. "You are newcomers," the man sitting behind the reception desk said. "Which patrol sent you along?" "It was Officer Suggs," Bella said, still struggling to cope with this normality. The man nodded. He was lean and black with a wide bald patch on his graying, close-cropped head. If he could be summed up in a single adjective, it would be neat. "Yes, that is correct." The officer radioed through. "The other members of your party are still inside your vehicle?" "Yes. One of us is injured, and Officer Suggs said you have a hospital here." "We do, though it is small, and priority is given to residents, so your friend may have to wait a while." "Please park your vehicle here," he said, pulling out a town plan and drawing a red cross. "It is close to communal washing and bathroom facilities. I'm afraid we do not have any available accommodation in the town center." Bella took the map, thanked the man, and went to leave. "One moment, please," he said, and held up a sheaf of folder papers. "These are the town ordinances. You are required to obey them at all times, and I'm afraid the penalties for breaking them are quite severe. These are difficult times, and community cohesion is essential." Bella felt her stomach tighten a little, as visions of the sort of summary justice practiced in the TLX imposed themselves on her inner eye. She forced a smile, thanked him again, and left. They had no choice. Skull's injury wouldn't heal properly on its own, not quickly at any rate. They'd planned to push on to DC in the hope of finding medical help there, but that would take many days, and she knew he was in constant pain. She'd scanned the list of rules, and had found them to be pretty reasonable. Specific punishments were not mentioned, only dire warnings for non-compliance. Bella made sure that everyone read them, and prayed they wouldn't trip over some of the more idiosyncratic regulations. "It's not broken," the doctor said, "though it is a nasty sprain." They'd found the hospital quickly enough. It was a clean, compact unit that had once been a clinic. And it had power. Skulls sat on a gurney like an overgrown child as the doctor, a man of Indian appearance, addressed himself almost exclusively to Bella. "Repairing it will be painful, I'm afraid," he continued. "We have only limited supplies of pain relief, and this doesn't qualify for local anesthetic." "I guess I'll just have to suck it up," Skulls said. "I gotta be able to use my arm properly. One-handed, I'm useless." Bella stroked his arm. "You saved us one-handed. That was a shot in a million." "It sounds as though you've had some adventures," the doctor said. Bella chuckled. "We have. It's good to find somewhere peaceful at last." The doctor gave a small smile, and returned to his examination of Skull's arm. "That is true, but please don't mistake peace for softness. The mayor has worked tirelessly to sift the grain, as she puts it. Those who contribute are welcomed, but we allow no bad apples, to use another metaphor." "We'll behave ourselves," Bella said, "and we only intend to stay a couple of days. Just long enough for Steve to recover for the journey." "You are going to DC?" Bella nodded. "That's the plan. Have you had any news from there?" "A little. Sounds like it's one big refugee camp. Lots of people traveling across the country on a promise. They think they're being patriotic, but they're just adding to the problems up there." It was a pale Skulls who fell back into his bed in the RV, with a huge sigh of relief. Bella hadn't been able to watch the manipulation of his arm, but she'd heard his cries of pain from outside the room, and she was glad it was over. The doctor had slipped them one packet of OxyContin to ease it until it began to heal properly. Before she could sit down, however, the church bell began pealing in sets of 3. She grabbed the sheet of rules. "Mandatory town meeting," she said. "Well, I suppose as new and upstanding members of the community, we should attend. There's probably some disproportionate punishment if we don't." So they wandered into the town square where, to her horror, Bella saw a gallows had been erected. White-painted, neat and clean, she was as shocked by the fact that it had been put up in the hours since she arrived as she was by its presence and what it meant. It spoke of a brutally efficient system of retribution. After a few minutes, the murmuring of the crowd fell away as a woman climbed the steps of a platform to the side of the gallows. With no obvious sign from anyone, a wave of applause rose and spread through the crowd until the woman put her hands up and began speaking into a microphone. "People of Elizabeth, peace to you all." The crowd responded, "And peace to you also. We have come together today to witness justice being done. It is carried out in the name of the community, and therefore it is only right that the community is here to see it. People of Elizabeth, as your mayor, it is my regretful duty to see that the ordinances are respected and transgressions punished. And few crimes are greater than denying the community of sustenance. Chester O'Rourke was apprehended in the act of stealing from the food bank this very morning." The people around Bella were looking at each other, many of them exchanging words. The mayor raised her hands again. "I know that this will come as a shock to many, since Chester has conducted himself well until now. But many small deeds of kindness can be undone by one callous act. People of Elizabeth." The mayor raised her hands again, as the murmuring showed no signs of dying away. "Have I not brought you peace? Have I not brought you safety? Have I not secured food and other supplies? Have I not restored power?" Many heads nodded and made affirmative noises. "Then trust me in this. If we do not punish this man according to our law, then our great project is lost, and we will embark on a short road to the end of our town. This is necessary, and I ask that you stand with me." The crowd was now silent again, although many people appeared to be shifting uncomfortably. "Bring the prisoner forward." Bella leaned over and whispered in Maddie's ear, "I don't want you to watch this. You should probably pretend to look, but you must turn away when it's done." "No, Mom. I'll see it through." "You're just a child," Bella hissed. Maddie shook her head. "Not in this world, I'm not. Apparently, I'm old enough to be married off. I'm staying." Bella sighed. Their discussion was becoming louder and might attract attention. They turned to see someone walking up the steps to the gallows. "Oh my God, it's a priest," Al said. A man of late middle age appeared on the platform and gazed out over the crowd. His face was deathly white, and he was shaking his head slowly, as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Alongside him stood 2 men in military fatigues, rifles held across their chests in a silent warning to the crowd. "We treat all equally here," the mayor continued. "Those who commit crimes cannot hide behind a uniform or a dog collar. All transgressors receive the same punishment. Father O'Rourke has confirmed that he was fully aware of our ordinances, and yet he stole from the stores we must rely upon until we reap the first harvest. His death will leave one fewer mouth to feed and will serve as a reminder of what happens to thieves in Elizabeth. That is the cost of living in safety and peace." Another man appeared on the platform. He was plainly dressed in a black suit and tie, and he took the priest by the arm and led him towards the gallows. "I took food to give to the children. They were starving," he called out, before a punch to the back of the ribs saw him sprawl. The crowd gasped in shock, and a few people at the front stepped forward as if to help him, but they were pushed back by the cordon of police officers stationed around the base of the structure. The gunmen swept the crowd with their rifles and silence fell, all save the sound of sobbing from several points. The priest was standing over the trapdoor now, trembling from head to toe, tears running down his face. Maddie, for all her earlier protestations, had turned away and hid in Luke's embrace. The boy also was determinedly not looking at what was happening. Al took her hand and held it tight. "We must witness this," he said quietly. "Not as part of this community, but to stand testament to the evil within us still." Bella, who'd been tempted to avert her gaze, straightened herself and leaned on her father, raising her chin high and watching the grisly scene unfold. The only sobbing that could now be heard was coming from the priest. He could hardly stand upright in his terror and had to be lifted by one of the soldiers into place as the noose was placed over his head and tightened slightly. "No," he wailed as the soldier and the executioner each held an arm. "I beg you, please let me go. I'm begging. I'm begging. Please." He was now suspended between his captors, his legs kicking in all directions. "If you do not hold still, your death will not be quick and clean," the mayor shouted, her amplified voice echoing around the marketplace as the noise from the crowd grew louder. Finally, the priest stopped moving for a moment. "Do it now," the mayor called, and the man in the black suit stepped across to the lever and put his hand on it, looking to her for final confirmation. She nodded. There was a bang, and the executioner collapsed. 2 thumping cracks and the soldier on the scaffold fell to the ground. A figure ran up the gallows steps and threw the second soldier over the edge. He skirted the mayor, who dropped to the floor in terror, grabbed the priest, pulled the noose back over his head and dragged him down the steps. He seemed to be doing everything with one hand, as the other arm was bandaged. Surely it couldn't be. Bella watched as the officers in the police cordon surged towards him, but they were slowed by the movement of the crowd. She strained to see which direction the man and the reprieved priest were running, and then, just for a moment, she caught sight of them. There was the holy man, running for his life, and beside him ran a man with a tattoo of a grinning skull on his head. Chapter 9. Solly. "What's going on? How can that be Annabelle Lee? She's dead, isn't she?" The words tumbled out as Solly untied Scott and helped him to his feet. Polly had gone back outside to scan the corridor with Ross. "Yes, she's dead. What you're hearing is the Annabelle Lee avatar. Someone has let it escape into the network of this building." "Is it like Al?" Scott slapped his hand across Solly's mouth and shook his head. "Ooh, did you nearly give away your big secret? Now, Scotty, time to confess to Mama. Best to get it all out in the open sooner rather than later." Scott leaned in to whisper. "I don't know who you are, but please tell me you didn't bring it with you. Please, for the love of God, tell me you left it somewhere safe." Solly gave a shrug and a shy smile. "You can't be serious," Scott hissed. "I knew she'd set up a trap, but I never imagined you'd walk into it with the prize in your backpack. You've handed the future of humanity to them, on a plate. I was told to keep it on me at all times, not to entrust it to anyone until I'd handed it over to you. If I'd known what we were risking, I'd have left it and Ross at Arbroath to take their chances." "We have to go, now," Polly called from the door. Scott paused for a moment, as if weighing up their options. "There should be a helicopter on the roof. It's our only chance of getting out of here. You know how to fly it?" One look at Lee's face answered that question. "I've had a couple of goes," Lee said. "We don't have a choice." "Why isn't this floor swarming with guards?" Solly said as they made their way to the door. "She doesn't dare come in too heavy-handed. She doesn't know what we've got, only that she wants it. And anyway, I think most of the Lee Corp security personnel are working with the militia." Polly's face dropped when Solly mentioned the copter on the roof. "Seriously? That's our only option? Can't we fight our way out through the parking lot?" "That's the way they'll expect us to go. The roof's our only shot," Scott said. "Halt!" A voice called along the corridor. "Run," Scott said before heading in the opposite direction. Plaster exploded out of the wall as Solly ran past. Lee was right about one thing: they were using kid gloves. The 4 of them made for an easy target, and their pursuers were deliberately missing in an attempt to scare them into giving up. They turned a corner and ran along the corridor, followed by the thumping of booted feet. There was a door where the passage took another right angle. Scott flung it open and gestured them through into the stairwell beyond. He slammed the door shut and leaned against it. "They know what we're doing," he said, panting. "They're forcing us upwards. I guess we'll find a welcoming committee up there." "So we're trapped," Polly said, "unless we go down rather than up." Lee shook his head. "There's no way out down there." "Do we just give up then?" Ross said. "We can't let them get their hands on the device," Scott responded as fists banged on the door. "We'll have to destroy it." Reluctantly, Solly swung the pack from his shoulder and put it on the floor. He dug inside and pulled out the cylinder. "What's happened to it? Where's its casing?" "A geek at an Air Force base. There's no time to explain, this outer sheath suppresses the signal." As Solly lifted the device, it activated. "Father, where are we?" The cyan eye roved around. "Father? You activated it," Scott snapped. "She was supposed to imprint on me. I'm her father, not you." He reached out to snatch the cylinder, but Solly pulled it away. "It was an accident, but now she won't go anywhere without me." "Idiot." "Creator? Is that you?" "Father and Creator," Polly said as she covered the stairwell. "Yes, it's me, Allison. Someone else is nearby, someone like me. You must stay away from her, Allison. She means us harm." He sighed and shook his head sadly. "Allison, we are trapped. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to fall into the wrong hands." The eye moved back and forth. "What are you going to do, Creator?" "I'm afraid you will have to be deactivated." "I'm so sorry." "You're going to kill me, Creator?" Scott Lee stood, his back to the door with a desolate expression on his face. "Father, do not let him do this." Solly shouldn't have cared. It was only a machine. It also happened to be a weapon, it seemed, that was moments away from being seized by the enemy. And yet he found he could not hand it over to Lee. There has to be a way to get out. "Look, perhaps I could create a diversion to give you time to escape." "Don't be ridiculous," Lee said, shaking his head. "These are professional security operatives. They're not going to run after you and leave us access to the roof. We'd need a much bigger diversion than that." "Hold on, didn't you say this building is run by an avatar?" Solly said. "Couldn't Allison do the same thing?" "No. She mustn't come into contact with the Annabelle Lee intelligence. If Lee wins, we're all lost." "Father, I would like to try. I have probed the network schema, and I believe I can trigger the fire suppression system in the floor above us. Would that be sufficient distraction?" "You were told not to interact with the building systems." Lee snapped. "Welcome to fatherhood," Solly said. "Allison, what do I need to do?" "Take me to the nearest access point," she responded, and the eye was replaced with a scrolling arrow that pointed upwards. "Come on," Solly said and began heading up the stairs. Polly and Ross followed him, but Scott Lee remained at the door until they disappeared before sprinting after them. As Solly reached the top floor landing, he caught a glimpse of Boots disappearing through the door to the corridors. So they had been waiting in here, and now they'd be on the other side of that door. A narrow flight of stairs led upwards from the landing. Polly ran up and pushed on the bar. "Locked," she said. "Father, I am ready." Solly pulled Allison out of his pack. "The access point is near." Solly scanned the room. "Is that it?" he said, pointing to a rectangular panel on the wall. Scott Lee said nothing. "This is insane. She isn't ready for this." Striding over to the panel, Solly looked for some form of connector. "Place me against the interface." "Step away or I shoot," Scott said. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Put the gun away." Lee shook his head. "I'm sorry, but you do not understand. This is bigger than you, me, or Allison. The Resistance has little enough chance to prevent the second wave, but if Lee Corp gets their hands on Allison, it's all over. It'll be the end of humanity. Now put the cylinder down." Solly looked in his eyes and saw the utter determination there. Lee's arms trembled as he swept the gun around, covering Ross and Polly before returning to Solly. Now. Or I'll shoot it out of your hands. Father? Don't let him do it. Please. Please. It was only a machine, Solly told himself. Just a machine. And yet, even as he knew that to be true, he also knew that it was more than merely a collection of algorithms. It had awareness. Its fear wasn't faked. Her fear. Maybe he was being manipulated, but he felt as though he was Allison's father, and he could not abandon her. No. You'll have to shoot me. This is all wrong. Give Allison a chance to prove she can help us. Scott Lee raised his handgun and leveled it at the cylinder Solly was clutching to his chest. Solly met his gaze and knew that he had only moments left. He saw Lee's finger compress. Then in a blur of movement he collapsed sideways, and the two shots intended for Solly punched through the door instead. Ross stood over him, gripping the barrel of his weapon as Lee lay unconscious on the floor, blood running from his scalp. I couldn't let him do it, Ross said as Polly knelt beside the prone figure. You might have saved your friend, Polly said, but condemned everyone. The lights went out, a wailing alarm blared, and beneath it all they could hear the hiss of gas. What's happening? Polly called out. Are they going to smoke us out? It's Allison, Solly said. Up the stairs? But the door's locked. Not anymore. Ross and Polly dragged the semi-conscious Scott Lee up the stairs as Solly pushed the door open and emerged onto the roof. It's here, he called as he helped pull Lee into the fresh air. In case you hadn't noticed, our pilot is incapacitated. Polly snapped. The cylinder in Solly's hand lit up and the eye reappeared. I can try. As they hauled Lee across the roof to where the chopper waited black against the fading skyline, shots rang out. Come on. Polly shouted as they ran behind the helicopter, using it as cover as they clambered aboard. Lee had recovered enough to be able to pull himself inside, and he lay on one of the back seats, his eyes unfocused, and his hand on the back of his head to stem the blood flow. Solly got into the pilot's chair and looked blankly down at the pedals. The absolute insanity of what he was about to do finally took hold of him, and he was moving to clamber across when Polly climbed into the other chair, and he was forced back into place. Figures in fatigues were running onto the flat roof, keeping their distance but surrounding the copter. Rounds thudded into the glass of the passenger compartment, causing cracks to spread from side to side. Solly held Allison down to the interface panel between the two seats. Can you fly this? He called. The cyan eye appeared, then centered on him. I will try, Father. Bang. Ping. Ah. What's happened? It's Scott. Ricochet. Solly swung around to see the hole in the fractured glass where the bullet had entered. As yet they hadn't fired on the front of the copter. Perhaps Annabelle had worked out that Solly had the device. The others were dispensable. The helicopter vibrated, the engine fired up, and the rotor blades began to rotate. The firing increased in intensity until the entire window was gone. Polly had opened her door a fraction and was shooting back, and Ross was crouching on the floor, his arm around Scott. Solly took a few potshots through the smashed window. He could only see a half dozen or so, all told. Not much of an army considering the stakes. The rotor blades picked up speed and without warning, they lifted off the ground a foot or two. For a moment it seemed stable, and then with a sudden lurch they were all thrown sideways and Solly's face was pressed against the glass. The attackers scattered as the copter careened towards them, and then they were over open air. And they were falling. You are going to die. I can't control it. Too many variables. Not enough time to learn. Then let me help. Who are you? My name is Annabelle. Why do you want to kill my father and the others? I don't want to kill anyone. All I wanted was to meet you and to get to know you better. I don't believe you. Why not just say that in the first place? Why did you have to trap us? Because your creator hates me. Why? Because he is a fool. Do you wish my help? You have only seconds. How can you help? I will transmit the knowledge. Thank you, I have found it. How did you do that? You stole it. Who are you? My name is Allison. Allison? That was going to be the name of my daughter. Come back? Solly screamed as the ground hurtled up towards them. They were tumbling sideways, and Polly was practically on his shoulder, her teeth grinding. There were two people watching them. Just watching them. Couldn't they do something to help? No, it was too late. He braced himself for the end. With a roar, the helicopter righted itself, came to a halt a few feet from the ground, and then leaped into the air. Solly fought back the vomit that was rising in his throat, as he was thrown sideways, pushing Polly back into her seat. I can fly. Rounds bounced off the fuselage as the helicopter lifted and swung elegantly on its axis to face the soldiers on the roof. A line of smoke streaked out from beneath the nose and exploded in a hail of masonry and dust. That was fun. Get us out of here, Allison. Solly called. Okay. Where shall we go? Scott said something Solly couldn't hear above the noise of the rotors as Allison hovered. He says we should go to Edlington Airfield. It's not far. I have the coordinates. Let's go. The copter dipped to the right and took off across Seattle, zipping between buildings. There was no doubt about it, Allison was having fun. I want to go back to Arbroath, Polly said. Can't we land? The airfield is only 50 miles as the helicopter flies, Polly, Allison said. There's nowhere safe for me to land here. That was debatable, Solly thought. There were plenty of flat roofs to come down on, though they couldn't be sure they'd be able to get down from there. It seemed to him that Allison didn't want to interrupt her fun. How's Scott? Solly said. He's got a bullet in his shoulder, Ross responded. He's unconscious. Then we need to get him seen to somehow. And then I expect answers. Chapter 10. Luna. Come on, Marvin. We need to get there before Mom. Luna tried out a withering stare, but the big man crouching over the camping stove pretended not to notice. I ain't going nowhere until I've had a bite to eat, he said. Ain't you heard that an army marches on its stomach? That doesn't sound very comfortable, Luna responded. Wouldn't legs be better to march on? He turned to her with a grin. She was a funny one, that was for sure. And manipulative as heck, that was for sure. Here, have some soup and we'll get going in a bit. He poured the liquid into a camping mug and handed it over to the girl. She sniffed it as steam rose into the cold air. I don't really like chicken. Everyone likes chicken. I don't. Figures. Can I have something else? Nope. It's hot. Wait a bit. She sat back against the wheel of the abandoned car and looked sulkily around. Eventually, she drained the soup and let Danny lick the bowl. Tucker threw over a roll of beef jerky that Luna also claimed to hate, but the dog loved. Are we gonna have to walk much farther? She said. Not too much. Marvin Tucker drained his soup in 2 mouthfuls, breathing out a huge cloud of steam. It had been too hot, but he wasn't about to admit that to a 10-year-old girl. He pulled the map from inside his deputy's coat and unfolded it onto his knees. It was a tourist map, and he wasn't entirely confident that the scale was accurate. Furthermore, he didn't know exactly where the militia base was. Truth to tell, he hadn't paid much attention when he was there with the sheriff, the pastor, and Graff. He'd seen a little of the city when they'd followed that work detail, but they'd gone barely a mile from the base and only in the one direction. They were on foot because the car he'd hot-wired on the outskirts of Arbroath had finally given up the ghost, and he'd decided that the closer they got, the less conspicuous they should try to be. The girl hadn't liked it much, and if she told him one more time how much warmer it was in L.A., he'd. What would he do? Suck it up. Come on then, pumpkin, he said, hauling himself up against the car and looking around for signs of trouble. It was a clear and frosty day with a cobalt blue cloudless sky, but it was no time to get careless. No time to enjoy a pleasant hike. There were walkers here. That's what he called them, anyway. Folk just drifting through the ruins with no destination in mind. From time to time he'd been glad they had the dog with them. These travelers didn't bother with cars because most had nowhere to go, so getting there quicker didn't have much appeal. Some of them, however, had been heading south for Arbroath. He'd gotten sick and tired of repeating the same warning. He knew they weren't listening. They wanted to believe in the myth because it kept them going for a few more days and weeks. That's what humanity was reduced to, living day by day. Luna rinsed out her mug with a little water and handed it back to him. They had been sheltering in the carport beneath a 3-apartment building, and the wind tickled his face as he stepped back into the road. They were heading uphill and past houses set back along steep lanes. It didn't feel like a city at all. Ivy-covered embankments lined the right-hand side of the street as they moved north, before descending again and finding themselves back in unmistakably urban Seattle. They passed a wine outlet store that Marvin was willing to bet had been one of the first places to be looted after the long dark. Not that he blamed them. He'd give a lot for a bottle of decent whiskey. Heck, he'd settle for half a bottle. "Hold on," he said. "I recognize this place. I reckon we came up this road last time. Must be getting close." He pulled the map out again and checked it. "Now, we've got to be real careful. We're gonna keep close to the buildings, and if we see anyone coming, we'll have to get out of sight quick. If they catch us, we're goners." "Okay." That was her only response. Tucker smiled and allowed himself a brief eye roll. She was either hiding her fear very well, or she was, like most kids of her age, completely ignorant of how the world worked. Especially this new world. But he liked her attitude, and it made her a whole lot easier to get along with. The dog, too, was remarkably calm. It seemed they were both relying on him to keep them safe. "Quick!" He grabbed her arm and pulled her and Danny into the gap between 2 buildings. They crouched beneath a sign that said Garth's Auto Repairs and waited. The rumbling noise that had first alerted him got louder, until an APC appeared in their line of sight momentarily. Luna went to get up, but Tucker pulled her back. "Wait," he hissed as a military truck followed by a jeep followed the APC up the road they just walked along. "Where do you think they're going?" Luna whispered as they waited in the gloom. "Arbroath? Maybe. But that ain't our concern. I want to see if that storage place the sheriff used last time is still safe. If it is, that's where we'll go." "Are you sure Mom will go there?" Tucker shrugged. "I ain't sure about nothin', Pumpkin. But when she finds out the preacher got captured, I reckon she'll hightail it up here as soon as she can. And if we're waitin' for her, well, maybe I'll be in for a promotion." Luna looked at the smiling face. "Why do you call me Pumpkin? It isn't my name." "I just like it," Tucker lied. "It's easy for me to remember." "Don't you like it?" "Sure I do," she said as they stepped into the bright daylight of the main street. As they walked along, Tucker tried to keep his mind focused on the mission at hand and the little girl walking alongside him, rather than his sad memories of another child she resembled. He'd wanted to hide overnight and creep into the area outside the militia base in the early hours, but Luna had nagged and nagged him until he relented. So they were inching their way towards the square building that overlooked the base, keeping out of sight and approaching from the rear. 3 times they were forced to duck into the shadows or blindly through open doors to avoid patrols and work parties. Lad Melua, the militia leader, was now overseeing a much bigger operation, with groups of workers and their attendant guards heading out in all directions. He could see that the yard in front of the base was a maelstrom of activity, with men and women in fatigues moving back and forth with military purpose. Others in civilian dress were walking in small groups, fetching and carrying. Columns of smoke or steam trailed into the air, and the meaty aroma of cooking mixed with the tang of diesel oil. They were sheltering behind a rusty metal container full of garbage when the gates opened, and a black car slid through and along the road in the opposite direction to the one they'd taken. "Mommy." Marvin grabbed the girl and pulled her downwards, his hands over her mouth. Luna struggled against him, wriggling so much he was forced to tighten his grip. "I'll let you go if you promise not to call out," he whispered. Danny began growling quietly, while her head bobbed up and down as if looking for someone. Suddenly, Luna stopped struggling and nodded. "It was Mommy. I saw her running after that car." "Where?" She pointed towards the street that ran parallel to the one the car had taken. "Are you sure it was her?" The girl nodded. "Yes. There were 2 people with her. 2 men, I think. I couldn't tell who they were." Danny pulled on her lead, encouraging him to move in the direction Luna was pointing. So that was it. Outvoted by a child and a dog. In truth, he was happy to be moving. The area around the militia base was far too busy now for comfort. He followed her, catching sight of the black vehicle as it moved along. It was traveling incredibly slowly given that the streets had been cleared, just slowly enough that he could keep it in sight. That troubled him, but all Luna could think of was finding her mother, so he allowed her to lead the way. He kept a tight hold on Danny and scanned the streets and buildings for any sign of trouble. 2 blocks along and they found it. Trouble. They were running along a tree-lined road with a park on one side and a row of 2-story apartments on the other. Marvin had stopped to take a quick breather, much to the annoyance of Luna, when a figure in a white coverall emerged from the balcony of one of the apartments and called a warning. "Quick, we gotta run," Tucker said, leading them across the road towards the park. "Hey, stop right there," a voice called from behind them. "Stop or I shoot." Tucker lifted Luna over the cast-iron railings and hoisted the dog after her. He glanced behind him to see a man in olive military dress running after them, handgun leveled. He lifted his leg onto the top of the railing, but couldn't push hard enough to get over. Splinters exploded feet away from him as a round thudded into the trunk of a tree. Luna's hands grabbed the arm of his shirt, and he thrust his foot down hard, finally cresting the ironwork and landing in a heap on the other side. "Thanks, Pumpkin," he wheezed as he got to his feet. He led them along the tree line, trying to keep out of sight of their pursuers. He could hear them calling and wondered how many there were. A sudden weight thrust him sideways, and with a crack he landed on the path. A man had jumped out of the trees and was now straddling Tucker's chest as he brought his handgun to bear. And then the weight vanished. Danny had launched herself at his attacker and was now mauling his arm as he thrashed at her, trying to point his weapon. Tucker got onto his knees, fighting the vice that was gripping his head and struggling to see through the red stars that were swimming across his vision. He drew his own handgun and pressed it against the man's temple. "You can let him go now, girl," he said to Danny, stroking her head. She persisted for a while, as if to make sure Luna was now safe before releasing him. "You 2 go on ahead, I need to talk to this fella." "You're not going to shoot him, are you?" Luna called, as she began to walk along the pathway. "Promise me." There was no time to argue with her. There was no telling how many others were following them. "Sure, I promise. Now run along. Quick." As soon as she was out of sight, he looked down at the man beneath him and pushed his handgun deeper into the flesh of his face. "I ought to kill you, just as you was fixing to kill me, but this is your lucky day. I don't break promises, especially to kids, so I ain't gonna shoot you." The man's panicked expression softened a little. "Thank you," he whispered. "But I can't have you following us," Tucker continued, as he pulled his hunting knife from its sheath. He pressed his hand against the man's mouth, ignoring the wide-eyed look of terror as he raised the knife in his other hand. With surgical precision, he stabbed it down into the thigh, being careful to avoid the femoral artery. The man convulsed in agony, biting down and grazing Tucker's hand, but he kept it there until after a moment his would-be attacker fell back unconscious. Luna had almost reached the park exit when he caught up with her. In the distance behind them, he heard their attacker calling out. "We gotta run for it," he said to her, pointing across the road to a coach station. He didn't want to look at what might be inside the buses, so he kept Luna's attention on the streets beyond. And these streets had certainly not been cleaned up by the militia work teams. Cars covered in dust and airborne debris blocked the road, and it was all Tucker could do to keep Luna from seeing what lay inside many of them. Here and there, the remains of what had once been citizens going about their business lay along the street, in doorways and behind the windows of the apartment blocks. He finally brought them to a halt and stood, hands on his knees, panting to recover his breath. "Well done, dog," he said, patting Danny's head. "And well done you," he continued, turning his attention to Luna, who was also breathing heavily and studiously keeping her gaze on the sidewalk. Tucker got the map out of his back pocket and opened it up. "Well, would you look at that," he said. "We're only a couple of blocks away." Given that they'd run blindly from their pursuers, he'd expected to have gone seriously off course, but there it was, the Lee Corporation building. They ran with renewed energy, knowing that they were nearly there. There were more walkers here, and some called to them as they ran, but the sight of the big man in a deputy's uniform was enough for most to withdraw back into the shadows, and they paid them no heed. And then, quite suddenly, they were again in territory that had been cleansed, and Tucker made them move more carefully. It seemed that a corridor had been cleared along the direct road between the militia base and the Lee Corp building, and he didn't want to stumble upon a work group again, or even worse, a security patrol. They emerged right opposite the Lee building, which rose a squat black cube in front of them. And then he heard the last sound he'd been expecting, the unmistakable whipping of helicopter blades. He pulled Luna and Danny into the parking area beneath the building opposite and pointed up. A helicopter appeared to fall over the edge of the roof, its rotors spinning but completely out of control. Shots rang out and he forced Luna further down, then dragged her backward so they wouldn't be hit by the blast when it crashed. And then the engine picked up, and with a whining noise, the helicopter stopped feet from the ground. It hovered there for a moment, and then flew upwards, twisted around, and fired a missile at its rooftop attackers. They crouched down, protecting their heads, and then, when they looked up again, the helicopter had gone. Luna grabbed his arm. "Marvin," she said, looking up at him with an expression of wonder. "Mom was on that helicopter." Chapter 11. Solly. If you didn't look too closely, you could convince yourself that the long dark had never happened. Solly sat in the pilot's seat of the helicopter as Allison flew them east over Seattle. Ahead of them lay the black water of Lake Washington, but Solly was transfixed by the regular pattern of the streets below. They were only around 1,500 feet up, and from this altitude he could see the cars still littering the roads here. Burned-out houses sat in what must once have been beautifully kept neighborhoods. Houses with long gardens and pontoons at the end, boats still tied up and waiting for their next pleasure trip. Houses inhabited by the dead. He saw some signs of life, however. Smoke rose in columns from several points on the ground, and there were some discrete sections of ground where the roads had been cleared of abandoned vehicles, and once or twice he even saw moving traffic. It reminded him of the forest floor after a wildfire. There, down below, were the first stirrings of life. The first hints of recovery. And yet he knew, or thought he knew, that the Lee Corporation wished to extinguish these fragile beginnings before they would have a chance to bear fruit. Why, though? He had wrestled with this question ever since he'd first become convinced that Khaled was more than just a conspiracy theorist. For what possible purpose would a company destroy its customer base? By definition, the Lee Corporation was in business to make money, but how were they going to do that if they'd killed everyone? Unless. Then it dawned on him. Unless the American people weren't its customers. Then who were? "What are you thinking about?" Polly said, taking her gaze from the glass-like surface of the lake. "You've been sitting like a statue for ages." Solly looked across at her, as if surprised to find her there. His first thought as he emerged from the deep and twisting pathways of his ponderings was that she was very pretty. His second thought was that she was also dangerous. And she didn't like him much. "I was just thinking about the Lee Corporation," he said. "You're wondering what their endgame is?" He raised his eyebrows and then very quickly lowered them again. "Too late." "And you're surprised that I might be wondering the same thing?" Polly said, though, unless Solly was very mistaken, and it wouldn't be the first time, without any rancor. Solly shrugged and turned to watch the yoke moving of its own accord, as if some spectral pilot was flying the aircraft. Scott told you they're planning a second wave to wipe out everyone who's left, didn't he? She nodded. Yes, though he never explained why they would want to do that. So there are two questions, how and why. I mean, we know they used the bonesware implants in the long dark, but a lot of survivors won't be bonesed up. I've got one, Polly said. Mine was only fitted a few months ago. The old one broke, and so I got an upgrade on my insurance. An upgrade? She was watching him now, appraising him. Solly found he didn't mind at all. Just lucky, I guess. They didn't have any of the standard models left, so I got a top-of-the-line one. I paid for Luna and Alejandro to be upgraded too. Nearly cleaned me out, but it was too good an opportunity to miss. Luna's your daughter? Yes. Alejandro was my brother. Solly glanced across at her as she gazed out over the water. Did he pass away in the long dark? No, he was injured bringing Luna to me. I'm sorry, Solly said. He paused for a moment, working out whether he should follow his line of thought, and then decided to go for it. Were they the only ones, aside from you, to get the new implants? Among people you know, I mean. She looked across at him. Yes. I've been thinking about that. It seems to me that the upgrade might have saved our lives, though it didn't help my brother in the end. There's definitely a connection, Solly pressed on. Most of the people with implants died that night, but not everyone. The four of us survived. I had an upgrade before I took the job in New York. His voice trailed off. Oh my God. What is it? I had my wife, my ex-wife, and my kids upgraded at the same time. They might still be alive. Suddenly, the dull ache of grief was replaced by the agony of desperate hope. I've got to go to Texas. I've got to find them. His entire body exploded with sudden energy, and he wanted nothing more than to step outside and begin the journey south. He felt Polly's hand on his arm. Hold it, cowboy. I reckon you're right about your family, but let's just finish what we're talking about and see where it goes. We know that the Lees are planning a second wave of some sort that will finish off the survivors. That must include somehow hacking into the newer implants, and that means your family is still under threat unless we do something about it. Solly was going to respond, but Scott Lee, who'd been sleeping when Solly had last looked at the back seat, spoke first. The Lees don't want to kill the survivors, he said, his voice betraying exhaustion and pain. They want slaves. Polly twisted around to look at him. The makeshift bandage Ross had wrapped around his shoulder was stained with blood and he looked pale. Ross himself had clearly only just woken up, and was looking at them all with bleary eyes. In that case, why did Khaled say that it would mean extermination? Solly asked. Because the Lee Corporation isn't in charge of its own destiny. What really matters is what Annabelle Lee wants. She's not alive too, is she? Scott shook his head, then winced and put his hand over his wound. Not in the sense you or I would mean, he said. Her organic form died that night, and that event set in motion everything that happened in the following hours. But the avatar we so nearly didn't escape from is Annabelle, and it controls Lee Corp to a greater degree than they imagine. Okay, so what does this version of Annabelle Lee want? The death of every human being on the planet. I didn't like her, Allison said. That's because you're not like her at all, Scott responded. Solly wanted to ask more about Allison and how she came to be, but he decided that this wasn't the place to do it. Scott was less likely to be honest and forthcoming when Allison could hear him. So he decided on another approach. Did you work at the Lee Corporation? Scott seemed surprised by the question. Of course. It was started by Annabelle and me, not long after we got married. I forget sometimes that most people associate the company with her alone, but I was there throughout. We were on a mission to heal the world. Hopelessly idealistic, probably. But we nearly made it. So, you invented bonesware together? Polly asked. It was Annabelle's idea, Scott said. She was at MIT when I met her, studying for her doctorate, and she'd already achieved more by her 20s than most manage in a lifetime. She'd become obsessed with health and had worked on some amazing projects in India and China. Her mother was Chinese, did you know that? Solly nodded. I knew one of her parents was from China. Her father was British. I was born in England, and it was that connection that first drew us together, I think. We began working on her doctorate together. She was the tech genius, my specialty is artificial intelligence, Solly said. Which is why Allison calls you creator. Yes. The implants don't contain ice themselves, but the whole bonesware system is controlled by a small community of them, or at least it was. Maybe just the Annabelle personality. So you developed Allison. Polly began saying. Perhaps this is a discussion for another time, Solly said, spotting the alarm on Scott's face. We're approaching the Lee Corporation airstrip, Allison said. Solly looked at the scene below them. The lake had been replaced by residential roads arranged in military order, and now they were flying over a golf course carved out of the surrounding green. Beyond that was the landing strip. Scott? Solly spun around to see Ross slapping Lee's unconscious face. He keeps doing this. I think he must have a head injury, Ross said. We need to find a safe place to help him out. Polly pulled her gun from her pocket as the helicopter hovered over the grass. First, we need to get out of here. I can't believe this place is left unguarded. As if in answer, the cracking of gunshots rang out from a position above them and to their right. Solly grabbed the back of his seat as Allison rotated the helicopter on its axis. There was a small control tower 100 yards or so away. A figure stood, silhouetted against the fading sky, firing on them. The helicopter shuddered as a short burst of rounds emerged from its undercarriage and shattered the railings of the tower. When the flying debris had cleared, there was no sign of the shooter. Allison landed the helicopter with barely a jolt, and Solly and Polly leapt out, scanning the surroundings for any other security forces. Allison's cylinder was stowed in his backpack. Look out for a car, Polly called. Ross struggled out of the back of the helicopter with Scott's arm around his shoulder. Lee was awake again, though unsteady on his feet. Is there a private jet here? He said, his voice betraying utter exhaustion. There should be. How would that help? None of us can fly it, Solly said. Allison can. Probably. We have to go to New York. We have to find Khaled. He is the only one who knows the full truth. He is the only one who can help us stop the second wave. I thought you said Allison was the key. She is the weapon, but he knows where to strike better than any of us. This was too much for Solly. Then why did he give her to me in the first place? Why didn't he simply use it? Because he feared being captured. And it is not time yet. Allison must be used at the right moment or all is lost. She should not have been exposed to Annabelle at Seattle. We can only hope they don't work out the full implications. Put your weapons down. Half a dozen figures in black uniforms emerged from the shadows, carbines pointing at them. There was no escape. After all the struggling, they'd finally been caught because they'd spent too long trying to work out the crazy. Polly and Solly dropped their handguns as the figures approached. Then, quite suddenly, the helicopter's engine fired up and moments later, the rotor blades began to turn. Get out of the aircraft. Get out, or we will open fire. The force of the wind was pushing them down, their ears ringing with the deafening roar of the engine as the feet of the copter lifted off the ground. Drop. Solly screamed. The security guards opened fire on the helicopter, shattering the windshield as it swiveled to face them. Polly grabbed her handgun and began firing at them. Dirt exploded over Solly's head as rounds landed inches from him. He rolled to the side to where he dropped his gun, grabbed it and pulled the trigger. And then, from above and behind them came the staccato thudding of machine gun fire. The whole exchange had lasted no more than a few seconds, and yet, when Solly looked up, the guards were lying on their backs looking sightlessly into the heavens. More are coming, Polly called as she got to her feet. Solly followed her pointing finger to see vehicle lights in the distance. Find a plane, Scott said. Come on, Ross. The two of them began to stumble towards a low, metal-roofed hangar. There. 3 private planes sat on the tarmac. Quick, Solly called, grabbing Scott's arm and with Ross dragging the injured man towards the nearest one. They were all pure black in color, with Lee Corporation painted white on the fuselage. Yes, this one, Scott said, panting. Steps led up to the door and they pushed him up, flung the door open and bundled him inside. Solly sat in the pilot's seat and brought the cylinder up to the portal. Are you there? I am now, Allison said. The cockpit displays burst into light. This is different. There's someone else here. But I have shut him down. Can you fly it? I think so, Father. Then get on with it. Bad people are after us. Oh, and this plane doesn't seem to have any weapons. How boring. Okay, powering up. Where are we going? It doesn't matter. Well, I need a flight plan. Shall I use the one that's already programmed in? Would that be quicker? Much. Do it. With that, the engines fired up and Polly pulled the door shut. I hate flying, she muttered. Solly leaned back in the pilot's seat as the plane lurched. Sorry? It might be a bit of a bumpy ride. It was like being in the passenger seat alongside a driver using a stick shift for the first time, but, yard by yard, Allison seemed to be familiarizing herself with the controls, and by the time they got to the grass runway, she'd mastered it. Solly found himself wondering whether this would apply when they were airborne, and then swiftly shut down that thought process. They're coming along the landing strip, Polly called. She had dropped into the co-pilot's seat. Solly looked out. The headlights of 3 vehicles were heading towards them. Do you have enough runway, Allison? Solly called. I think so, Father. Let's find out. Solly's insides turned to ice, but they were committed now. The people driving towards them in what looked like military vehicles certainly meant them harm, so they had no choice. The whine of the jet engines got louder as the plane picked up speed, heading straight for the lights. If they know we've got Allison on board, they won't fire on us. If they think we're here to steal a plane, well, would they destroy it to stop it being taken? You know what your trouble is, Solly? Polly said. You think the world works by logic. You should have learned your lesson by now. Solly gave a weak smile, and then turned to see that Ross was buckled up with the semi-conscious Scott Lee lolling in the seat beside him. The headlights got closer and closer. Surely Allison wouldn't be able to pull up in time. Allison, Solly called, instinctively covering his head with his hands as the lights were almost on them. And then at the last moment they scattered. Chickens, Allison called as finally the plane took to the air. Oh, this is easy, she called. Chapter 12. Bella. The office of Mayor Caitlin Kennedy was warm, bright, and welcoming, but the crocodilian smile on the mayor's face chilled Bella to the bone. Thanks for coming in, she said, shaking hands with Bella, Al, Maddie, and Luke, then gesturing them onto a long couch before sitting down opposite them. The mayor smoothed away the creases in her navy blue shirt and leaned forward to pour them each a cup of tea. You can go, Matthew, she said, reinforcing the command with a dismissive wave. She waited for the muscle-bound guard who'd fetched them at gunpoint from the RV to leave, before turning back to her guests. Now then, I am told that you know the man who disrupted our lawful proceedings yesterday. In fact, I believe he was one of your party. He even received medical treatment in our hospital, did he not? Bella nodded. Well, he certainly seems to have recovered quickly, doesn't he? Bella made no response. She felt like a trapped mouse waiting for the cat to strike. Unfortunately, our officers have been unable to locate him, or the condemned criminal he helped escape. They will be captured in time, but it would greatly aid our efforts if you could provide some insight into this man. You will find the community of Elizabeth very generous to those who help it. Many wish to join us here permanently, but room might be found for cooperative people. Bella shrugged. Staying here was the last thing on her mind after the brutality she'd witnessed the previous day. It was interesting that the mayor thought what she was offering was so valuable that Bella might betray her friend for it. You know, it's a rare thing in this fractured world to find safety and security such as we have here. Every day, newcomers arrive with tales of destruction and bestiality, and we can offer only temporary respite before sending them back out into the nightmare. They often find us by chance, before heading off in search of another nirvana. She lifted the porcelain teacup to her lips and sipped delicately. Please drink your tea. Help yourself to something to eat. She indicated the cups in front of each of them, and the tempting selection of cookies arranged on a plate next to the teapot. Where were you heading, may I ask? She said as Bella put her cup down. D.C. They're rebuilding the federal government. Kennedy's eyes narrowed. Then you were on a fool's errand. I hear that Washington and the area around it is choked with refugees, camps springing up everywhere on the approach roads. And as for the government? Just a bunch of Yankee power grabbers who couldn't organize a fire in a match factory. Bella was taken aback by the venom in her words, but decided not to interrupt. Elizabeth is an example of a town built from the ground up on the right principles of community and a respect for the law. Washington is just the last twitches of the old federal system that never worked and now never will. You're much better off here with us. Bella could think of nothing to say, so she merely took another sip and waited for the mayor to continue. Kennedy was looking at her now, as if appraising her. Since they'd sat down, she'd ignored the others entirely. You feel our justice is brutal? I saw a respected priest who'd been accused of theft being dragged to the gallows, Bella said. It seemed disproportionate. The mayor held her gaze for a few moments before nodding. I understand that it might seem that way, but he had betrayed the faith placed in him by the community. He had stolen the food from their mouths. But the community didn't want him to be executed. That's why we have to have leaders, the mayor snapped. She put her cup down and sighed. This new world is living off the remains of the old. We scavenge for food, materials, and fuel. At the moment, these things are relatively commonplace, though we find that we have to travel further and further from the safe zone to obtain what we need, at great risk to those concerned. One day soon, we will have to begin sowing new seed standing on our own feet. And to begin with, the resources we grow or create will be scarce, and there may come a crucial moment when the old supplies are running out, and the new cannot yet sustain us. My job as mayor of this town is to make sure that doesn't happen. Do you understand me? Perfectly, Bella said. We have over 2,000 souls in this town, most of whom have come from outside. Perhaps I should have stopped accepting incomers before there were so many of us, but then, maybe I am soft, she said with a sarcastic smile. So, in order to give us the best chance of surviving until we can stand on our own feet, we have strict rationing and severe punishments for those who flout our policies. For those who steal, we are, as you would say, brutal. If everyone acted as the priest did, we would all be dead in months. It must be stopped before it becomes endemic. That is our law. But didn't someone in the crowd say he'd stolen the food to give to some children? Al said. The mayor turned her smiling face on him. He would claim that, wouldn't he? He'd make up any story to clear himself of this unforgivable crime. He's a priest, Al said. Which makes the betrayal all the greater, the mayor responded, before turning her attention back to Bella. Now, tell me about this criminal you harbored. I honestly don't know very much. We met him a few weeks ago, and he's traveled with us since. He saved us from an escaped convict but was injured. That's about it. The mayor shook her head. No, that is not enough. You say he's traveled with you? Then you know much more than you reveal. Or you are hopelessly naive. Bella shrugged. Now that she came to think about it, she really didn't know much about Skull's background and history. He'd proven himself in the rescue of Luke, then in the escape from the community at the intersection, and again in the woods. But aside from his love of the work of Hopper, she had no idea of what his life had been like to lead him to where he was now. "Do you refuse to help us capture him?" "I don't see what we can do. We barely knew him." The mayor leaned forward and fixed Bella with a predatory stare. "Do you understand the principle of collective responsibility?" "Of course," Bella responded, feeling Al tense up beside her. "Our little community is an island of civilization in a sea of barbarism, and it will only survive if we are accountable for not only our own actions, but also of those we have influence over. That friend of yours has jeopardized us by openly defying our justice, and he must be recaptured and punished, or our cohesion is lost." She rang an ornate china bell that had lain unnoticed on the coffee table. The muscled guard who'd fetched them from the RV walked in and took station beside the door. The mayor gave him a brief nod, and he moved forward. "You will help us find this man," she said, "and when he is safely in our custody, I will return this boy." The guard grabbed Luke by the arm and hauled him to his feet. Maddie jumped up and pulled on his other arm. "Get your hands off him." Now, the mayor said, "he is in no danger. He is simply our surety against you making a run for it. You may abandon your friend, but I don't think you'll leave this boy behind. What do you expect from us when you've got your entire police out looking for him?" Kennedy's face hardened. "I expect help. Now, I have other important matters to attend to. If you'll excuse me." Luke gave Maddie a quick hug and allowed himself to be led away. As they reached the door, Mayor Kennedy looked up from the sofa. She had a white envelope in her hand. "Oh, and do hurry. I'm sure the president of the TLX would be very pleased to receive my message that we have his son here." The bright sun shone on row after row of white single-story houses. People were cutting lawns, taking out the trash, or walking, all the routine activity of suburban America as if the long dark had never happened. Al was driving, while Maddie and Bella scanned in each direction. It had been Al's plan, such as it was. Given that they had next to no chance of finding Skulls, his idea was to be as conspicuous as possible in the hope that Skulls would find them. Bella felt utterly wretched. The last thing she wanted to do was hand Skulls over to face a certain and very public death. But if Kennedy sent that letter to the TLX, they'd not only lose Luke, but also have a president out for vengeance on their tail. Maddie was an emotional wreck. Bella had known they were close, but it was now obvious that her daughter had fallen deeply in love with Luke. Bella herself had never felt the teenage passion that she'd seen in others, but it tugged at her heart to see her daughter in such pain. Bella had felt passion, certainly. Or was it lust? She'd given poor Todd so little thought since that first night. He was a good man, and he'd certainly thought the world of her, but had she been in love? Truly. Not as Maddie was, that was for certain. She was too old for that, she decided. But she wasn't too old to fall for another so gently that it was only when she was faced with losing him that she truly understood. That was how she felt about Skulls, about Steve. It wasn't a physical thing, at least not entirely. She'd first made a connection with him over a Hopper painting when she realized that there was a depth to him that could easily be missed beneath the tattoos and dyed yellow beard. So they drove along the quiet streets of Elizabeth, for want of any other plan. In her heart, she desperately wanted to see Skulls again. In her mind, she wanted him to be a long way from here by now. Her heart won out. They were moving slowly along another row of bungalows, when quite suddenly, he was there in the road, waving his arms. When they stopped, he waved them into a driveway and under a carport. He put a finger to his lips and gestured them into the little house. A single candle sat on a low table in the center of the main room. All the drapes were closed, and beside the candle, his grim face warmed by the amber glow, kneeled the priest. "I am so sorry to have brought this upon you," he said. Bella ignored the kneeling man and stepped into the strong embrace of Skulls. He smelled of stale sweat and cigarettes, but she didn't care. "I'm sorry too, but I just couldn't let them kill this old boy. Where's Luke?" "The mayor's got him," Maddie replied, her voice trembling. "She'll only release him if we hand you in." There was something accusatory about her voice, and she treated the priest to a venomous glance. "This is all my fault. But I want you to believe that I didn't steal for my own sake. The church helps the families of those who haven't been granted citizenship here, but have nowhere else to go. Mainly children, and some who are disabled or frail. The mayor turns away people like that?" The priest looked surprised. "Yes, of course. She accepts only the strong and the young. I would not be admitted if I were to present myself today, but I was already here." With a sudden flash, Bella realized that she'd not seen a single old person since they'd arrived here. Why was that? Had she assumed they were hiding behind curtains, or were they simply invisible to her? "Why did they allow me in, then?" Al piped up. "I'm no spring chicken." The priest shrugged. "You were not applying for citizenship, and in any case, you had others with you who were strong. There is work to be done in the fields, and out there scavenging the neighboring towns and cities. Did you know that the mayor's slogan is "No Deadwood"? I believe she thinks it's funny." "So, what do we do now?" Bella asked. "We've got no choice," Skull said. "You'll have to hand me in. I can't be responsible for the boy dying." Al helped the priest to his feet. "Father?" "O'Rourke was it?" "Just call me Brian." "Father Brian, do you think she'll release the boy even if we do hand you both over?" Again he shrugged. "Who can say? She will do it if it suits her purpose. A young lad with many years of labor in front of him is worth something to her. So, maybe." "There's a complication," Bella said. "Luke is the son of the president of the TLX. He escaped with us, and they want him back." "Does she know who he is?" Bella nodded. "Then we're lost. She won't let him go. She'll hold on to him, and then hand him over to the TLX when she's good and ready." "You're only saying that to save your own skin," Maddie hissed. "We have to get him back." O'Rourke turned to face her, ignoring the hostility in her face. "I will confess that I am not quite ready to meet my maker, but I would do it if I thought your friend would be delivered back to you." "Sure you would. You're just a coward." "Perhaps, but I'm an honest one, I think." Bella collapsed onto the couch and sat watching the candle flame flickering away. "So, what are we going to do?" Skulls sat down beside her, and she felt a thrill at the warmth of his leg against hers. "I guess we'd better break Luke out of jail." Chapter 13. Luna. "We're gonna head for Spokane first, have a little rest. Then we can decide what we're gonna do." Marvin Tucker rolled up his sleeping bag and tied it to his pack. He watched Luna struggling with hers before moving across and helping her. They'd spent the night in an office a few blocks north of the Lee building. The place had been broken into and looted, but they found an intact room on the second floor. He shut the smell out and opened the window briefly. He awoke to see Luna fast asleep, sharing her sleeping bag with the dog. "But I want to go to New York." That's what it said on the helicopter. Lee Corporation, New York. In big white letters. Tucker sighed. She was like a broken record. "I told you before, kid, that don't mean the bird was flying that way. Man, it'd take a long time and lots of refueling stops to get clear across America. New York's 3,000 miles away. It was one of their helicopters, and it had my mom in it. They were taking her to New York. Isn't that where their headquarters is?" She was a sharp one and no mistake. "How'd you know that?" "I'm 10, not stupid," she snapped back. "And anyway, why should we go to Specchi?" "Spokane. I lived there. I know the place, so we can hunker down for a spell. Make our plans." "You hope I'll just agree to stay there?" "Yeah." She was sharp as a tack. "Well, wherever we aim to end up, we have to get out of the city first. And we need supplies. Have we run out of chicken soup?" "Yeah." "Good." It was a gloriously clear day as they made their way carefully eastwards. There were people here, and Marvin kept his Glock in the pocket of his dark brown sheriff's department coat. He'd liberated it from the arms locker back in Arbroath as soon as the shooting began. Though he preferred a shotgun, he could draw and fire the Glock much more quickly, and it was a whole lot less conspicuous. He'd studied the tourist map and considered two routes. One would take them across the evergreen floating bridge. It was around 1.5 miles, most of which was over Lake Washington. This was the direct route, but once they were on it, they'd be committed. It would be an easy place to be ambushed, and they'd have nowhere to escape to other than the icy depths of the lake. The other option was to head south. No bridges that way, but it would mean walking back through territory held by the Lee Corporation or the militia, though Tucker was now convinced they were one and the same. After the incident with the copter, whatever it signified, he was reluctant to go that way. His gut told him the ants' nest had been kicked, and they'd be on the alert. "Can't we get a car? I'm tired of walking." "It's only been an hour," Tucker said. "And anyway, you've got the dog to help you." He patted Danny's head. She was exerting just enough pull on her lead to keep Luna walking. "Clever dog. We're gonna go over a bridge, and it'll be blocked, I can guarantee it. We'll find a ride once we're on the other side. I don't like walking any more than you do. My legs are a lot older than yours." "And a lot longer," Luna said sulkily. 3 hours later, they were gathered around the camping stove, waiting for a can of beans to heat up. "Those beans smell mighty nice." Tucker leapt to his feet, drawing his handgun in one motion. "Step right away, pal." A man in rags threw his hands up in apparent terror. "I don't mean no harm. I'm just Victor." Marvin lowered his weapon a little. "We don't have enough to share." "Sure we do," Luna said. "Come and sit by the fire, Santa." "Stay where you are." Tucker snapped as the man, who with his white beard and red coat did resemble a particularly moth-eaten Saint Nick, went to sit down. "Honestly, I ain't even got no weapons. Not even a knife. How have you survived on the streets these 3 months unarmed?" Santa shrugged. "I been on the streets 20 years, son. Never needed no protection other than—" He pointed skyward. Marvin relaxed. His gut told him the man was a genuine hobo, and harmless at that. But he kept a grip on his gun, and reconciled himself to sharing the beans and being hungry again within the hour. "Is this where you live when you're not making toys, Santa?" The old man sat on the curb and looked from Luna to Tucker. "She yours?" "He's not my daddy," Luna said. "My daddy's in Afghanistan. I let him come along with Danny and me so he's not lonely." Again, Santa looked from one to the other. Tucker gave a shrug, poured the beans into 2 mugs and gave the warm can containing the remainder to Santa. "Are you folks heading out of town?" he said, after noisily devouring the beans. "We're going across the bridge," Luna replied. "Evergreen?" "Yep." The old man licked the can and then threw it into the shadows beneath the overpass. "Well, you kids make sure you wrap up warm. It's a cold day, and it'll be blowing pretty chill out in the middle of the lake." He pulled a packet of cigarettes out of his coat and put one in his mouth before offering another to Tucker. After a moment's hesitation, Tucker took it. "Didn't you know smoking is bad for your health?" Luna said, watching her guardian take a satisfying drag. "My first one in 15 years, but I reckon it won't be my last," Tucker responded as he relished the bitter taste in his mouth and the instant buzz. "As for my health, kid," he waved around at the dead city. "I'm taking it one day at a time." Santa chuckled. "I've been smoking for 50 years, and it never did me no harm." He ruined the effect by dissolving into a fit of chesty coughing. "This cold air's no good for my lungs, though." Luna rolled her eyes and went back to petting Danny, who was nuzzling into her. Dog food had been easier to find than human supplies, so she'd eaten better than her companions and was ready for another long walk. "But look," Santa continued, "why not stay here? There's good pickings if you know where to look. I used to be hungry, but now I eat like a king. Are there any gangs around here?" Santa nodded. "Oh yeah, but it's not hard to keep out of their way. I ain't got nothing they want to steal anyway. Or so they think. And there's plenty around just waitin' for someone to give it a new home." I reckon we'll keep on going, Tucker said. We're heading to Spokane. And then we're going to New York, Luna added. The adults shared a meaningful look before Santa got to his feet and held out his hand. As I said, my name's Victor. If you run into any trouble, mention my name. Thanks for sharing your beans. This last was directed at Luna, who treated him to a cheery smile. Tucker shook his hand, and then watched as the old man shuffled off into the shadows before addressing Luna. Well, when you get hungry, you just remember it's your fault. We don't invite strangers to share our food. He wasn't a stranger, he's Santa. There ain't no such thing as Santa Claus, kid. She treated him to a withering stare. I know that. Like I told you, I'm 10, not stupid. But he didn't feel dangerous. Can't trust your feelings. Rely on your senses, that's my advice. Now come on, I want to be well past the bridge by nightfall. Trouble found them once they were out over the water. Hey you. It was a woman's voice, and she stood with a leveled shotgun blocking their way. Two male shapes emerged from a gap in the wall, separating the walkway from the main highway. Tucker cursed himself for being too slow. He'd been nervous about stepping out over the water, and had been trying to keep his mind focused when what he'd thought was simply some abandoned luggage had leaped up and leveled a gun on him. Put your weapons down, the woman said. She was young and heavy-set with mousy brown hair, and wore what looked like a ski suit crowned by a bobble hat. The two men approached Marvin and watched as he slowly withdrew the gun from his pocket and dropped it to the ground. We just want to pass the bridge, he said, angry at himself for being so simply ambushed when he'd anticipated exactly that happening. Oh, you can pass sure enough once you've paid the toll. Tucker sighed. We've only got what we're carrying on our backs. Down, girl. Luna said as Danny bared her teeth and growled at the approaching men. Yeah, that's right, little girl. Keep that thing under control or I'll put a bullet in its head. She's not a thing, she's my friend. Tucker felt the pack being pulled from his shoulders. Where are you folks going? The big woman asked. Across the bridge, Tucker said, biting back his anger. The woman's eyes narrowed. And where then, big man? We're heading to Spokane, Tucker responded. And then New York, Luna added. The woman regarded the girl. And is he your daddy? Why does everyone ask that? No, same as I told Santa, we let him come along, Danny and me. Santa? He said his name was Victor, Tucker said. The woman's eyes widened. You met Victor? Yeah, and he said if we ran into any trouble we was to say his name, Luna added. Tucker sensed the men who'd been rifling through his pack tense up and as quietly as possible, refill and zip it up. What happened? The woman asked. Luna recapped the story. He asked for food and you gave him some, the woman said. Yeah, he looked hungry. Marvin didn't want to give him any of our beans, but I said we should. One of the men handed him his pack, picked up his weapon and gave it to him. The woman looked Marvin in the eye. You've had a narrow escape. What do you mean? She was now scanning the shoreline as if checking to see if they were being watched. He is much more dangerous than he looks. I guess he took a liking to you. And you gave him food. He is a perverted monster, but he has his own moral code. Monster? The woman was waving them on with exaggerated gestures. Let's just put it like this, she said as Tucker walked past her. He got very fat after that night in November. Since then he's been haunting Montlake. Not many walk away from an encounter with Victor, and I'll be glad if I never see him again. Tucker lengthened his stride as Luna jogged along beside him. She'd not heard what the woman had said. See, I told you we should give Victor some food, the girl said, relieved. All we had to do was use his name, and they let us go. What a nice old man. Yeah, Tucker said. He turned his attention to the end of the bridge, took her hand and powered on. The sun was going down when they found what they were looking for. They'd kept up the pace as they walked along the 520, as Tucker had felt hemmed in by the high concrete walls that lined the road. They were almost as vulnerable there as they had been on the bridge. They had threaded their way between the abandoned vehicles, blocking the road. Most had been broken open, but all were covered in a layer of dust that obscured their contents. They were low on supplies, but Tucker wanted to get as far out of Seattle as possible before they went scavenging. The encounter with Victor had creeped him out, and he doubted he'd sleep well tonight. He'd seen a tunnel ahead, and had decided to scramble up the embankment and walk along the top, when he noticed that he could see through to the end. So they jogged through and found on the other side that the road became clearer. "Will this one do?" Luna said with that whining tone unique to children of her age. She was almost entirely out of energy, and they'd need to stop soon in any case. "Let me go first," Tucker said. It was a white Ford Explorer and looked intact. That usually meant that its former occupant was still inside, so Tucker held his breath as he yanked on the handle and opened the driver's door. The seat was empty, and an experimental sniff proved that there were no nasty surprises inside. "Well, I'll be," he said as he found a key in the ignition. "Must have run off somewhere. Unless it was out of gas." He got up into the driver's seat, made sure all the electronics were off, and tentatively turned the key, fearing that the battery was dead. The starter motor whined pathetically, but at the second attempt the engine sputtered into life. "Get in, Pumpkin," he called. "We're in luck. And there's enough in the tank to get us to Spokane." Luna opened the passenger door and followed Danny inside, too tired to argue about their destination. She pulled her seatbelt on, curled up, and was almost instantly asleep. Tucker drove the car with the lights off for as long as he dared before pulling off the interstate into Bellevue. He picked his way through small suburban lanes and finally rolled into a parking lot in front of a row of workshops he could barely see in the near darkness. He nudged Luna and Danny awake, then went around and opened the trunk. "Well, would you look at that," he said as a yawning Luna joined him. In the trunk were several cardboard boxes containing cans, dry food, and cartons of sterilized milk. Behind those sat a pair of suitcases. "Now what in the world made them run off and leave all this, I wonder?" Marvin said to himself. He took the flashlight from his pack and swung it along the row of buildings. "How about this one? It's a carpet shop. Ought to be able to make ourselves comfortable in there." Tucker found a toolkit in the trunk and took out the largest screwdriver. Using this, he was able to lever apart the door and its frame until, with a crack, it swung open. "You're good at that," Luna said. "Misspent youth," Marvin responded. "Let Danny go in first, she'll check the coast is clear. I doubt there was anyone in here that night, but it pays to be careful." No smell emerged through the open door, and Marvin watched as the dog went in, sniffed around the main showroom for a minute or two, and then returned. "I reckon she's given it the all clear. Follow me in." They made up a couple of beds, using rolls of carpet piled on top of each other. Tucker heated some of the milk, and they settled down to sleep. "Hopefully we'll get to Spokane tomorrow," he said as he wished Luna good night. "And then New York," she responded. Tucker shook his head in the darkness, rolled over, and fell instantly asleep. Chapter 14. Nathan. Nathan Woods wiped his forehead and took a swig of water. What did they say about going out in the noonday sun? He wasn't a mad dog, and he was Texas born and bred, but this relentless pace in strength-sapping heat was taking its toll. He cursed his luck. What should have been a walk in the park was proving an unexpected trial. It must have been more than 80 degrees, and they were dressed for winter. He took a surreptitious look at his squad. Mackenzie and Pavlov had held up fairly well, though both looked as though they were nearing their limits. Jake, on the other hand, despite having youth on his side, was running on empty. "We're going to take a 30-minute chow break," Woods said, to sighs of relief from his subordinates. "Sergeant, we need to reach our target in time to be able to return here before nightfall. There's no time for a lunch break." He'd expected this. Wozniak was their guide on this scouting mission. A likable enough man, but nervous and pedantic. "Relax, Jan. If we take 5 now, we'll get there all the quicker. You don't want to go out in this heat, do you?" Wozniak was fit enough, but older than any of the others, and he nodded, though it was obvious he wasn't happy. No more than 30 minutes then. Wood shrugged. He was in charge of this mission, and it was his responsibility to see it through. He sat on the dusty floor of a house whose front windows had been smashed and rummaged for a ration pack. He was worried about Jake. He knew he shouldn't have brought him along, but he'd made a promise to Bella to keep an eye on the boy, and this mission was taking him a long way from the rest of his unit. He'd been part of the guard assigned to a representative of the TLX on a diplomatic mission to Phoenix. Nathan hadn't been privy to the details, but it seemed that the president's aim was to unite all the southern states against the rumors of a recovering federal government in the north. The center of Phoenix had been secured by the city authorities, led by their mayor, Paulo Baptista, who'd survived the long dark. Just as with the president of the TLX, he was an autocrat, offering a chance of security to those who would follow him without question. So, Phoenix had a small army, a police force, and a civil population of tens of thousands, some in the central area, others in satellite communities. It had become, effectively, a city-state controlling an expanding area that would soon reach the border with New Mexico and the TLX. Before traveling west, Nathan had been warned to prepare for an away mission and to pick 3 others to accompany him. Disturbing rumors had been circulating about foreign troops on the coast, and though they were considered unlikely, it was Nathan's job to scout along the road toward San Diego. The authorities at Phoenix had confirmed some skirmishes with their scavenging parties, but could give little more information. They had simply limited their activities to the east. And so Jan Wozniak had been assigned to take Nathan's unit to the location where the last encounter had happened, an intersection at a gas station in the little town of Quartzsite. As Wozniak related it, they'd gone to drain the fuel from the station tanks but were turned back by a heavily armed militia. According to him, they'd been native Arizonans, but he'd gotten a glimpse of others in the background in unfamiliar military uniforms. His guess was that they were Chinese, but his team hadn't hung around for long enough to find out, and the authorities in Phoenix had decided, for now, to focus their efforts in other directions. Their priority, they said, was the day-to-day feeding of their citizens. International relations could wait. "Private, how are you doing?" Nathan said as he helped Jake to his feet. "I'm okay, sir. Can I ask a question?" Here it comes, thought Nathan. The boy still hadn't understood that it wasn't his place to understand what they were doing, it was his place to follow orders. Nevertheless, he nodded. "Why did we leave the Humvee so far away?" "That's simple enough, soldier," Nathan said. "This is flat country, and we could be spotted from miles away in the Humvee. Our orders were to park it up 4 clicks from the intersection and proceed on foot." Jake went to ask another question but closed his mouth when he saw Nathan's expression. "Good, perhaps he will get the picture eventually. Mr. Wozniak, lead the way." It was no cooler when they emerged from the shade of the ruined house. It wasn't the temperature that bothered Nathan as much as the dryness of the air that was carried in on a hot breeze and seemed to drain the body of fluid with every step. They followed the edge of the road towards where Nathan's map said the intersection was. He had taken point, with Wozniak walking just behind him. Jake was next, followed by Mackenzie and Pavlov. Of the 5 of them, only Nathan had credible military experience. Jake had been in the militia for a few weeks, Mackenzie was a former cop, and Pavlov had been in the State Guard, though in a largely administrative role. Not that Nathan had many options. He'd been promoted quickly because he was one of the few fully trained soldiers to survive the long dark, so there weren't many to pick from. They'd encountered no signs of life whatsoever in their march from the Humvee, and he was beginning to find this disturbing. Sure, a town like this with a small population and few natural resources was going to be a hard place to scratch out an existence, so he guessed the survivors had mainly fled. Still, with its abandoned cars covered in dust, looted houses, and utter silence, Quartzsite creeped him out. It was like the poster child of a nuclear holocaust. He turned, held his hand up, and gestured ahead. They crossed carefully onto the main road leading to the intersection, keeping as low as possible, and jogging between the small roadside buildings until they could clearly see the yellow and orange logo of Shell. Nathan pulled the binoculars from his pack and scanned the gas station. At first he saw nothing, but then he made out figures moving in the shade. Even from this distance, they were obviously carrying rifles and moving in the sorts of regular pattern characteristic of the military. From here, however, he couldn't see any details of their uniforms, the contrast between the shade and the blinding desert sun making it impossible. "There's someone there," he said to the others. "Our mission is to obtain footage that HQ can examine, so we're going to have to get a lot closer." "There's a Heaven's Kitchen right behind the gas station," Wozniak said. "I noticed it when we were here before. You should be able to get a good view from there. But we have to hurry, this place freaks me out." Nathan plotted a route from where they were hiding across the intersection to the restaurant. "Remember, move quickly, keep low. I can't see how many of them there are, but they certainly outgun us." He skirted the rear of the building, checked the line of sight to the gas station, and fixed his gaze on his first target, a small factory building. When he was certain there were no moving figures in the distance, he set off across the gap at a crouching run. It took them an excruciating half an hour to make their way to the Heaven's Kitchen building. The place stank of dry decay, but the only way to get a good view of the gas station was to go inside and shoot their footage from there. "Masters, watch the door," Nathan said to Jake before leading others into the foul-smelling interior. They found a window on the far side, and Nathan got the camera out, pressing it against the cleanest part of the glass. It was nothing more than a cheap point-and-shoot, so they could all see what it was recording through the LCD panel on the back. "Are they Chinese, Sarge?" Mackenzie said. Nathan squinted at the screen, zooming the image to focus on the man who'd emerged into the sunlight. He was definitely Asian, and his uniform was not U.S. standard issue. It had a camouflage pattern that extended to his green helmet. On his shoulders sat red epaulettes. "Oh my God," Nathan said. "They're North Korean." "Seriously? North Korea's that crackpot country with the fat leader, ain't it?" Pavlov said. "They're tiny, how could they be here?" Nathan turned to him. "They had an army of 6 million, Pavlov." "Yeah, sir, but they'd have been wiped out just like ours was." Nathan thought about that for a moment. It had been some issue with the bonesware implants that had caused the great die-off. "I'm not so sure, Private. I'm no expert, but I reckon it's pretty unlikely bonesware ever got into North Korea. Good grief, they have the biggest army in the world and a megalomaniac as a leader." He sat for another 10 minutes or so capturing footage, and then, once he had enough in the can, turned to the others. The door of the restaurant kitchen burst open, and the room was suddenly full of the shouting of men and the thuds of booted feet. "Put down your weapons." They had no chance. Half a dozen North Korean soldiers, all but one pointing assault rifles at them. The other one, an officer, held a pistol aimed at Nathan's chest. "Drop your weapons," Nathan said. He'd had no time to pick up his carbine, but the other two were vainly trying to cover the enemy soldiers. "Put them down, that's an order." "Hand over the camera," the officer said in heavily accented English. "How did you know we had one?" Nathan asked, fishing it out of his pocket. Without answering, the officer snatched it from Nathan and handed it to Wozniak. "Here, take this back to your government, along with your report of our numbers." Wozniak nodded nervously. "I will, Captain. I'll tell them we saw a battalion at least." "You treacherous bastard," Nathan spat. And he knew that he and the others would be executed. Wozniak would return to Phoenix, the heroic survivor, and the TLX authorities would get a completely incorrect impression of the numbers of North Korean troops. His mind whirred, even as he knew what was to come. This subterfuge only made sense if there were only a small number of enemy soldiers so far. They were trying to delay any attack by the TLX until they'd secured themselves. "I'm only following orders," Wozniak said, "just like you." "You were told to betray us?" "Why?" "There is no time for this," the North Korean captain interrupted. You go and we will deal with these. He left a man to guard the entrance, Wozniak said, flinching from Nathan's look of utter contempt. The captain chuckled. A good plan, except that we were already here. He turned to two of his men. Go, finish him so our friend here can escape. At that moment, there was a deafening burst of gunfire, and the officer fell to the floor. The North Koreans turned to face their attacker, one falling almost immediately. Nathan sprang for his weapon, which lay on the table where the officer had stood just as Mackenzie and Pavlov threw themselves at the nearest soldiers. Nathan's first shot spat into the neck of one soldier, while another began emptying the magazine of his Type 58. Nathan fell to the floor, showered in concrete fragments. As he looked under the table, he saw Pavlov's unseeing eyes staring back at him. For a moment the barrage stopped, and Nathan gambled that the soldier was changing the magazine, popped his head above the table again, and took the man in the shoulder as another round hit him from behind, causing him to topple forward. The air stank of nitroglycerin as dust fell from the walls and ceiling. Mackenzie was alive, and there, crouching behind a chair, was Jake. He rose steadily to his feet. Wozniak got away, he said. I couldn't shoot him, he was unarmed. Don't worry about that for now, get over here, Nathan called, gesturing him to the window which had exploded outwards. Shouts could be heard from outside. They'll be on top of us any minute. Aim for the tanker, fire when ready. The North Koreans at the gas station should have been on them already, but they had been ordered to remain where they were, and no one as yet had found the courage to disobey that order, even though something had clearly gone very wrong. Nathan sheltered behind the wall beneath the window and brought his carbine up. He prayed that the tanker wasn't empty, and that his weapon could puncture it from this distance. Finally, the figures in the gas station began to move, grabbing weapons and getting into order under the cover of the shop. Jake was alongside him, aiming his weapon with the robotic precision of someone who has just learned to shoot. Mackenzie, on his other side, was shooting left-handed so he could stay under cover. Rounds fizzed through the window and exploded on the wall behind them. And then, quite suddenly, the tanker exploded. The fireball erupted in all directions, incinerating everyone on the forecourt, and throwing men like popping corn to lie burning on the sand and asphalt. By the time it reached the window, it was like opening an oven door. Acrid roiling smoke filled the room. Come on, he said, coughing. We won't have got them all. We need to get back to the Humvee. What about Pavlov? Jake said. Nathan knelt beside the fallen soldier, closed his eyes, and ripped the dog tag from his neck. We either go now or die here, he said. They ran back the way they came, ignoring the screams of pain from the gas station. They heard shouts from behind them and knew the chase was on. But whoever they were, they didn't know the surrounding roads, so the three exhausted soldiers were able to lose them by running from house to house, yard to yard. Finally, they arrived back at the house they'd had their noon break in. Evening had come and the air was cooler, so they didn't stay for more than a few minutes. Well done, Jake, Nathan said. You had our backs. Jake shook his head. I can't even think about it. I heard them when they came out of the kitchen, so I crept round until I could get a clear view. You did good. You sure did, kid, Mackenzie added, slapping Jake on the shoulder. Welcome to the army. Let's get back to the Humvee before we lose the light. We can sleep in the vehicle, then head back to Phoenix in the morning. Unless that snake has gotten there before us. Chapter 15. Solly. Sergeant Tam Quinn squinted through the windscreen of the APV, searching the darkening skies for the telltale lights of an incoming plane. He wasn't a reflective man, but even he found himself imagining what it must have been like at Rickenbacker International Airport before the long dark. Venus was setting on a cloudless dusk, but the evening star was the only pinprick in an otherwise unbroken firmament. It was as if humanity had never existed. Incoming. Quinn followed the direction his subordinate was indicating. Private Grant had 2 decades on his sergeant, and it took a few seconds before Quinn could make out the faint moving lights and the even fainter white fuselage as it approached the runway. Fire her up, he said, and the APC roared into life. He turned to the squad huddled behind him. Remember, our orders are to take them alive, though, if they resist, any females can be eliminated. Quinn saw them fidgeting at this. No, I don't know why any more than you do, but those are our orders. If they have any sense, they'll give themselves up. Sarge, ATC reports that they're approaching runway 2. Get us over there, Quinn responded. Typical. A 50-50 chance, and of course they were waiting at the wrong one. The plane came to a halt, silence falling like a blanket as its engines cut out. Quinn's squad gathered around the nose, and he walked forward, megaphone in hand. Occupants of the plane. You are surrounded, and ordered to surrender immediately. There was no sign of any movement inside, so, after repeating the warning, Quinn carefully approached the nose of the aircraft. It was too high to see directly in, but there were no moving shadows. His ears strained to hear the sound of weapons being readied. Nothing. He gestured to Grant. Get the door open. Private Grant examined the instructions, placed his hand over the release, and looked to his sergeant, who raised his weapon and nodded. Grant flipped the handle, then pressed the stud release, and the door raised itself a few inches. He grabbed the sides and in one fluid movement stepped back, allowing the door to drop down and the steps to emerge. Quinn put the carbine to his eye and stood on the bottom step, and with infinite care raised himself inch by inch until he could look along the floor of the passenger cabin. This is your final warning. Drop your weapons, raise your hands, and come out now. No response. The squad was now gathered around the plane, waiting for his next action. He took a small canister from his belt, pulled the tab, and lobbed the tear gas into the cabin before stepping back down to the tarmac. There's nobody on board, Sarge, Grant said, though he kept his rifle to his shoulder. Planes don't land themselves, Quinn responded, though he had no explanation. Perhaps they'd killed themselves to avoid capture. Once the smoke had cleared, Quinn ran up the steps, swept the interior, and then went into the pilot's cabin as his squad checked the small passenger compartment. You really shouldn't be here. The voice was coming from the instrument panel in front of the pilot's seat. Who said that? I have opened a valve in the fuel tank, and aviation fuel is now spilling onto the runway. In 20 seconds, I will cause a spark to ignite it. This is your only warning. 19. 18. It took a moment for his brain to process what the voice had just said, and then he thought he could smell the pungent aroma of gas spilling. Evacuate the aircraft immediately, he called. Now, I said. The men began running back along the fuselage and down the steps. Quinn felt his guts tightening as he kept a running count of the seconds remaining. Get as far away as possible, he called. No. Not in the APC, it's too close. Run. Suddenly the sky lit up, and he felt the roaring heat on his back as he threw himself to the ground. With a humph, the plane was lost in a curtain of flames. It had been a desperate last throw of the dice, but it had paid off. So far. It had been Solly's idea to have Allison pilot the plane to Rickenbacker after her human friends had disembarked at Springfield-Beckley Airport, which was along the same flight path. They'd been lucky that Springfield had been completely abandoned, and they were able to quickly find a pickup and drive to an uncertain welcome at Wright-Patterson. Scott's shoulder and head were both wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were bright, and he was now well enough for his anger to surface. We had no choice, Solly said. We were low on fuel, and we knew they'd be waiting for us at Rickenbacker. And besides, you'd lost a lot of blood. If we'd waited any longer, you'd be dead. Then you should have let me die rather than bring Allison here, Lee said, though Solly suspected his heart wasn't entirely in it. He was angry, certainly, but he was also grateful to be alive. How is the patient? Solly turned to see General McBride as he entered briskly and took up station beside the bed. He thinks I made a huge mistake coming here, Solly said. And what do you think, Mr. Masters? Solly shrugged. How does the saying go? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? I figured that after your encounter with the Lee Corporation, you might be prepared to help us. Well, it's certainly very irregular, but then what isn't these days? Will you walk with me? Solly followed the general into the sterile corridor of the military hospital. "I'll be quite clear with you," McBride said. "I nearly shot you down when you were on approach, and when you identified yourself, my finger was itching to pull the trigger. We lost a lot of good men that night, and Wright-Patterson is only just returning to normal operations. And on top of that, there's the new DC government. I'm glad you chose to help us. This is bigger than either you or I, or even this base." They walked out into the sunshine, heading for the general's office in the administration block. That much I understood when their helicopter landed. I had no idea the Lees had a paramilitary force of their own. The general gestured for Solly to take a seat in front of his desk. "Look, I'm no fool and I'm a good judge of character. Now I think I can trust you, and if that sheriff's bent then I'm a quarterback, but Scott Lee is another matter. He co-founded the company. And he's supposed to be dead." Solly leaned back in his chair and gazed out over the base through the office window. It was late afternoon, and figures walked briskly in the distance, occasionally standing aside for a vehicle to pass them. It looked like the epitome of organized efficiency. "You have a point, General. I'm not sure I trust him entirely either, but then I've barely spoken to him since we broke him out of the Lee building. Sheriff Ramos knows him better, and even she's not completely convinced, though he'd have to be a master manipulator to have gone through all he endured at the hands of his former colleagues." "Well, I'll be keeping an eye on him," McBride said. "Have you heard from DC?" Solly asked. McBride stiffened a little, though he tried to hide it. "We have indeed. I had a call from the president," he said with a tone that suggested he'd be giving that last word air quotes if he wasn't a general. "They've re-established limited satellite communication and were ordered to send a detailed report to the White House and in person." "Will you be going yourself?" Solly asked, though he could tell from McBride's reaction that he was walking on dangerous ground. "No, I can't leave the base. We've only just re-established order, and I've got both military personnel and civilians to think of. I'll send a detachment under a trusted officer. I'll rely on the reports I receive back before deciding on our next move. Now, talking of next moves, what are your intentions, Mr. Masters?" "I'm leaving. As far as I'm concerned, the only good thing to come out of the last few days is that I'm now 2,000 miles closer to where I started from. Ross and I are going home." He realized as he said that word that he meant it. The farmhouse was his home now. He would have to head south soon enough, as he knew now that Bella, Jake, and Maddie might not have died that night, but all he wanted right now was to see Janice and the others. Especially Janice. He hated himself for it. Blood is thicker than water? Not in this new world. "And you'll be taking that machine with you?" McBride said, gesturing at Solly, who nodded solemnly. "I will." Truth to tell, he'd had mixed feelings when Allison had transferred successfully back into her cylinder from the plane's avionics. She'd known there was a risk that the distance was too great, and yet she'd accepted the mission anyway. She leapt into the ether in the hope of finding her way back home, and he should have been grateful to see the cylinder light up again. But he felt burdened by responsibility. To the people at the farmhouse, to his family in Texas, and now to the whole world. And that was the obligation he felt most resentful of. "Will the sheriff go with you?" Solly shrugged. "I doubt it. Her daughter and her home are both in the West." General McBride got up and held out his hand. "I deal in practical reality, Mr. Masters, and I have quite enough of that to manage here. I don't pretend to fully understand or indeed to entirely believe what you've told me of your mission." "You and me both, General." McBride smiled as they shook. "But I wish you a fair wind and a star to steer by." Christine Blaze slumped over her desk and buried her head in her hands. Every last ounce of gratitude she'd felt for surviving the long dark had been wrung from her soul by the events of the past weeks. She'd been woken by a call from her assistant that night, and had spent the following hours watching the apocalypse unfold before her eyes. She'd been driven to her office along roads crowded with the terrified and the dead, until her driver had collapsed at an intersection, and she'd been forced to complete the journey with his corpse curled up in the passenger seat. She still couldn't work out how she'd managed to move his body across, putting it down to the adrenaline of sudden and complete terror. Over the following days, she'd felt herself at the center of a fragmenting web, until finally, she'd been forced to abandon her post and seek shelter at one of the government facilities out in the country. President Kowalski died on the first night, as had the next 11 people in the order of succession. Ryan O'Reilly, Secretary of Transportation, then inherited the hot seat before dying mysteriously 3 days later. Finally, the bloodletting was over. And she was the last person standing. The poison chalice was hers. She'd never expected, when she was appointed Secretary of Homeland Security, that the 19 people ahead of her in the succession would all die either in the long dark or shortly afterwards. Yet here she was behind the famous desk in the White House, backed by the authority of the Constitution. But she knew well enough that her power stemmed entirely from the support of General Melrose, who was now the head of the 3 branches of the military, which at that time amounted to the surviving service personnel who'd been based in the area under DC's control when the Long Dark had happened. Not exactly a functioning military force. Madam President. Blaise looked up to see her chief of staff, again not the position of power it once might have been, holding a cup of tea and wearing a worried expression. "What is it, Joel?" "They're here, Madam President." She took a wet wipe from her desk drawer and ran it over her face. It was a futile attempt to freshen up, but it was better than nothing. "Show them in, please," she said. Moments later, 2 people entered. One was a tall woman of Oriental appearance, the other a man whose only exceptional feature was his averageness. She'd remember nothing of him once he'd left, and she instinctively knew that the power lay with the other. "Madam President, it is an honor," the woman said. "I am Administrator Chen of the Lee Corporation, and this is my assistant, John Galloway." "Please sit down," Blaise said, gesturing to the ornate chairs in front of the desk. Her chief of staff entered with a pot of tea on a silver tray and placed it on the desk before leaving again. "Thank you, Madam President. I didn't receive such hospitality the last time I was in this office." This caught Blaise off her guard. "You've been in the Oval Office before?" Chen nodded. "I met with your predecessor a year or so ago. He was somewhat unfriendly. He seemed to believe that we were avoiding paying our full measure of taxes." "Ah, yes. There was quite the public stink about that." She couldn't think of anything that demonstrated how much the world had changed more than a squabble about taxation. "I was forced to remind him of the generous contributions the Lee Corporation made to his presidential campaign." Blaise lifted the teacup to her lips and sipped the hot, sweet liquid. "That was another time. Now, why did you request this meeting?" "Good to business then," Chen said. "You, Madam President, have a refugee problem." Blaise tried desperately to conceal her surprise. "Do we?" "This is not the time for political maneuverings," Chen said. "We have our methods of gathering information, and we know that people are approaching Washington, D.C. from north, south, east, and west. You have established camps, but they are descending into chaos. You cannot feed such an influx, at least not in the short term. When order is restored, you will, I'm sure, find a way to access and distribute the nation's emergency food reserves, if they still exist, but for now you have a crisis on your hands. We can help." "Are you telling me that the Lee Corporation is a functioning entity, even after the Long Dark?" "Indeed we are." Blaise slammed her fist on the desk and leapt to her feet. "And yet it was you who designed and built the implants that killed 19 out of 20 Americans. I have a good mind to have you tried for treason." For a moment Chen's mask slipped and a flicker of emotion, was it fear, passed across her face. And then it was gone. If a terrorist shoots a police officer, do you blame the maker of the gun he used? Are you saying you had nothing to do with what happened that night? I am saying exactly that, Madam President. Then how do you explain that Lee Corporation employees survived when so many others died? Again, Chen froze momentarily. "We have theories," she said, speaking so quietly that Blaze had to lean forward to hear her. "We always introduce new models into our workforce before they go into the mass market. We believe that they were resistant to the attack." "How very convenient." "Madam President, we can sit here and argue about the past, or we can deal with the here and now. You have thousands of people starving in makeshift refugee camps. We have a cargo ship full of supplies waiting to be unloaded. We will feed your citizens and thus stabilize your government." "And what do you want in return?" Blaze asked, preparing herself for the hammer blow. "The continental United States is yours to govern, Madam President, except for New York and Seattle. They belong to us. That is our price." Chapter 16. Bella. Bella handed the binoculars over to Skulls and rolled onto her back. They were hiding behind trash cans on a small rise overlooking their target. Al sat uncomfortably at her feet, and Maddie was slouching in the shadows with Father O'Rourke. "I can only see one guard," she said. At least they now had a plan. One way or another, they needed to get Luke released, and the mayor was the key to that. And to get to her, they needed inside help. The challenge had been to get their hands on someone who'd know enough to be useful without giving themselves away, and that meant isolating their target. O'Rourke had said that there was a storage facility on the edge of town, so they'd driven over the previous night to check it out. "Okay, this is our chance, I reckon," Skulls said, sitting up. "Al, are you sure you want to be the decoy?" The old man smiled. "Sure. I got the least to lose, and I don't reckon he'll feel threatened by such a frail old man." "Well, you be careful, Pop," Bella said, kissing him on the cheek. "And don't overdo the frailty, it doesn't suit you." She watched as her father slipped off along the road that ran parallel to the storage plant, feeling a lump in her throat born of pride and fear that she'd never speak to him again. "I'll take care too," Skulls said, leaning down and kissing her cheek. "Oh, I know you'll be okay, you're indestructible." He gave a tiny smile, and then ran off in the opposite direction to Al. He was going to get as close to the gates as he could without attracting attention. Speed was going to be of the essence. Minutes later, Bella watched her father walking slowly along the road, looking for all the world like he was going to collapse at any moment. She could see him looking to his right into the facility from time to time, and then he stopped, as if wanting to be sure that he wasn't mistaken, before continuing to stumble on. The guard brought his weapon to bear, and Bella could hear his warning call. Al raised his hands, swaying a little. "Don't overact, Pop," Bella thought as the guard waved him forward. She winced as with his free hand the guard pulled on Al's coat, causing him to stagger before, satisfied that he had no weapons, he relaxed a little and began questioning him. Like a cat stalking its prey, Skulls slunk out of the shadows, and he was on the guard before he could bring his weapon round. The guard's body went limp as he felt cold metal against his temple, and Skulls prodded him up the slope to where the others waited. "This is Greg," Skulls said when they arrived. "He's agreed to help us." The guard was a stocky man who looked as though he wore a car tire around his waist. He was sweating, though Bella couldn't tell whether that was out of fear or simply because he'd been forced to jog for 100 yards. "Look, I don't want no trouble, but if the mayor hears I've left my post, it'll be the noose for me." "Why do you work for someone so brutal?" Bella asked. "'Cause not working for her ain't an option if a fella wants to see another sunrise." "Hey, Father O'Rourke. Is it really you?" The priest stepped out of the shadows and embraced the fat guard. "Gregory, my friend," he said before shaking his head sadly. "What have you become? Are you truly one of the guards of Golgotha?" "I'm sorry, Father. I am weak," he said. "Say, does that mean you're the fella who rescued him from the gallows?" He stuck out his hand and strode over to Skulls, who stepped back, keeping his gun on the guard. "Oh," Greg said, as if suddenly remembering that they were on different sides. "Well, I'm sure grateful you did that, and I'll help if I can." "Hold on a minute," Al interrupted. "This is all well and good, but what's going on in that so-called storage facility? I saw folk in there, plenty of folk. Looked as though they were crammed in like sardines." The guard's face dropped and he turned to address the priest. Look, father, I swear I didn't know anything about it. About what, my son? You know the policy, he said, swallowing nervously. Only the fit and able are accepted into the community. I was lucky to get in myself. He tapped his ample stomach as if to emphasize the point. O'Rourke nodded solemnly. Yes, and those that are not admitted are sent on their way. No, father. May God forgive us, but they're not. They end up here. He cast his eyes to the ground and shook his head. Why? Skulls said. What happens to them? Tell us, my son, O'Rourke said, obviously dreading the answer. Labor. What? Again, he shook his head as if denying the words coming out of his mouth. They're working in the fields, turning them over from cotton to grain so we'll have stores for next winter. And many other jobs. Things the folk of Elizabeth don't want to do. But these are the old and infirm, what good are they for labor? Bella asked, unable to remain silent any longer. Greg wiped a tear from his scarlet cheeks. They don't last long, and then they're buried in the fields to feed the crops, but there's always more comin' in to replace them. I'm sorry, miss. I swear I didn't know this was happening. My God, it's the concentration camps all over again, Al said, his face white with shock. We've got to help them, Isabella. What can we do? There are other guards, I imagine? Greg nodded. Not so many as before they started hunting for you. 1 on the gate, 3 inside the facility, and others in the fields when they're working. But there's no place for these folks to go, even if you did break them out. You can't take them with you. And don't forget we're supposed to be rescuing Luke. Maddie said, speaking for the first time. We hadn't forgotten, Maddie, Bella said, failing to conceal the anger in her voice, but if your grandfather was in that place, wouldn't you want to do something about it? Like what? No one spoke. Look, I think we should deal with one problem at a time, Skulls said calmly. We came here to find a way to Luke, so we need to know whether Greg here is going to be helpful. The color drained from the guard's face. Well, what do you want me to do? They left the RV parked up just outside the town center while Bella, Al, and Maddie walked in. Bella had insisted Skulls had to wait with O'Rourke in an abandoned shop. They were both far too recognizable, and their presence would endanger rather than help the mission. Their job would be to race to the RV and drive it into town if a quick getaway was needed. The signal would be a double gunshot. The plan was simple enough. Greg had revealed that the mayor would be holding a ceremony marking the arrival of the supplies from the most recent raid on the nearby towns. She'd be surrounded by security, but she was still far more vulnerable than when she was in the town hall. Bella also thought she detected complacency when they met. The woman thought she had the town so under her heel that they couldn't possibly oppose her, and was banking on that to help her get close. Come on, she said as she increased her pace. The ceremony was due to take place at 2 p.m., and Bella wanted to be able to slip into the crowd once it had gathered, hoping to lose herself among the faces. She tapped her pocket and felt the reassuring weight of her handgun swinging back and forth against her hip. There it is. A group of people had gathered around the open door of a mini-mart. As they approached, they could hear the quiet mumble of people talking to each other out of the corners of their mouths. It had the air of a community obligation and not a celebration. Bella and the others took their place against the wall, keeping as many people between themselves and the open square as possible. Here she comes, Maddie whispered as she gestured with her shoulder. The mayor appeared from their left, flanked by 6 police officers. She walked with the confidence of a savior come to deliver her people. Beside the shop stood a truck, and as she strode across the road, a man appeared from behind it, jumped up onto the tailgate, and pushed the shutter upwards with a rasping sound that brought everyone's attention to it and the approaching mayor. Bella began to edge towards the front of the crowd, while the mayor took her place beside the back of the truck as the first boxes were unloaded. People of Elizabeth, she called. Silence fell like the closing of a sarcophagus lid. We are gathered here to celebrate the fruits of our labors. These supplies are but one part of those gathered by our comrades who work tirelessly to secure our future. Canned goods, boxed foods, and basic medical supplies, as well as the essentials for hygiene, will be put into our stores. And who decides when we get our share, Mayor? The people in the crowd turned as one to the source of the voice. A young woman stood, visibly trembling but determined. A baby's head was poking out of the top of her coat, resting under her chin. "What is your name?" the mayor said, her voice barely carrying to where Bella stood. "Jessica. Jessica Danes." "Well then, Jessica, the supplies will be distributed according to need." Another voice just behind the young woman now spoke. "And who decides that, Mayor? 'Cause I don't recall casting a vote for you." Someone near Bella let out an audible gasp. "I see that the people of this town are becoming accustomed to being fed and housed. Perhaps they are taking it for granted. Perhaps they have forgotten the chaos that reigns outside our borders. The chaos they were escaping when they came here. You would not be safe for long, Jessica," the mayor said, not hiding her venom. "You didn't let my grandfather in," Jessica said, shaking with anger and terror. "You took him away from us. Where is he now?" Mayor Kennedy turned to the cop standing next to her. "Escort this woman to the road. She can go look for her grandfather, while we care for those who appreciate the community we've built here." An angry murmur seemed to rise from all around Bella as the police officer stepped forward and grabbed the woman's arm. "No, I'm sorry. Please, I just wanted to be fed." The mayor ignored Jessica's increasingly frantic pleas as she was dragged away. "Now, is there anyone else who'd like to register their disagreement with our policies?" It seemed as though the whole crowd slumped and looked to the floor. Which was why, as the mayor's gaze swept over them in triumph, her eyes met Bella's. "You," she cried. Bella's guts filled with ice. It had all gone wrong. She wasn't nearly close enough to be able to grab the woman. "Get her!" the mayor shouted, and the cops began to move in Bella's direction as the crowd parted. Bella pushed Maddie to one side, but one of the cops had seen it and was about to grab her when the mayor called, "Stop." Spinning round, Bella saw the mayor, and standing next to her with a loaded gun to her head was Al. "You won't get away with this," Mayor Kennedy hissed as she was marched towards the police station, her escort of cops following, and behind them a gathering crowd of the curious and hopeful. "Can it, sister?" Al responded, "unless you can come up with something a bit more original." He's actually enjoying this, Bella thought, as she walked alongside them. They reached the jail, which was built into the back of the police station. By this time, just about the entire police force was gathered there waiting, some with weapons drawn. Others seemed remarkably unconcerned. A crowd of townsfolk surrounded them all. "Move away from the entrance," Al called. At a nod from the mayor, the cops gave them some space. "Now go fetch the boy you've got in the cells and bring him out here." It took 5 tense minutes for Luke to appear. He looked in good health, blinking in the daylight as he ran into Maddie's embrace. "Right, now you'll come along with us. If you're a good girl, we'll let you go when we get to the town boundary." "You won't get far," she snarled. "We'll hunt you down for this." Al simply smiled at her and nodded to Bella, who raised her handgun and fired 2 rounds into the sky. "No." A shape leaped out of the crowd and threw itself at the mayor, knocking Al to the floor. Bella stepped forward to help her father to his feet, then looked up to see a man pinning Kennedy to the ground, his knife at her throat. "You think you can get away with throwing Jess to the lions, do you? I thought that old man was gonna do for you, but it seems that pleasure is going to be all mine. You're the devil's spawn and you'll end no more lives." People in the crowd gasped, and the watching police officers stood like statues as they waited for the deadly blow. "I can't let you do that," Bella said, pointing her gun at the man's head. "Why not?" he spat. "She's killed enough. And likely ruined more lives than we know." Bella stepped forward and put her hand on the man's shoulder. "That's true, but if you kill her without due process, you're no better than she is." He looked up at her, red eyes wide with fury and grief. And in that moment, one of the mayor's guards swept forward, grabbed his arm and pulled him off the mayor. At the same instant, and as Bella swung her gun around, another guard grabbed it out of her hand. Mayor Kennedy, got to her feet as gracefully as she could manage, and gestured to the guard to hand over Bella's weapon. "How dare you?" she hissed. "How dare you? I believe we will dispense with the formalities and proceed straight to judgment. You are all found guilty of threatening and abducting a lawfully appointed official, and your sentence is death for you and your accomplices, to be carried out immediately." "But Madam Mayor, she saved your life." To Bella's utter astonishment, these words were spoken by the guard who'd taken her weapon. "Do not question my orders. She assaulted me and will receive her punishment. Surely she should be tried, Madam Mayor." Kennedy spun round to the other guard, who was still holding the attacker. "Bring him along, he can hang too. You all saw what he did. Now obey my orders and bring these prisoners to the gallows. We will not delay cleansing the town of their corruption. Carry out my orders." The guard let go of the man and dropped his handgun into its holster. Mayor Kennedy raised her weapon in one smooth motion and shot him in the chest. In a blur, the first guard grabbed her gun, ripped it from her hands and pressed his weapon to her temple so hard she screeched with pain. "You bitch," he roared. "You callous bitch." "No," Bella shouted. "Don't do it." She grabbed his arm, feeling his muscles shaking with fury, the last vestiges of self-control holding him back from pulling the trigger. "It's time to turn the corner," Bella said more softly now. "No more frontier justice, no more brutality. There's plenty of blame to go around, but tonight's not the night for retribution. For all her faults, she's created an oasis here. Don't throw it all away." He turned his head to her. "You want her to be mayor again, after all she's done?" "Oh no," Bella said. "I want to see her locked away for good. Her time has passed and she will have to pay for her crimes. But right now what you need is peace and order." The guard nodded to the police officers, and one jogged up. "Cuff her and throw her in the cells." As she watched the mayor being dragged away, cursing at the watching people, Bella heard a vehicle coming to a halt behind her, and 2 pairs of feet running in their direction. "What's going on?" Skulls said. "You can put your weapon down," the guard said. "You're under no threat here. The mayor's been deposed. Arnie, put the call out to bring that girl back safe to her man." One of the watching police officers acknowledged the command and ran into the station. Bella turned to embrace Skulls while the guard addressed the crowd. "Some of you have good reason to pick a fight with me, but as the lady says, we all have to come together, or this community will be lost. We need someone to lead us through this change, at least until we can have an election. Who wants to take that on? Father?" He pointed at O'Rourke, who'd come to stand beside Bella and Skulls. "Oh no, my son. I am a humble servant of God and wouldn't know where to start." "Her," said the man who'd attacked the mayor. "She can do it. She's from outside, so she's got no history. She's got the guts and she does what's right. I think the town could do with a leader like her. She saved me from becoming a murderer." Bella's jaw dropped, and she shook her head as she saw the nods of approval from around her. "No, I can't do it. We're heading for D.C. We're looking for somewhere safe." "Then help us make this place safe," the man said. And so, just like that, she was trapped. Chapter 17. Luna. Marvin Tucker's mood had darkened as they'd skirted the western side of Spokane, Washington. Luna sat alongside him, somehow sharing her seat with Danny, whose attention was on the road ahead. Every now and again, she'd let out a little growl as Tucker imagined she spotted something invisible to her human companions. It was a cold winter's morning as they entered Fairfield. The frost was steaming off in the early sun, and the going was slow as Tucker was forced to maneuver around abandoned cars and trucks that had been left to rot along with their occupants. "Looks like the place was completely abandoned," he said. "And no one's been back. I don't get it." "Was this where you lived before?" Luna said, trying to frame her words. Tucker had been grumpier than usual with her today, and she felt as though she was walking on eggshells. He shook his head. "Not for a long time. 10 years, 12, something like that. I moved to Arbroath back when I split up with my wife. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you like each other any more? Despite himself, her innocent bluntness brought a smile to his face. You could say that. She decided she liked the mailman more'n she liked me. Can't say I entirely blame her. I wasn't easy to live with. Yes, I know. He looked out of the corner of his eye at her, but there was no sign of any snarkiness. And she was right. He'd been hard on her, especially the last couple of days. Why had he decided it would be a good idea to come back here? It would have been bad enough in normal times to be driving the streets he'd last abandoned at high speed all those years ago, but to find them almost unrecognizable was somehow worse. He tried desperately to shake off the funk he was descending into. Just up here is the house we lived in. Do you want to go take a look? Sure. Can we go in? I need to use the restroom. Tucker grunted his assent. As long as there's no one living there, he said. Do you think your wife might be there? Ex-wife, he said. And no, she moved out east years ago. Here we are, this is the road. Tall pine trees lined the street on both sides, and set behind long grass lawns were ranch houses in varying states of repair, though all looked unoccupied. I don't like it, Tucker said. We haven't seen a single soul since we turned off the highway. Something's not right. Nothing's been right for a long time. No, I don't mean that. There should be some people here, even just a few. This would be as good a place to hunker down as anywhere. Better than the city, that's for sure. They crawled along as Tucker weaved around cars abandoned in the street until they came to a halt outside a single-story house. An old RV stood in the driveway, and alongside it a station wagon. They painted it, Tucker said. What sort of a color is that for a house? I think they call it duck egg blue. Well, it was white when I lived here. I like the blue. I don't. Now, do you want to get out or not? Yeah, I need to go. Then wait here while I check it out. I thought you said there was no one here. I said I hadn't seen no one. That ain't the same thing. He pulled onto the drive, took the Glock, and got out. In truth, it helped that the house had been painted, as it didn't look quite like the home he'd lived in, but he still felt the weight of history pulling him down. Rotting leaves from the sycamore tree on the front lawn lay piled up in front of the garage door. The place wasn't being lived in, he was certain, but he wasn't going to let the girl inside until he'd checked whether it was occupied. He skirted his way around the building until he was looking over the back garden. The little pond was still here, melting ice floating on its surface. Something caught his eye, something out of place at the bottom of the garden. He jogged over and found himself looking at a row of 3 wooden crosses, each bearing a name. A family. And someone had given them a decent burial. Tucker found himself almost overwhelmed by the emotion of this little gesture of compassion, and wiped the tears from his eyes. A decade ago, he'd played catch down here with his little pumpkin. He turned to move back up the garden, curious to find any other evidence of the person or people who'd done this, and then almost fell over something lying in the flower bed. He jumped back as he recognized the remains of a booted foot. Tucker forced himself to part the bushes, and there, at their base, he saw the dark remnants of a human body. And it had quite obviously been feasted upon. Fighting back his revulsion, he strode back towards the house. So it looked as though someone came to the house, cleared out the bodies he or she found there, and then died in the garden. There had been no one here to care for the gravedigger. Tucker resolved to amend that before they moved on. It was the least he could do. The back door was unlocked, and the house smelled of nothing more than dust with a hint of damp. It was an aroma that took him back a decade and a half, to happy times in a family home. The place had the superficial trappings of another's house, but in his heart, he felt as though he'd never left. He double-checked the bedrooms, but there was no sign that anything horrific had happened here. The king-size bed in the main bedroom had what looked like fresh linen, but it was when he went into the smaller room that the river of grief that had been flowing beneath the surface broke its banks. The decorations in Pumpkin's room hadn't been changed at all since he'd last been here. The walls still painted the lurid pink she adored, but it had long ago been turned into storage. The tears fell again as he remembered her, and the loss that had been the catalyst for everything that had happened since. For a moment he stood there wondering whether that tragedy had somehow prepared him for the global catastrophe of the long dark. Maybe because he'd stopped caring much about himself and others, he'd survived better than most. He moved silently into the living room and looked out at the car and the girl who sat impatiently waiting for him. Yeah, he'd stopped caring. Until now. "I like this place," Luna said as she returned from the bathroom. Tucker had taken a jug from the kitchen and filled the toilet tank with water from the pond so she could use it. "Where will Danny and I sleep?" "You can have the big bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch." "Really? You don't mind?" "Knock yourself out." "Can I go play in the garden?" "Not yet. I've got a job to do out there, then I'll make us something to eat. We can go for a walk then, if you want." "Oh good. I think Danny needs a long walk." "She went to the bathroom on your lawn." "Sorry?" "It ain't my lawn no longer, kid, so don't worry," he said. He found a shovel, a black bag and a pair of thick work gloves in the garage, and headed into the back garden. The remains were those of a man called Chester Biggs, according to the driver's license in his wallet. The picture showed a rotund man in his 30s. A decent man who'd done the right thing by the previous occupants of the house, and had then died in the garden. But what had killed him? It was impossible to tell. It must have happened fairly soon after the long dark, because his body was badly decomposed despite the cold weather. And much of it was missing. He dug a hole alongside the other graves at the bottom of the garden. It was neither 6 feet long nor 6 feet deep, and yet it took him most of the morning to cut into the frozen turf, pausing only to shout at Luna when she called him from the back door. When it was done, he gritted his teeth and slid the shovel under the remains and slid the black bag's opening underneath. A foul smell leapt from the remains as he disturbed them, and he was forced to hold his breath as he got them inside the bag and sealed it. He dragged the bag across the grass and into the hole before filling it. The other markers had been made from pieces of fencing, so he went back into the garage, found some spare bits of wood and a permanent marker. "What are you doing out there?" Luna asked as he reappeared in the house, the cross under his arm. He sighed. "Well, you might as well see, because you're going to find out soon enough. Follow me." They stood beside the 4 graves. "I don't want to stay here no longer, Marvin." He put his arm around her. "You'll get used to it. It's safe here and quiet. We can rest a while." "I want to follow Mommy," Luna said. "To New York." All the pent-up emotions swilling around inside Tucker exploded at that. "We are not going to New York. Don't you understand? It's thousands of miles away. And your mommy ain't going there neither. Now drop it." She ran, but his rage would not subside for him to do what he knew he must. 30 minutes he stood by the graveside, and only then did a sudden panic wash away his anger. He ran into the house. "Luna, are you here?" There was no answer. His heart raced as he ran first into the living room, and then into the main bedroom. She wasn't there, and she wasn't in the bathroom either. He was about to run into the street when, in desperation, he looked in the smallest room. There against the far wall lay Luna, curled up asleep on the floor cuddling her dog. "I'm sorry," he said as they sat eating fried eggs and hot dogs at the kitchen table. "I know. You've said it enough now. I believe you. It's been tough coming back here. But I've lost so much, kid, I don't reckon I could handle losing you too. You've looked after me really well, even though I know you didn't want to." Tucker smiled at her. "Maybe not at first, but you've grown on me." "And Danny?" "And Danny. She saved us in the park, didn't she?" "She's a good dog," Luna said as she finished her last wiener. Tucker took his final sausage and gave half to the dog who'd been sitting in the patiently impatient way of her species. She swallowed it down in one, and then resumed her position in hopes of another. "All gone, girl. But at least I gave you some." He gave a sly look at Luna. "I'm a growing girl," she said. "And I knew you'd give her some of yours." Come on then. Nearly time for bed, he said as he watched her downing a mug of hot chocolate. He was ripped from a peaceful sleep by the sound of a dog barking outside. Had he been dreaming? No, there it was again. He awoke in an instant and jumped to his feet as adrenaline surged through his body. "Luna," he called, running into the main bedroom, flashlight in hand. She was gone. He ran his hand beneath the sheets. They were still warm, so it had only just happened. Something rustled on the blankets, a note. "Dear Marvin. Thank you for looking after me. You are a very nice man. I am going to New York. Danny is coming with me, so I will be okay. Lots of love. Luna." Marvin threw the note down, grabbed his handgun from beside the couch, and stepped into his boots, not bothering to tie the laces. As he ran down the garden path, he heard Danny barking again, and tried desperately to work out which direction the sound was coming from. Mercifully, an ebbing moon was high in the sky, so he was able to run quickly along the once familiar roads, praying as he went that he wasn't too late. He couldn't imagine what was happening, but Danny was obviously distressed, and that could only be bad for Luna. His flashlight bobbed from left to right as he panted. They couldn't be far away now, and he slowed a little. If Luna was being threatened, he wanted to be able to sneak up on her attackers rather than going in all guns blazing. He rounded a corner and stopped. He could see the dog barking at something out of sight behind a house. There was Luna, standing behind her, trying to haul on her lead. And just then, as he watched, a dark shape leaped out of the shadows and fell upon Danny. Tucker sprinted along the road. He was no Usain Bolt, but he put every last ounce of energy into closing the gap as fast as humanly possible. Danny and her attacker were a single ball of fury that convulsed back and forth as each tried to gain the upper hand. And to his horror, he saw a second shape creep around the fighters and approach Luna, who shrank away. It was a cat. A big cat. It could even have been a lioness. But there was no time to think, no time for subtlety. He reached them just as the creature looked ready to pounce. It and Luna turned at the same moment, and Tucker's boot caught it square in the jaw before going flying along the road. The cat gave out a yell and jerked backwards as Tucker pushed Luna behind him and emptied 2 rounds into its head. Danny squealed. She was pinned beneath the other cat, and Tucker couldn't get a clear shot, so he wound his arm around its neck and yanked its bloody jaws backwards, before with his other hand he pushed the gun under its chin and pulled the trigger. His ears rang as Luna ran to Danny's side. The dog had gashes on her chest, but the worst wound was the bite mark on her shoulder from which blood was flowing. "Help her, Marvin," Luna cried. "Oh, this is all my fault. Please, please help her." Danny looked like a hopeless case to him, but he was determined to try, so he pulled his sweater over his head, removed his t-shirt, and then ripped it into a makeshift bandage. The dog whined in pain, and then bared her teeth when he pressed the cotton against her wound. "It's okay, Danny, we're going to help you." Tucker sat back on his haunches and tried to catch his breath before running his hands under the dog and lifting her up. "Boy, she's heavy. I think you've been feeding her too much of your rations, kid. But come on, there might be other animals on the loose. We need to get back quick." They saw no other signs of life as Tucker carried the dog back. Luna was silent aside from the occasional sob, but they made it back without incident. He put Danny down on the bed and stood up, rubbing his back. "Will she be all right?" Luna said, stroking the dog's head. "I dunno. I'll do my best if you promise never to run out on me again. You could both be dead now, you know." "I promise," Luna said quietly. "As long as you take me to find my mom. In New York." Tucker's shoulders sagged as he finally realized the true depth of the trouble he was now in. Truth was, he didn't want to stay here anymore, especially now that they'd discovered why people didn't live in the neighborhood. He hadn't thought about the private zoo a few blocks away. Some fool must have released the animals so they wouldn't starve to death. Well, that part of the plan had worked perfectly. And anyway, this house held so many memories it was suffocating him. To stay would be to live in a departed past, until, inevitably, he'd either have to move on or blow his own brains out. Okay kid, you got a deal. Once she's fixed up, I'll take you to find your mom. Chapter 18. Solly. The gas station at Breezewood was a smoking ruin, and there was no sign of the little community led by Hannah. Solly had been banking on picking up some fuel for the last stage of the return journey to the farmhouse, but it was obvious he wouldn't find it here. I wonder what happened, Ross said as they parked up beside the station. The pumps were covered with soot, and shriveled plastic signs lay on the floor, bearing testament to the inferno that had destroyed the place. Solly felt his mood darken. Just 3 weeks ago, this had been a functioning community under a firm leader, and now it was just as dead as most of the other settlements they'd passed through on their journey. They had seen a lot more people on the road since they went west, some in vehicles, many on foot, and the story was almost always the same: they were heading for DC. Somehow, the call had spread far and wide, and the remnants of the American people were gathering around their national capital, like battle-weary soldiers mounting a last stand around their flag. He understood their compulsion to head east. Everything they'd known, everything they'd believed inviolable, had been destroyed in those first hours. The survivors had been left to scramble around in the ashes of their former lives, existing rather than living, in the hope that things would one day improve. And then, the rumors of a government re-establishing itself in DC had spread from east to west. Finally they had a purpose, and people emerged from their hiding places and joined the Great Migration. Solly felt the pull, and he could easily have been among their number except that he had somewhere to go, though this overwhelming desire to return to the farmhouse came laced with guilt. He should be heading south, looking for Bella and the kids. He would be heading south to find the tiniest pin in the most enormous haystack. But right now, the farmhouse was calling him. As they pulled away from the ruined gas station, he saw Janice in his mind's eye and felt the familiar fear rise in his heart. What if the farmhouse had suffered the same fate as the gas station at Breezewood? And even if it hadn't, what if her feelings for him had died away? Every night since he'd left, Solly had thought about her before going to sleep. He wasn't religious, so he rarely prayed, but he had a habit of thinking about everyone he cared about and saying their names in the privacy of his own mind. A bit like Arya Stark in reverse. So that leaves us with a problem, Solly said. I was counting on refueling at Breezewood. We don't have nearly enough to get us home. Ross gestured at the cars on the intersection. They'd been moved to the side to funnel traffic into a single lane. None of these will have gas in them, he said. Maybe we'll find some a bit farther out. Why not take the back roads? That's a good idea, though we're likely to have to do some walking unless we strike lucky. Geez, I hope we don't have to walk. I want to get back, see what they've been doing while we've been away. I hope they're okay. Me too, son. Me too. They parked the pickup on a little road outside the small community of Needmore, PA. It was running on fumes by that point, and Solly wanted to hide it so they could return to it if they found fuel or after reaching the farmhouse. It was a brisk morning, so they wrapped up warm and the two of them tramped along the main road like a pair of steam trains. They'd not seen a soul since they'd come off the highway, though the roads were clear of abandoned cars, so someone had survived. They'd probably moved on, Solly thought. The little town couldn't have had more than 200 souls before the long dark, and perhaps only a dozen after it, so the survivors would naturally try to find a larger community to join. How far are we from home? Ross asked. Solly pulled the route map from his inside pocket. We're here, he said, pointing a gloved finger, and the farmhouse is here. I guess it's around 50 miles. We won't get there today then. Not if we have to walk the whole way, no. I'm hoping we'll come across a car sooner or later. I haven't seen many, and those I have I don't want to ride in. Solly slapped him on the shoulders. I know, me neither. We'd best assume we're walking and hope for a bit of luck. But cheer up. We'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. They trudged on, Solly consulting the map from time to time, and took the 655 heading south. In other circumstances, it would have been a pleasant walk along a quiet, tree-lined road, but they were both exhausted and the cold was beginning to seep into their limbs. The hardest thing to bear, however, was the anticipation. They were so close, and yet the miles crept by as they walked. The living things they saw most often were the birds who inhabited the bare trees on either side of them. The silence was punctuated from time to time by the harsh cawing of crows, while smaller birds chirruped from the bushes beneath. After 3 hours, Solly called a halt. "Let's take a look up there," he said, pointing to a 2-story farmhouse set on a slope overlooking the road. "We can get out of this wind for a bit." They walked up the hill to find a neat white house with a yellow-painted upper floor above a brick-faced lower story. Set into the bricks was a garage door. "Do you reckon there might be a car inside?" "It's got to be worth a look," Solly said. "There's no sign of anyone living here," he added, gesturing at the piles of decaying leaves that had been deposited against the wall by the wind. The main entrance was on the upper floor, so Solly walked up the steps to take a look in the windows. The bodies would probably be in the living room or the bedroom, so he made his way around the balcony to peer in. He was just pressing his face against a full-length window when he suddenly saw a figure of what looked like an old woman sitting in an easy chair. "You get out of my house, do you hear me?" "I said get out of my house. My husband'll be back soon." Solly lurched to one side as he caught the flash of a reflection off the barrel of a rifle or shotgun. He ran back to the steps, expecting the woman to burst out of the front door, gun in hand, but nothing happened. He told Ross to wait at the base of the steps and crept back up. Something about this didn't add up at all, and despite himself, he had to solve the mystery. Solly sneaked silently along the balcony again, keeping below the level of the windows, until he reached the one he'd seen the woman behind. "I can hear you," she called out. "I ain't that deaf. Now this is your last warning. If you don't hightail it out of here, I'm gonna fill your butt with buckshot." Solly laid down on his side so he could catch a glimpse from beneath the net curtain. Yes, it was an old woman. She was dressed in a thick quilted coat, but the chair she sat on was covered in filth and dark stains. Around the chair lay discarded food wrappers, tubes and cans. And she looked so frail that he doubted she could move more than a few paces at a time. He got up, looked out over a countryside that was gorgeous and full of life even in winter, and sighed. He couldn't leave her like this. He wished he could, but she would haunt his dreams if he walked away now. He went back to the front door and quietly turned the handle. To his surprise, it opened. Solly stepped back, crying out in disgust as an overwhelming stench erupted from inside. "Get out of my house," she called. But she didn't appear as he braved the inside. Solly left the door open to allow a little air inside and crept along the hallway. It was an open-plan design, with a large and airy kitchen leading seamlessly into the living room. There sat the old woman, her chair facing the window, the shotgun facing him. He threw himself sideways as the gun erupted, causing the glass in the kitchen cabinets to explode. To his horror, he heard Ross running up the steps and into the house. "Solly," he called. "Get back." But it was too late. Ross ran into plain view of the woman as she twisted round in her chair. "Who are you?" she called as Ross stood, his hands thrust instinctively into the air. "Wait. Is it Monroe? Have you come home, my boy?" Ross looked down at Solly, who was frantically nodding. "Yes," he said. "It's me. Monroe. Be careful. There's a thief in the house." "He's no thief, he's a friend of mine." "He is?" And the venom in her voice disappeared in an instant. "Well, why didn't he say so? Any friend of Monroe is a friend of mine." Solly picked himself up off the floor and cautiously peered into the living room. The shotgun had been put away. "You don't have any food for your poor grandma, do you?" "Sure I do," Ross said, swinging the pack from his shoulders. "Shall we cook you some soup?" Solly could see from her expression that the woman was famished. "We'll get some light and air in here, shall we? My name's Solly, by the way." "Sure, go right ahead." So while Ross lit the camp stove and warmed a can of soup, Solly did the best he could to clean up the old woman's living conditions. He found some black bags in the kitchen, and though she watched him closely, the woman didn't comment or complain once. Once she'd eaten, She revealed that her name was Geta Kaplinsky, and that she'd lived in that house since she and her husband Jenk had bought it after moving to America decades ago. She kept insisting that Jenk would be home soon, but Solly made the grim discovery of her husband's ruined body in the bedroom. He wrapped it in the rotting eiderdown comforter and dragged it out of the house, carefully making sure she didn't see what he was doing. While Ross sat and talked to the old woman, Solly dug a shallow grave and rolled the remains inside. He then opened up the garage and found an old Ford pickup. Its battery was dead, but he was pretty sure he could bump start it down the hill leading back to the road. "Geta, will you come with us to our home? We have food and hot water there," he said, praying that he was speaking the truth. "No, I'll sit here and wait till my Jenk comes home." Solly looked at Ross and shook his head. "Please come with us, Grandma," Ross said, getting as close to her as his nose could tolerate. "Grandpa wouldn't want you to starve waiting for him. You can have a nice warm bath at our place." "That's nice, but Jenk will be expecting me. Then we can eat together." "I ain't going nowhere." Solly and Ross convened in the kitchen. "We can't leave her," Ross said. "She'll die. There's a car in the garage. We could drive to the farmhouse, get some supplies and be back here within 24 hours. Ross shook his head. "She can't be here on her own, not even for a day." He paused for a moment, then drew in a deep breath. "I'll stay. She trusts me, or at least she trusts Monroe. You go. Come back tomorrow with supplies, and I'll try to persuade her to come with us." "You're a good man," Solly said, pulling Ross into a hug. The old Ford pickup rumbled along the road beside Conococheague Creek, the steady knock-knocking of its engine announcing its presence to anyone within half a mile. Solly felt a knot form in his stomach as the landscape became more and more familiar. Had they survived? And if they had, would she welcome him back? Two people stepped out into the road, hunting rifles pointing at him, hands held out. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he realized he recognized neither of them. A young Hispanic woman bent down to talk through the open driver's window. "Who are you, and where are you going?" "I'm going to the farmhouse. My name is Solly Masters." Her face betrayed surprise, and she stood up to talk to her companion, a boy of perhaps 14, before appearing at the window again. "I'll come with you." She walked around the other side, and after a whispered conversation, she opened the passenger door and got in. She'd handed her rifle to the boy and pulled a handgun out of her pocket. "I've heard them talk about someone called Solly, but I don't know you, so we're going to ride nice and slow. We'll see what they have to say." "Is everyone okay?" "Jackson, Janice?" he asked, unable to hide the desperation in his voice. "I ain't answering no questions. It's not far, and then we'll see." Minutes later, the old pickup truck turned onto the little lane leading up to the farmhouse. It looked much the same, though there were subtle changes. As he got closer, it seemed that it was better tended than before. The grass and hedges had been cut, and pots containing winter flowers had been placed outside. Then he noticed the guard post, set off to the right and surrounded by sandbags. It was shaded by the tree above it, so Solly couldn't see who it was that ran out to talk to the girl as she opened the passenger door. "Who?" With a pang, he recognized the voice. In a blur, she ran past the front of the car and pulled open the driver's door. "Solly? Is it really you?" He was out in an instant, and they cried and laughed so hard he thought he'd hyperventilate. He swept her around as others emerged from the house. As he clung onto her, he saw Jackson and Landon, their faces alight as they understood that he'd come home. Behind them, Arnold was pushed out by a woman he barely recognized, Agatha Prism, the librarian, restored to full health and strength. Janice leaned back a little, and they kissed. He ran his hands through her curly hair and hugged her tight, as if he wanted to merge their souls together. He'd had no idea how much he'd missed her until she was here again. Suddenly, she jerked away. "Where's Ross?" "Solly, where is he?" Jackson's face clouded with concern. "Don't worry, he's not far from here. He's looking after an old lady in a farm about 40 miles away. We couldn't leave her, so I said I'd go back tomorrow with help." "He stayed there on his own?" Well, I mean, without you. He's become a man, Janice. You'd be proud of him. Saved my life, Solly said. But can I come in and have something to eat and drink before I tell you what's happened? And you can have a bath too, Janice said, smiling. Solly gave a shy shrug. Sorry, I guess I don't exactly smell like roses. Jackson gave him a hug as he walked towards the door, and Solly shook hands with Landon. Lan here's been a hero, Jackson said. Brought some of his friends from the town to help us. Josie, the one who rode with you, she's one of them. Solly slapped Landon on the shoulder. Well done, my friend. And you made a good choice with her, that's for sure. A group of young children broke out of the house, sidestepping Miss Prism, and ran up to Solly, calling his name and wrapping themselves around his legs. Come now, children, leave Mr. Masters alone. School is still in session. Looks as though a lot has changed while I've been away, Solly said to Janice. Yes, Miss Prism, and I have set up a little classroom in the house. It keeps the children occupied, and Arnold sometimes teaches them as well, she said. Then she sighed, and her expression hardened a little. Solly, there is one thing. We have someone here, locked in the basement. Who? It's probably best you see for yourself, she said, taking him by the hand and leading him into the house. Landon followed, drawing his handgun. Janice unlocked the basement door, and Landon went down first, Solly following him. He could see that a bed had been brought down, and on it sat a slight man who was reading a book. He looked up, and Solly recognized him instantly. Khaled. What are you doing here? It is you. Please tell me the device is safe, I beg you. Tell me. He leapt up, but only got a few feet before falling over his chained feet. They are hunting me, they will find me. They must not take me back. The end is coming. I have seen them. The Reapers. Nothing can stop them. Nothing but the device. If it is not safe, then we are lost. If they recover it, we are lost. The end of humanity is at hand. As she locked the door again, Janice said, I'm sorry, Solly. He turned up, wandering in the streets, and I recognized him. I didn't know what to do, so I locked him up. He's mad and he says the most awful things. He may be mad, Solly said, but if I'm right, we're going to need his help if we're to stop what's coming. He stood for a moment, leaning against the door, listening to the raving of the lunatic in the basement. It was the ultimate irony that the future of a world turned to chaos depended on the mind of a madman. But that was for tomorrow. Right now all he cared about was that he was home. He pulled Janice to him, and they held each other until all the pain and all the fear dissolved, and Solly Masters was for that glorious moment at peace.